first time that a new player plays Moonbreaker, I hope they see the magic of tabletop gaming fully digital.
This will be over real quick.
This game from the very first moment was designed to constantly reveal itself and expand, and it's just an entirely different design mindset from the very beginning.
At its core, it's a game that aims to reproduce that feeling of playing a tabletop game against friends in a more simplified and approachable way.
For justice!
Players will see Moonbreaker as a tabletop digital minis experience. We take a turn-based strategy game and show it to them in a totally brand new way.
Ready? Okay!
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party.
We wanted Moonbreaker to be better than tabletop, so we stripped out a lot of the complex mechanics of being around a tabletop. There are no measurements or grids, and instead there's a simple point-and-click control scheme that you can use, from everything to moving your units, deploying them, and using your abilities.
Smells like breakfast.
With us, you choose your roster, and it's a very easy choice. It's 10 units plus a captain.
It is a turn-based affair where you have the equivalent of command points called Cinder, and you use those to execute actions at every turn.
That coupled with the ship assists and randomized map, you basically never know fully what you're going to go into every round, and that's what keeps it exciting.
The power!
In the game, I really hope that players experience the thrill of discovering new synergies between their units, finding just crazy combinations, and also having chances to take really big risks that pay off in satisfying ways.
We knew if we wanted to bring that tabletop experience to digital, we knew that we had to have basically the world's best lore.
Our game is set in the Reaches, and it is a whole new universe that we have crafted alongside Brandon Sanderson, so there's a lot to discover about it.
Brandon is known for his magic systems, so he needed to weave the mechanics into the story as well.
The Reaches is made up of clusters of moons orbiting a giant sun. At the center of those moons is something called Cinder. Cinder is what keeps them in orbit. It is the most powerful resource in our entire universe, and people really, really want to get hold of it.
At the minute, we have these 3 different cultures in that are all very visually unique from each other. The Methodori culture are very militaristic, and they live on a very stark planet, so all their buildings reflect that. You know, they're very angular, but it still looks very grand as well.
Cholak are a sun-worshipping culture who are really focused on agriculture.
The Cholak are this really interesting meld between mechanical and natural.
The smugglers faction in our game, they're like the pirates of our universe. They kind of cobble stuff together out of old spaceship parts, and they have like a shanty town where they're building stuff out of old scrap metal.
Deliciously devious.
We've laid this amazing foundation as a start to the story that we think just has so many various ways that it can kind of evolve. The possibilities are really endless.
Incoming!
It's been really cool having the chance to work on this painting tool that we have in the game. We really want the best of both worlds, from the miniature experience and the digital video game experience. So it has a lot of the conveniences of digital painting, but we've also brought in a lot of the techniques that people use in miniature paintings.
That's something we want all the fans to know, is all of the default paint jobs for every character in the game is created in our own tool. And we actually hired real-world professional mini painters to do it in our tool. So hopefully that gives them some inspiration, but we fully expect the fans will far exceed anything that we can come up with, and we'll create the most incredible paint jobs possible.
Our focus in early access is to make sure that players love the game. Part of open development isn't about coming up with a roadmap and hoping players love it, but instead giving the players tools to give us the feedback we need to make the game as good as it can possibly be.
Gonna be wild.
Our commitment to our fans is we will never give a watered-down experience to them. We're going to give you something deep and something you can really sink your teeth into that you need your whole mind to experience.
All hands on deck.
Brace yourself!
We genuinely want to evolve the game with their participation. Come try the game. We know it's imperfect today, but I hope you can see the possibilities that we can, and let's do it together.
This is the beginning of a decades-long adventure. I hope you join us for all of it.
Well, it's been a blast. Welcome to the party. Let there be fire!
Varakaa.
Mä valois.
Mä hiilaan. Heittäkää kamaa sinne.
Joo.
Mä holdaan ylös, kato hiilat. Puskee valoilla.
3A. 2.
Yksi nokatti, 2 up. 1 up.
Pystyssä.
1 vielä siinä. Jep. Ampuu kaukan. Vähän silloin.
Joo, mä luutin nadee tässä. Pistäkää pommeja vaan.
Rauha. Auto rähtää.
Pilli vaan.
AF on vestissä.
Mihin tän nokkasit taas? Oranssille.
Sitä ei flussat.
Yksi flussi.
Yksi up.
Se on vissiin, onko se kopissa vikaa? Se on kopissa vikaa, se on 100 varma.
Ottakaa vaan
koska me nokattiin tähän pihalle. Jep.
No niin, kattokaa tää
PP2 up.
Chyba tak. Norkis, a ty od lewej wtedy.
będą wiedzieć.
A ty od lewej, młody. Znaczy Norkis, od lewej. Dawaj, na aucie grają, na aucie grają. Kapi, na zielony na aucie. Masz free killa, młody. Free killa.
Okej, okay,
no. One up.
Za autem leży. Sam jesteś.
One up za autem. Ma 1 HP, młody. Dead. Dobra, powoli teraz.
For yourself in the game.
As you're looking at the timing here, T2's a little further behind. That's RV on the pull up here. Big nade damage coming through the second. Might even just catch an Aaliyah, but no knock just yet. Actually, there's the follow-up. Silas with the double. Dante is the one that holds on to the star here.
Yeah. Always Power got away with the win when Dante overstepped yesterday. Now 4v3 for question mark. Philfist to find the first. Dante to get the second, and that should be game over. There you go.
T2 going to be relaying that information. But Western got to get involved with this now. Actually, Lyra going to bring it out. Lyra swooped out, but the third pie.
Pestalok pulls up on this one at the exact same time. He had 2 kills right in front of him, but denied by the Woo. Not really too fussed about taking down his teammate. In doing this, does manage to find Nixie. Will he get the last? He's claiming that he's taking the rest inside. Unfortunately for Nixie, is Bottom on the jump, gets him second time around, and once again, Foot Esports stays alive, but Weston might just have killed himself. Yes, he has. He ran into his own molly.
Lying in wait. Don't actually get a sideline here. Na'Vi pulling back. I don't think they know.
There's no way. There should be no way anyway. Gustav peeks over, but Spiro, the Hilltop, is there to help.
Actually bailing Na'Vi out.
One nade.
Yeah.
And Itzy has it. They
That should be it.
well, yeah, hold it. Nothing they can do. Na'Vi struggling. Really struggling. Brent, there's nothing more you can do here unless he has a vehicle trying to get in, but the issue is FaZe kind of making their way towards them as well. Lyron on the other side finds one, finds the second actually. Haruan, fortunately able to do a response, but not gonna happen. Oda and Lyron working together to get a lot of kills coming through, but Scav from the other side. Solo player's been hiding behind the car for a while.
Open up now, Nailcop with the first bit of damage. Nade to follow.
That should be at least one, potentially even two with the nades coming through there. Yep, first one falls. Headshot does get connected in response, but 1v4 now makes it no lethal utility whatsoever. Trying to isolate with the smokes, but they're 4v1. They know what they're up against. Here comes the mollies, here comes the nades, here comes the flashbangs. Maxi doesn't do it. Nailcrop prevails. Two fights happening simultaneously here. Sparrow finds one in return. Three still on the feet, and we gotta, I was just gonna say, we gotta keep in mind that Petulance is kind of an off-angle player in all of this. Now he peeks out, doesn't get anything. Michael finds one more to claim one, but Petulance finds one, and all of a sudden, Woo, the team in trouble here. They had full control. Nixie gets one, but the instant response from Texu of all players.
A crucial flank here. Now, if he can find Xstats, you know, Xstats has spotted him. Tiksu completely unaware of the reposition, and just one left to find now. Rustamar finds himself in a 1v3.
Such a tricky position, doubtful that he'll be able to get away with this one. Needs to lane crucial shots, headshot, and then a body shot to follow. Goose fight.
The final day of our first weekend here for PCS7 Europe Grand Finals, and already our 2 days have been fantastic. Let's hope for another one here as we have 5 maps coming at you for today. My name's Kyle Aris, your host. We have to my left-hand side Saga as well as Avenger. Still far too tall. How are you doing, Avenger?
I'm doing great, and still tall, yes. Unfortunately, this time around you don't have a box.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Saga, how about you? Last 2 days were great. Hoping for another one.
Yeah, they really have been some exciting games. A lot of the teams showing up big. Some of them overperforming. Some of them somewhat underperforming. But there's still plenty of time to turn it around as of yet.
Yeah, there's definitely some teams that we expected to do a little bit more, but haven't quite. There's some teams that I don't think we expected the lows from, all things considered. Of course, Northern Lights is one of those teams that had a great start, and then everything's kind of been a bit
Like but I'd rather have a than I would want to have boo.
Yeah. That's fair.
Some teams have had that. Surprisingly as well, one of the teams, obviously, the long haul team, my pick example, and Na'Vi have had a really rough one so far.
Yes.
Really hoping for them to step up here so they don't have a week where they're looking into, we're halfway through. It's not looking good. Looking decent. We're probably going to go PGC anyway, but still, you want to have a good amount of practice going into PGC. Good amount of games against a lot of the teams that you're going to be playing against in PGC. So really hoping for Na'Vi to step up today.
I'm glad you understood my that was me speaking Danish.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go to the schedule here, as we have 5 games coming at you for today. So let's take a look at which battlegrounds we are going to be playing those on, because we will be starting off with 3 Erangels and moving over to 2 Miramars later on. And in a rough time, as we said, there has been a disparity in terms of results. Some teams have not fared well on Miramar, some teams have not fared well on Erangel.
Yeah, huge notable name that has been way more present on Erangel than elsewhere. Northern Lights really started off really hot and then crashed harder than the UK economy. But for teams like the Overpeakers, maybe not such a good thing. Yesterday's Erangel, they only picked up 4 points across the 2 games, but they have proven that they are able to do it. Game number 1, they won out the first win of the day, hoping to do that again.
And here are the overall standings right now. Good old Polish Power in number 1 here against Northern Lights. Win or die, 3rd place as well here, Martin. What are you taking away from it?
Yeah, notably 14 points difference from first place to 5th. So one great game with double digits and a chicken dinner would put you straight into first place if you're anywhere there. And also from fellas and all the way down, our middle pack is kind of close and kind of big as well.
It's really much closer than we would have anticipated at this point in the tournament, as so many times, time and time again, that these top-level teams have overperformed. It looked like that was going to be the case. Still a ridiculous average damage coming from Northern Lights, but have been somewhat invisible in comparison.
Yeah, and really not expected in that regard, I think is fair to say. So that was obviously, you saw Northern Lights versus Polish Power there. I think Polish Power is probably riding a pretty nice high right now, considering the performances that we've seen from them. That's a lot of P's for the Polish Power here, Martin. What do you think?
I love it.
Yes,
I know you continue with more words with P. Just
I'll try
for
my
the
best.
Entire segment
I'll
here.
save some for next test segments just for you.
Yeah, but for sure, they can ride on this high morale, high intensity they've had here. And I want to see them continue this very aggressive play style, because we've seen it not work in other PCS tournaments.
Yeah.
6 was pretty bad for them in terms of the qualifiers that didn't make it through to the finals. But they played really well in G-Loot. 5 and 6.
True.
Got 4th and 5th place. Really well played by them. And that's what I want to see them end up here. After this consistency here in the first 2 days, I'm pretty sure they can ride a top 5 finish into the entirety of the Grand Finals here.
And let's compare 2 teams that did pretty well for themselves yesterday, I think it's fair to say. Win or Die and Fellas as well here, because both of these teams had a great day 2 saga, and now they're coming in looking for more.
Top 2 in terms of points gathered on day 2 in the lobby. Win or Die really showed that what they were able to do in the elimination stage, the qualifying round, where they completely dominated as soon as some of those bigger name teams were in the lobby. It's not quite the same level of domination, but they can still assert themselves as a top team and a solid contender.
Definitely so. It's nice to see the fellas doing well, Martin. Obviously, kind of a deep affinity for the Brit boys. It's nice to see Michael being able to perform at this level, all things considered. Across the board, the roster is a great roster.
Yeah, for sure. And I loved the interview we heard yesterday from Tixu. Very Finnish interview. Also, when asked, why does Michael have twice as much damage as you? Oh, well, damage doesn't get any points on the board. Well, for the fantasy, of course, but he's right. You want to focus on what can get the points for them in game, right? And they actually had to step up yesterday. If they didn't do, they were going to be outside the top 10. And for them to go to PGC, we need to see something like a top 4, top 3 finish, depending on who else gets first and second, of course.
And Win or Die extents. Close enough.
Well, he's certainly not in existence anymore, is he?
No, he will be sitting out the first game, at least I think. which is a little bit of a shame because of the fact that, you know, he was doing so well.
He's been carrying a lot of weight, not only for the squad, but for my personal fantasy team, so this one does hurt a little bit more, but it's all not too bad all in all. You know, win or die, they've definitely proven that it's not a one-man team at all. Gushara, Leosh, they have really been contributing pretty much the whole way through, and a lot of late-game appearances from them. They are actually one of the teams that has the most in terms of placement points overall, so the consistency is there, and they found the fragging power to be able to close one out as well, but whether it will be a little bit of a different situation coming in with a substitute, time will tell.
Yeah, true. Let's take a look at the Twire.gg leaderboards right now as well for the talent, because I'll tell you who has been being consistent. It's old Saga, who's in joint first place right now. I'm trailing behind as the second English talent, but at least I'm beating Martin. That's all important. But Saga, you're doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, you know, it looks good now, but I'm feeling a little bit myself, having heard
Danish,
the information about Xdan stepping back. He was definitely a big performer on my team. But this is the Ruin Redemption arc. You may remember Mr. Howell on my team. It's not gone well so far, but overall, not too terrible. So I'm hoping for big things.
I'm going to be real. They can't do much worse.
True.
Look at Saga's team in the shadows.
Clean.
Yeah.
Disappeared.
All using stealth level 4.
That's right. Yeah. Good stuff. But no, Saga's team in general, Martin, doing well. Xdance, of course, was performing fantastic.
And Michael, too.
Michael, yeah, true.
Michael, 40 more points than Ruin. Ruin, unfortunately, I really want to see him step up because we have seen some good performances from him recently and this year as well, right?
That isn't my team.
Really hoping that is your team.
No, it's not even my team.
I think that's the fella I'm tied with on 199 points. But you know what?
Maybe,
it's good to see because that does prove the point that Gushara is also contributing pretty solidly.
Yeah, that is fair. That's a really good point there.
You're right.
Example.
That is Ruballer's team.
There you go. Yeah. Example less so, but I feel like eventually there is going to be an example step up because Navi has to step up, right?
Yeah. This is the long haul play, an example pick like that.
There's Saga. There's his team. Here's the highlights. That was very Toffees of me. I'm sorry.
It really was.
Saga's signature. Saga's signature team here. Fantastic. Ruin. I'm happy to see some from him there, but yeah, unfortunately.
Music.
Yeah.
And then Calaris' team.
Here's Calaris' team, the soon-to-be first-place team, because, again, as I say, Example will have the step up. Navi will step up. I am guaranteed.
It is Scav holding you back, though.
You
He
can do
has
that
gotten 2,300 damage, Example, and he's going to continue to do so. You can definitely tell he's going to end in the 8 to 10,000, maybe 12,000 damage if he steps up today here.
The usual.
The usual Example, right? The question is, if Navi really kind of gets through, if they get a top 4, top 5 finish, he's going to have the kills as well.
I think that's fair what you say, Saga. Ents has had that's Saga again. Guys, I know we look the same, but if you could just... Saga, when you look at Ents and how they're having a good time... Yeah, look at that handsome guy.
Thank you.
We
can't recognize you.
Ents has not had a good time, but they had such a good time in the group stage with Scav and Misa doing pretty well for them as well.
It's the same situation for Austrian Force as well. They really popped off in the group stages, and it's really not gone to plan whatsoever. Obviously, we can chalk a little bit of it up to the crazy, wild, chaotic circles that we've been seeing, very unexpected areas, an oasis zone of all places, a couple of rough rotations from Severny up on the northern side for Ents as well, but I just need to make something work because some teams are finding a lot of success on playing in from the edges, coming in late, but for Ents, it just really seems to be a situation where the best game they've had is where they proned next to a rock with 2 cars and to be anything else.
The hard thing about this is the reason why Ents and Navi is not succeeding is because they're having really, really rough circles. The hard shifts, the ping pong hard shifts, is what is playing against their play style. Mostly when you're playing, circle 2, circle 3, trying to get into an edge and hope that you're going to get somewhat of a circle, and then it ping pongs to the other side and continues to do so. When you're playing slow like they do, very edge meta, and it's kind of good. Not so many teams right now playing that heavy edge meta as they are, but we're having so many rough circles that are not attributing any points towards them. So if they maybe catch a little bit more circle luck here and maybe not just against them all the time, we will see some good games from them today.
That is a good point. We have had what I would consider an anomaly when it comes to the amount of hard shifts you've had here so far, Saga. And that does, in my opinion, kind of skew the results a little bit in terms of those great teams sometimes just having that unlucky streak, as Venture's saying.
I think it's not only the fact that it is all the hard shifts, but the positioning of them as well, particularly the game we think back where it was looking like it was going north of the Georgia Pole River and then it comes back south again. And that really threw a lot of teams off their game plan. They were set up for really good positions on the northern side of the river and suddenly it's all thrown out of the window. It's very, very tough to adapt in those situations, and it's really showing that how at this level, teams that really aren't able to exploit it are the ones that are starting to falter.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, beyond your Ences, your Navis here, Avenger, who are you looking to step up in this third day? Because the third day is kind of important. You're then going on a break. You then have VOD review to be able to really kind of sink your teeth into. So who are you looking to have another step up?
It's definitely Navi that I'm looking to completely turn around here. But I'm also looking a little bit of FaZe, hoping that they're going to have some good games today, potentially. Also had some kind of rough circles against them in terms of where they're playing. They're making the right decisions, but then again...
How about yourself, Saga?
I think for me, I've seen a couple of things that I do like out of teams like Ascend. Again, Austrian Force, teams that came through very strong in the group phase, but hasn't really translated over to the Grand Finals where it really counts.
Well, once again, I feel a slight feeling of surprise in that some of our teams that aren't invited teams, you know, they've gone through the grind of actually being able to qualify. They're doing pretty well right now on this stage in these first 2 days, Saga. Stardust especially as well. I didn't have huge hopes for them on a stage like this, but they've not done too bad.
Really, for MEA, it's been a very solid appearance, considering that BBL, a team who we would really all look at as the MEA team, hasn't made an appearance here. But the appearance not only of Stardust and the consistency they've been able to carry over from their late appearances in the qualifiers, but Foot Esports as well, particularly in these chaotic urban close-range engagements. And Odin put a shotgun in that man's hands. He's going to kill at least 4 people.
Yeah, but the problem for them is they need top 3 to contest BBL. BBL not playing 290 points. You need top 3. You need those 65 points plus what you have right now. So Howl, Stardust, these teams, they need that amount of points to go through to PTC. Right now, you have some teams at the very top that are just trailing just a little bit ahead of what we've been seeing from them so far. So they need a little bit of a step up to what their consistent performance is right now. And even on Foot, for example, even better as well. Still trading that mid pack there. 2 good games here today. Could set them in within striking distance to the top 3, and that's really what I'm hoping to see for some of these teams.
Well, we are just a few minutes out to the game, but before we get to that, we can probably actually look back at a moment. I believe it is from Question Mark, who is also doing quite well here so far, and see what's going on there.
Справа. Я даю флешку слева. Правый рельеф тоже надо. Вот правый передо мной. Я туда флешку.
Одно хп.
Найс. Я хая даю. Право, давай хая под него выпущу. Даю. Я жду. Давай.
Флешку перед вами даю.
Право пикал цел. Я ушел. Я ему флешку дал. Я с маке живу.
По синьке тип бежит. Подождите, рисаю ферст.
Слева у тебя?
Справа,
слева.
Флешку ему дал. Я играю под смоками.
Он далеко был, он сюда прям не бежал.
Они справа пойдут, а под смоками играю. Рисайтесь.
Мы реснулись.
Вы добили, да?
Да.
Все, 4 в 3. Я отойду назад.
Пикнем лево, Хоббит. Вот так просто.
Подожди, не торопись.
Право ХГ дам ты занял.
Не надо, ферст.
Я слева снизу никого не вижу, они правее отошли. Нету.
Флешки только.
Дайте звук. Флешки вперед передо мной нужны будут. У меня ботинка. Передам ты, давайте флешки.
У меня слева тип.
Ног лево, смотрю право.
У меня ног. У вас передо мной где-то. Один. Хорошо.
Is it the season of question mark? Because it really does feel that way from year on year. They were able to qualify for the previous PGC, and now, I mean, they're looking good. They could potentially do it yet again, Saga.
They were one of the few teams who really profited from Miramar yesterday, having the 3 games. But what really seems to be a bit of a concern for them is the way that they're constantly finding themselves in more or less the same position as Fellas. It's obviously a bit of a product of the drop spots being so close together up towards the north and northwestern side of the zone. But they're playing a very similar style where it's a western rotate to come in quite late, and Fellas tend to be the ones that reverses those rotates, and the hard shift are just really baiting QM into positions where they can't capitalize as well. And we saw that on Erangel. They only picked up a grand total of 2 points across the Erangel games yesterday, so fell off quite heavily towards the end.
What I really like from Question Mark as well this year here is Phil First. He's been really a force to be reckoned with here. Some of the games we've been seeing from him, high damage, 1K club here, PCS7 Europe Grand Finals, really been putting out the numbers and putting it into to Question Mark's hands there. And top 5 for them could mean that they're going to PGC.
Yeah, be exciting. Would be exciting indeed. You guys at home as well can not only be involved by watching the stream and things like that, you can also check out the new merch that is available here for a PCS7 as well. You go to emea.merch.pubg.com. Yes, and you can grab yourself some nice, tidy merchandise.
Clean with it.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Very nice. All right, well, Gentlemen, thank you very much. I think that is now time. We are ready for game number 1, as we are going to head over to the commentating team. You've had a day of rest. Toby, are you ready for the next game?
I am incredibly ready. Looking forward to 3 games over on Erangel. How about you? How about feeling good about today?
Yeah, excited. Again, actually, to look at some of the positives from the last few games yesterday, Northern Lights is still the one that sticks out, right? We'll park that if they can do anything today at the start of the day, but that's definitely a concern. Now with Polish Power actually improving massively on what we're talking about in terms of keeping pace with kills, they're actually now ahead of Northern Lights, so that's really concerning. I'm hoping there's going to be some adaptation today.
You would have to hope so, right? I mean, when you have a team like Northern Lights, you also have to keep in mind, these guys have only really performed on one map. Like, they might as well just not have played in Miramar at all, because nothing's been going on. What I want to see from Northern Lights today, though, is, we saw it yesterday, whether it was an accidental tap of the webcam or what it was, there were frustration on the team. They're used to being in top, and yesterday people made fools of them. I want to see how they bounce back today, looking how they were yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's as well. I mean, I'd say yesterday, in my eyes, it feels kind of unacceptable for a team of that standard to be in some of the situations we saw them in, right?
Yeah.
Like I was saying, actually on a match-by-match basis, but also that early game on Miramar still sticks out. And like I said, I couldn't sing their praises enough yesterday. Polish Power, Marsalek in particular, being the one to really construct that push to close out the second kill. It's things like that are going to be pretty tilted. If teams are just looking to mess with you, they see you in the kill feed and totally adapt their early game kind of macro to really build upon that. It can be frustrating.
For sure. We're looking down towards Northern Lights here. School app splits, what they've got going on. Yesterday we saw a bit of an audible, I'd say, from Overpeakers. Simple center circle, not usually something you'd see them punish on early on, but they sent 3 down towards Northern Lights. They find Lou alone, and again, just an instant blow to the gut, nothing you can do about it.
No, and we even called it. It was almost that circle pops, and you think, yeah, this is a comfortable Northern Lights early game. Right?
Oh yeah.
So, like I said, the one-off is fine, but once that trend starts to really develop, that's when it becomes even more concerning. So, I mean, we'll wait to see where the circle's going to pop today. We might go okay. Well, we had a couple of vanilla ones on a regular, at least just about a kilometer or so in variance from the center, but we did have this on day 1, if I believe.
Yeah, we were down in this area. We ended up, exactly. We ended up hard shifting. It was pretty much just a full-on magnet on towards Gustav down in farm. Whether he ignited that with his Molotovs, I'm not sure, but the game show went down in that direction. One thing that's interesting with this circle being in this particular game, though, no one's military.
Yeah.
No one's prim. No one's fairy pale, obviously. North side plane coming in. I'm curious to see, obviously, everyone knowing the plane path, how many teams are going to try and utilize that to maybe make a south side rotation over the military island? Question mark, looking to them to potentially be a team who would want to do that. We heard a bit about them before from the analyst desk. Them and Fellas kind of rubbing shoulder to shoulder for a while now. Fellas usually the team to come out on top. This could be, question mark, maybe getting that kind of wraparound opportunity to avoid that confrontation altogether.
Yeah, and typically, obviously, a Stardust that drops down towards Ferry Pier as well. Picking up. We did see him obviously set up for that bridge camp on Ascend, who are up in Zaki. So, kind of some of the usual suspects down in this area of the map not present, but there's definitely opportunities there. I mean, we know it's really on the fly if teams have really been able to look at this circle from the previous instance and say, actually, what are the tendencies here? What can we do a little differently? Obviously, I think FaZe were there pretty early. Northern Lights ended up winning that game, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of the threats along the south coast were teams that just kind of hugged Western Edge as it came in. For Esports being the exception to the rule of they stayed very late on Sosnovka, if I believe. But actually got themselves into Shark Fin for free. I think Na'Vi was still split slightly off to the northwest. But yeah, it's going to be interesting here because you look at the setup here and it's always concerning to look at some of the early rotation paths, right? You look along that dirt road that sits north of Na'Vi and Snake, and those are areas you don't really want to get stuck up with. But do you really want to be sending down Milter Highway and really looking for that? Northern Lights, another example, they had that 2-2 split across both sides of the road very early on.
For sure. We just took a look at some of the stats from Rustin Maher. One thing that really caught my eye was not only is he currently averaging over 400 damage as his first place, which is absolutely phenomenal, sitting almost 500 damage ahead of Perfectix, and that is not a guy you get ahead of in damage normally. Well, another statistic he's in first place in, though, average health recovered, which means that not only is he shooting at everything, but every team is shooting at him, but he manages to stay alive through all of it.
Yeah, it's kind of active damage, right? It's within fights, and when them fellas have been another team like Foot Esports that have looked really keen to, you know, breach on regular occurrences and also take those very scrappy urban fights that we've seen Foot Esports actually thrive in, even though it's not really reflected in the leaderboard on the left side of the screen. I'm just gonna come back. I'm seeing.
Are they going past?
Yeah. I don't know if Na'Vi anticipating this, but the engine cut, it's almost like they're primed and ready for somebody to be up top here. I mean, he's got to have his head on a swivel here.
Again, I mean, two top teams with plenty of odds to go by. They must know the usual early rotations from these teams. Fex has absolutely zero clue that Millman is looking his way now. Does he see them?
No, he didn't.
Nope, no clue at all. Fortunately, he's on the backside of the roof, so they won't see him instantly. Millman, bolt action in hand.
He's got to see it now.
Yeah, you'd have to assume
I think that might be him pinging right there.
Yep. Millman, Elliot looking over. Fex is still up on the roof side, though. And look at this, as much as Na'Vi and, I mean, Elia and Millman think that they've got something going. Kelts from the other side might just disrupt that and save Fex altogether.
Nothing going to land, though, but forces Na'Vi off punishing Fex for the time being.
I like this flex out too, because they knew they had they knew they had farm under control. I thought they were going to dip on that and just try and go even further. Take control of farm, push 2 up, see if you can get even more.
I mean, if it's on the back of confirming that information, it's fairly risky in my eyes. Knowing that there's a team there, if there's a straggler that's late looting somewhere, that's what kind of can make this a little bit more difficult to justify.
But maybe that's what Na'Vi needs at this point. I mean, I feel like they've been playing.
I don't think they need to be taking risks.
No, I mean, you say that, but I feel like what's been their issue so far has been they've been playing on the back foot. They've been caught by surprise in so many different situations where they haven't been ready for anything. Here, they make an active, aggressive decision, which is usually, I mean, regardless of the time of the game, is usually where you see them thrive.
I'm not so sure. The way in which we've seen Na'Vi has been kind of committing to the wrong areas of the circle. I think back to the Miramar one, pulling up in front of FaZe, it's just a total lack of awareness of Northern Lights being able to pressure that rotation, coming in so late, and then actually pulling up, and like I said, it's blind. There's no way that they can. I feel like they need to position early and kind of hold on to what they've got. They've been putting themselves in really awkward positions to take team fights. I mean, I even said it yesterday. About the only positive to come away from Na'Vi is that they're either alive as 4 or they die as 4 within the blink of an eye.
And one usually follows the other very quickly. It's as if they don't get to stay alive as 4 very long, then they all go down together. But maybe they heard what you said. I'm not sure. They all seem to go very fast back towards farm, that's for sure. So for now, Na'Vi are set safe. Same thing going on for Northern Lights. Again, despite the success on the first day of Erangel, yesterday was a little lackluster. See what they can get going here.
This is a little different as well. If you compare the previous circle, obviously, I think around the 4.5 minute mark, they were diving towards Milton Highway just to get that 2-2 split set up nice and early. Some round, Batoon is up on Potato and kind of holding on to new compound Spyro split to the north. So maybe a bit of an adjustment here, maybe with the center of the circle being a bit further north and actually off to the east than previous. They're just kind of playing off this circle 2 shift, but definite change up here.
Exalt currently in 2-1-1 split. I mean, I guess the majority of their players being 2 are in heaven, but they've just been pulled up on by 3 from N. Scav still up towards the north, kind of making sure no one's pulling up behind them. But, I mean, obviously, Fairest and Fate would have hurt the vehicles, but curious to see if Squeaky and Nuki realizes the threat on the other side. You can see Fate roaming around. Molotov now coming up to help. Again, vehicles will probably have been hurt, but Art still playing down towards Alamo on the southern side.
I'm not sure how early Molotov actually just cut his engine, so...
You'd have to assume it's early enough, though, right?
Yeah.
Are they leaving?
And still not what they
that
see.
might be off of hearing the car, though.
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
Yeah, they're going, wait, okay, we haven't seen anything, but that car doesn't just come alone coincidentally at this time. They heard something, the cavalry has arrived now, there's no reason to fight forward.
An opportunity to wrap back down towards the coast, at least.
Yeah, for which they might be very nice rewarded, because down towards the east, I mean, it's only Foot Esports in the entire area of, well, anything east of Milta. There's no one down there, but Foot Esports, and they're barely even there.
I mean, just north of that, you got Polish Power still set up in Lepovka.
It would be a gauntlet to run. It would be a tricky race down the middle, sure, but just saying, there's gold at the end of that rainbow.
Yeah, because Foot Esports are actually... I mean, Iro's scouting up on the cliffside, but...
Yeah.
seeing
If you can
Ents
touch the
drive-
first turret,
I'm
if you can
seeing
get around
Ents
the
drive
first turret.
right along the road, Toby, and
Wait, is Marsalik
it's
getting...
kind of filling me with anxiety.
Yeah, Marsalik might have hurt this because they're wrapping up towards a somewhat
they're splitting
ambush
the road.
position. Yep, in the meantime, Phyllis, Ascent setting up, and now here they come. Actually, Marsalik setting up on the other side of the road. He was positioned for pushing the other side. Now, here they come up and straight towards them. Cabby instantly dealt with. I say that headshot connected, but no knock so far. There you go. First one falls.
Actually, Crunio with the response onto Nuki, though, so Ents have to pivot back here. Marsalik hops back in the vehicle. Nuki going to be confirmed by Crunio.
In the middle of the open, too. There's no way you expect someone to be running around on the beach like that.
Even driving down this road, but then committing to the four-man crash onto Warehouse, it's relatively uncomfortable, but for the time being, it'll just be a one-for-one. I'm not sure, actually, if Norcus is even looking to take active angles here.
Rustin off angle. As we look on over towards this Fellas and Ascend engagement, and I think they call this bluff. They say there can only be one player in here, and indeed there is. Miracle all on his own. The rest of the Fellas players aren't around. I mean, they are around the compound, but no one's there to defend him.
And Brexco and Kyurikai looking to breach the building immediately. Miriku's got himself set up very close on the door, though.
Don't go in the
Not going to
door.
see that at all.
Don't go. What?
I'm not sure why he goes in solo here. Miriku's just giving a freebie. Michael's pulling up now as well. The reinforcements, they're flooding in.
Sure, that's a nade straight to the face, though. If there was headshots and nades, that would have been it for sure. Miracle goes down. Michael is still alive. The info must have been given that there's a knock player somewhere in here, so find that flush as fast as you can. Now, Chris, head-to-head with Michael just on the other side. Headshot confirmed, but there comes the swing around the sign. Kilyakai is there to help his teammate out.
Actually, Tixu and Rustamar a little bit split away, but Rustamar looking for the drive-by here. No damage coming through on either side, though. I mean, Ascender got time to get these reses back up.
We'll see what they commit to. We'll see what they're able to do over this. Nate doesn't go in. Micah should be able to get Braxco up. Chris up and alive as well. They still commit to this. I mean, they have the opportunity potentially to rest run. As I say, that Miracle does go down. Rustamar Tixu now alone against 4. Make that 3 from Ascent.
Straight in through the door on the roof here, but no possibility for them to push on the back of that.
Yep, Rustamar up on the roof he goes, trying to find somewhat of an off angle. Could potentially jump over towards the roof on the other side. You would have to assume that would have been hurt, though, should he up to do so. Spotsmaker knows he's in the bathroom now. Doesn't get anything off of it.
Rustamar shows his hand, though, almost revealing that he's up on the rooftop here. Tixu, I'm not sure where that nade's going, but actually does a ton of damage onto Tixu, forcing him into an awkward situation. Rustamar gets himself on the rooftop. This could be huge.
Exactly. Does the nade prevent the audible cues? He's now on the staircase. You'd have to think that at this point they would have heard where he comes from. Spot one headshot connected once again. Rustamar staying alive for all of this. They know the damage was done, though. They push him. They take him down, and now Tixu, all that's left alive for Fellas here early on in game number 1 of the day.
Tixu slips inside the smoke. Brexco almost reading it here. Mika, I think, going to catch sight lines of him. Well handled by Ascend. Fellas out in 16th place on kind of pinning things on being able to flip this team fight back in their favor. Meanwhile, Toby, the circle pulled right down below Milton Power here.
Well, I mean, I said there was gold at the end of the rainbow, and where it ends, well, they're looking their way towards the mini Milton Power, and I'd say that's a pretty nifty position to claim. Issue being Lyron is applying enough pressure right now that they're not going to up to go for it. So, hectic circle 2 to follow the first one. I feel like it's been simple phase 1s, wild phase 2s. That's kind of been the name of the game so far in these first 3 days.
I'm actually curious if Ascender going to try and come in here across Lipovka's side. I mean, they'll have problems if they go straight towards prison or shelter. Vardir. Oh.
Double. Wow. That's just no response to that. You can barely turn the car around and you popped instantly. To go back to that fight, though, real quickly between Ascent and Phyllis, I don't know if it's just me, but that was messy. Like, it just seemed like... I don't know if it's because it's the first fight of the day, they just gotta get warmed up real quick. It wasn't because the shots weren't landing, it was just as if there was miscommunication across the board, because a lot of times, the way they were approaching things, are we committing to this, are we backing out? It seemed like they weren't really a full commit on either side early on, and then Brexo going in alone as well. There was just a lot of seemingly miscommunication.
Yeah, I don't really fault the pull-up from Ascend. Again, I think they confirmed the information, it was only really one, but like I said, if you do that, then you kind of have to be diligent on the way through.
Yeah. Well, regardless, Ascent comes out on top, and surprisingly, honestly, with how things went down, they come up without losing a single player. Of course.
Ascent did actually head this way, yeah, over towards the Povka.
Oh my god.
I mean, at this point, just sticking the vehicles, yep.
Scaff, how are you doing? You got everything going down there.
For Esports and FaZe in prime real estate now.
Oh, yeah. We know the circle's going to go towards the land come next one, so Woo setting up shop down towards the south side compound. FaZe over towards the western foot. Esports, of course, still with control of the north side mini-Milter.
I'm very concerned, actually, of how many players there are still positioned towards Milter. Eyes go towards Northern Lights, question mark, and Na'Vi. Na'Vi being the ones in a position to gatekeep here. Ascend. Got to be careful with that. Kiryu-Kai just hopped straight out. He's actually found the knock. Just traded through here.
Gets one, but instantly goes down as well. 2 players in this car, 2 Norcus, Marsalek trying to get alive. Or trying to get away alive, I should say. Mika's just jumped out of his vehicle trying to find them, and now it's Polish Power with the hard cover.
Chris has actually had to pull up on the backside of this. Still a little bit tagged up from
Wait,
Blue
how
as well.
pulling up on this too? I'm seeing them coming in here. Win or Die is doing the exact same thing. Issue is, you got to get out of that car. Goose, fortunately able to do just that, but now he's out in the open. Vehicle would have had him had it not been because Melman is able to get him down. Knock comes through, flush to follow. There you go, 1 kill for Na'Vi.
Actually, I think Howard just using that as a distraction to actually bypass
not a bad
Polish
play.
Power and Ascend. There's actually the circle already shifting through. Brexco and Chris gonna have problems here. HC will find BTM on the way through. Leos tagged up as well. Can they confirm that kill? Again, the door on the more awkward side, but they do have a window to vault in. Actually, it's Ibby from the other side to find it.
And again, for those of you guys who didn't hear, Extends out here of the first match of the day. He's, well, doesn't really matter too much anymore because BTM was his replacement, and now he's out. So we'll see come next game if Extends is going to be back in the mix.
This has gone from bad to worse for Polish Power because they're now rotating right past Foot Esports. Western the one to find both of them on the way through. Norcus and Marsalek will fall. Polish Power out in 15th after a troublesome rotation on the way through. Speaking of troublesome, Northern Lights running the same gauntlet.
This is the full send, no holding back here. Literally putting a break on the speed and hoping for the best. We'll see where they go from here.
Lose 1 shot.
Down to low HP, trying to make his run on forward. Aduzi's priming a nade in case they were coming towards him, but they're going towards Stardust. No, actually, as a matter of fact, that's over Pegas heading their way towards Stardust.
Actually, on the pull-up here, it's initially a trade back and forth. Nelcop's down. About to get flushed now, but James is going to eat that Molotov on the outside of the window. Actually, been picked up already.
But down to low HP, able to back off of that one. Smoke thrown forward. Metabay jumps down for info. I would assume Mexi here has that more damage being done here with the utility.
So there's nades coming in from Austrian Force
so
as well.
far away.
Mexi got to stick to a first aid now. It's really slowing down this breach. Vard going to try and get a nade into the top floor, but both members of Stardust actually positioned on the ground floor.
Yep. Oh, Pegas can't really get the entry here. Navi, all of it, are able to backfill pretty well. Look at the way they're kind of surrounding this, trying to pin them in up against the wall. Either you make the push on inside or you go down here. They have to commit to the building at this point.
Mexi actually going down to his own Molotov. I don't know if that was shot out of his hands or what. Maybe stuck inside a smoke. I'm not entirely sure. Circle did, as expected, come back here. So actually, Melman going to find the confirm there.
Going forward, see what he can find. Woo and Northern Lights in the meantime, not just close quarters, but practically almost melee combat here. And as you said, underneath the build, underneath the wall, finds the feet of one. He's going to go down. Perfectix falls. Spiro in the meantime, trying to stay alive. EB is down, but once again, Crazy prone down, trying to see what he can find.
Vard and Clib both tagged up now. Example, actually looking to be the aggressor here. From the sweep around the outside of the building. I don't know if he knows what he's walking into right now.
Not at all. He has Millman there to help Alias in the backside, still over towards the Monkey compound. Noob up towards the north. They got angles here. They don't need to over-aggress, but Vard holding the angle well. Fortunately for Millman, Example is there to save him, but for how long will they stay put? Because now we have question mark towards the west. They've not been engaged on really at all. They're starting to look towards the north.
You see a Stardust, at least Metabee, able to last this one out for the time being. Payne's desperately trying to find an angle onto the backside of the building.
They want points. And no better points than the one you don't have to risk anything for. That's why I think we saw Vasco come sprinting out with nades in hands just before when they pulled up initially.
And Clib, though, just going to tuck himself in. Like I said, I don't know if Na'Vi have solid numbers on this. At least know that both teams are weakened.
Millman's just sitting there going, guys, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Yeah, actually, elsewhere, Ascend eliminated now in 12th.
Yep,
for Esports solidifying their hold on the mini power station. And lots of space to work with now, actually. Nobody actually making their way out into the islands, those terrain islands out to the south of it just yet. I mean, Howl look like they're in a position to rotate into the circle, obviously, on the next shift, but that's going to be very problematic. For Esports, have basically got free reign now of what lies in the center of the circle.
Clip, Molly, not sure if the attack came in the second time around to take him down to 0. I think he'll stay alive through this. Yes, indeed, he will able to get out of that one. No more utility, maybe a flashbang or two, we don't know. But here comes Na'Vi, full sprint inside the building. But remember, there are 2 snakes in this house.
Just the example, priming a nade here. Clip's going to try and flash out the door. Well, actually, flash to try and get out.
Smart play. There are cars outside. I'm not sure what you drive at this point, but...
Yeah. He's just got inside it.
That's a strat. I mean, lob and smoke. See how long that's going to grant you cover. Is this just admitting defeat?
I don't know if he's just ready to swing off the window, actually. If he's just going to
it's up against the wall, isn't it? He can't peek out that side.
Well, I think he's swapped behind the driver's seat just now.
That's a strategy, I suppose. Issue for him is, I mean, Na'Vi is still inside the circle. I think that's what he was hoping they wouldn't be, so that backfill kind of go back to where they were before. But the fact that they're still inside the circle,
big chilling on the top floor.
He is not in a hurry to move. Issue being now that with all the players coming up the staircase, you can see now up on his feet, looking out. He's going to vault out as well. He might just run into Clip here. He will. They're right next to one another.
Clip's heard it. He still gets the headshot.
And now he comes downstairs, instantly taken out by Melman. Who would have thought that with 4 Na'Vi players here was the snakes to find one another?
And finally, though, Na'Vi stacking up and actually clearing through, systematically closing out this team fight. Uber still up on the hillside here, just providing oversight. Austrian force in close proximity.
Silas is wrapping up behind him.
I think, again, this would be big brain if Uber's been spotted.
I don't think he has been. You can look at Silas eyeing the building.
Silas is in front of him now.
Yep.
It's like, this is Silas looking for an angle on the building, but...
As soon as maybe he's going to time it perfectly with Uber running back the other way around. Had Uber stayed, he would have hurt Silas at this point. You could only imagine. And as soon as Silas shoots, he'd get him. See, the bleed out from EB there. And then Sparrow falling to the ground. Up against the wall, not too much to do. 13th place for Northern Lights.
Silas actually does get spotted out now. And that makes it a little awkward for the rest of Austrian Force, to be honest with you. Because Silas is in a position that Uber was previously anchoring from. But it's not really favourable. For Esports have already made moves out, by the way. We've got 2 sat back to try and provide a secondary angle here. Austrian Force just tuck into the vehicles. I think they're just going to try and find a ridge somewhere.
I was just going to say, do they spot Silas? Indeed, they did earlier with the angle. Now they know there's one trailing behind, shots coming through already, and that's not even then. That's FaZe Clan shooting towards him somehow. Silas still alive. Second time around, though, not going to happen. Melman, or Example, sorry, able to get him down. Odin now in the meantime trying to hold off the east side, but they've got the 2 players from Austrian Force still on their feet here. Silas falls Pains now. Solo player left alive. 0 kills for Austrian Force. It's been a tough game for them.
For Esports are taking a ton of damage as well. Actually losing one in the process. Exo on the pull up with the nade though. It goes straight in. Faris has found Iroh.
Full speed forward they go. Odin down as well. Confirmed. Lyron is still alive on the other side. There's Nate. Could be perfect. And he finds 3. Pain's able to get him, doing all the damage Lyron needs. Unfortunately, not able to get him, but now they're all burning one by one. Pains doing all the damage needed to find 3 in what would have been a 1-point game now. All of a sudden, we're looking closer to 5.
Artie, the last remnant of hope for Exalt. And a beautiful time pull up as well. Just so that Foot Esports can't recover from getting those reses. A little bit of pressure coming in from Leosh, actually. Even though he was still alive and kicking over here. Again, just basically a spectator to this entire event. Pains, though, I don't know if he's actually looked to reposition it. I mean, his player marker's still fixated on Artie.
Yeah, I don't think he's wanting to move too much right now. He knows that he has one very close by, and as you can see, Diggory shooting over the top of him. As soon as he gets up on his knees, shots are going to be fired.
As well. He can't actually come to the left at all.
Yeah, no, it's I think it's game over for Exalt. I would only imagine 7th, potentially 6th place, depending on what Pains does, is where they're going to end this game. If you're a FaZe Clan fan, that's what I was trying to say, you'll be happy with this circle shift going straight on top of the compound. Wu has to move. Question mark out to the west, have to do the same. And then Na'Vi up towards the north. Surprisingly, many teams here still with 4 players alive.
I think Na'Vi almost have to follow Austrian Force's path. And it's going to be difficult now with the numbers dwindling that they have to cross in the open versus FaZe. There's not a lot of safety on top of that plateau just outside the mansion.
I mean, hope that's, we would say either question mark or Wu were ballsy enough to full speed send it into the compound. That'd be the distraction. You need to do the exact same thing from the other side, but can't expect either of the two teams to try and do that first.
Na'Vi, you've got to wrap north, surely.
You'd have to imagine. That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah. Art now sitting on his own. 40 bullets, nade in hand. What he's got to work with. That is a pre-nade if I've seen one. Might actually come out handy as well. He knows approximately where they're going with it. 2 first nade. Does he find anything? I don't see any damage at all. Actually, 3 of them getting tagged up by that one now around the side. Tagged up again. An example finds him. Nate was thrown. No. Lops down the side of him. Pains. Well, found 3 just before. Let's see what he can find here.
As well with Molotovs here. Actually, the first one even catches on Pains.
Example popping off. We're waiting to see it happen today. Actually, well, waiting to see it happen yesterday. But Na'Vi finally getting something going here.
Actually, the Wu want to finally deal with Leosh. Again, the only real feasible option they had here. What damage can Leosh do? It's going to be nothing. Nixie going to find that before it even becomes a threat. Question mark as well. Use this distraction to get on the backside of this sloping ridge, but I feel like once these smokes expire, Na'Vi have a fantastic sightline on this.
You'd have to imagine. Hobbit's trying to find somewhere else to play from, potentially. We'll see. Now, right now, he's trying straight. And the sides of Diggory goes a little further around, tries to use whatever cover they can get. This time around, it's going to be a buggy. Not what he would have hoped for, but we'll see how they make use of it.
FaZe quietly, still just holding on to the compound. Only got 4 kills on the board yet, but kind of committed to just play this one out for the time being. I guess the Wu is the next one to fall to really enable FaZe to get aggressive outside on some of these buildings, but to wait and see actually how their numbers look. Down to 3 at the minute. Bestelok still disconnected down to the south, and that's what kind of keeps FaZe in check for the time being.
Issue for question mark now is that because they use their cars for cover, even if they get that one knock that would allow them to push the compound, there's no way they get into those cars and accelerate fast enough to make that happen. So I feel like question mark, they're praying for an all-side shift here because they ain't going to be able to move anywhere.
I've got my eyes on Nixie. I feel like he's just proned all the way up to the back of that ridge.
Okay, FaZe, we see you. We see you getting the next one in their favor too. Again, as I said before, 4v4, 4v3. All these teams been able to keep, well, their entire rosters almost be it alive for their entire game here.
Question mark, actually,
where are they
vehicles looking to mobilize. No, nothing else is happening right now, so question mark should get picked apart on this rotation.
Well, we'll see if any other team tries to make a move while they're doing this. They're wrapping all the way around the compound. There is a ridgeline on the southern side. This is map understanding, map knowledge. Perfect play by question mark. They got a sliver of a ridge, and it's just enough that as long as they don't jump around, well, FaZe won't get line of sight.
Again, I think actually because FaZe has split 1 to each building, there's only really 1 that has open sightlines on this rotation as it comes through. So credit to question mark in that regard. Bestelok, his days are numbered. Fex just holding onto the doorway. I'm curious if actually when Na'Vi you're going to make moves, because it's the same problem again. Diggory has good sightlines this direction, but I don't think Gustav, certainly not Aitzy and Fex, can really help in stopping that breach.
I mean, Na'Vi's got to pull up on Diggory, right? You'd have to imagine that the closest building is where you got to send all your troops at this point. The more you drive in the open, the more that MK14 will ring. Fortunately for Na'Vi, I was just going to say nothing's happening right now, but Gustav instantly there hits a headshot.
Question marks, Ridge.
Vex now finds one as well. FaZe Clan really harvesting here in the center of the compound.
They should be able to clean up the majority of these. Na'Vi have actually stopped outside here, so I think they're going to try and commit to setting up some smokes, but all that's going to do is just draw the attention of the other FaZe players. And like I said, question mark not going to be making moves. The Wu only 2 strong, so it's not really the priority, and Gustav might even find that with that nade.
Enough? Might bounce a bit short.
No, I think it goes into that first smoke.
A bit short on that one. But Na'Vi, I mean, they haven't really had to fight a whole lot up. I mean, so far we're using utility, so they should have some left, at least smokes. We'll see now. They did pull up on the building, actually not going for Diggory's combo, but the 181 is actually 80 falls off of that one, so landfall has been made. They've got themselves something to play around. Uber does go down. Dante goes down in return, though, as Example finds him with the nade. Melman now exploded with the vehicle going down there.
I think Example's got inside, right? You see on the X-ray there, he's still up, but Quizzy, actually on the push round, he's done a ton of damage onto Hobbits.
And
there's 2 knocked from question mark.
Shot in the back by Gustav, too. Thought he had it, not going to happen. Wu goes down, Na'Vi right there to follow, and now question mark FaZe Clan, the teams left alive currently. Should be a 4v4 in just a second, but let's see, last circle. Well, it has FaZe written all over it.
And the shift makes it even worse, even though question mark able to survive through in the previous phase now. Just racking up the numbers. We have to get 4 strong once again, but you really got to question the utility levels with where they played in the previous circle. They had to burn up a lot to break those sight lines from Na'Vi.
And as soon as Na'Vi goes down, 8C instantly back inside that building. They don't want to allow Question Mark to potentially make a play on it. Question Mark, you could only imagine that getting somewhat slim on the vehicles. Dark smoke coming out of the dash. Can only fit 2 on the buggy. Do they have smokes enough now to make that run towards one of the houses, or do they not? It's going to be a hard play regardless.
A couple of them in vehicles now. Maybe just trying to bait a little bit, actually coming straight towards it. And 8C's going to give up a little bit of space towards the front door. The pre-nade should be good, though.
Okay. Landfall's been made. Instantly, we're seeing DMRs traded for shotguns. The Doozy falls. There's still some utility in the hands of FaZe. More nades and Marley's been lobbed on forward now. Philfist trying to get rest on up as Doozy crawls on in.
Yeah, Hobbit's actually coming in pretty late here, but does have some smoke cover. Again, decent nade, but about 60 damage apiece here. 8C might even have an angle to Hobbits, but just able to get back behind the vehicle.
Good stuff with the off angle on the right side building too. Doesn't have any nades, unfortunately. Could have been perfect behind the building. That flash, not gone just far enough. Still 4 alive for Question Mark, though. Somehow they stay on their feet.
Yeah, nothing short of a miracle, to be honest. And it looked like that pre-nade on the door was perfect. Doozy actually on the reposition here does get tagged. But 8C just laying in wait. He's begging somebody to push that staircase.
Come up the stairs and I'm ready for you. Doozy able to get healed on up again. I mean, every single time they get them tagged up, every time they get the knocks, can't really get the proper follow-through on it. So we'll see now Ghost up once again with the angle. But he's got to be conservative here too. 9 spare bullets as he sprays on forward. Now no more spares and only 19 bullets in the MK as well. And just a second from now, if Gustav keeps spraying like this, he's going to be out of bullets altogether. Diggory, though, finds Hobbits.
No, nade right on top of it.
Doozy
actually pushes all the way up with the shotgun. Catches 8C sleeping. You can see the frustration on his face.
He was sitting there ready and waiting, but Doozy up the stairs with a dual barrel, able to take him down.
Actually, Phil first looking to underhand this out. That might even, as I say, only 40 damage onto Fex. A little bit overcooked here. The Question Mark have created the man advantage. They shouldn't have even got to the compound.
You wouldn't have thought so, no, but they've, I don't want to say made the impossible possible, but made something that looked highly improbable. Somehow they've made that work. It's not over yet, though. They are in a 4v3, but they are battered. They're not looking good. They're running very, very low on heals and everything else as well here. We'll see if they can get some sort of utility off of 8. You wouldn't imagine that he's got anything left to work with.
In fact, still being a nuisance on the outside of the mansion. In fact, still have control of the star, but with that man advantage, it does give an opportunity for Question Mark to get something done here in the end game.
And they know they have to leave the buildings. Gustav having to swap to a Vector on this one, too. We saw how low he was now just before. No extended mag on it either. Doozy, plenty of ammo to go with. Got the dual barrel shotgun there as well. Vex swapping guns. Psyker now picked up. These guys are really scrapping for everything they can find in this compound. Keep in mind, FaZe has been here all game long. Every single knock they found, every kill they found, they haven't been able to go out and loot them. So they're really playing with scraps at this point.
Actually, now Question Mark. They have to make the move. Blue's going to force their hand out. Hobbits might even just look to anchor from the top floor here. Gustav, he's got to find an open sight line here because it's a Vector.
They know
shred up close.
Yeah, they know the game ends inside the middle of this compound. They know they have all of them inside the building now. First one goes down. Hobbits falls as he tries to vault on out. Second one gonna get spotted by Diggory. Finds the third as well. Will he get the last? No! There he is with the final kill of the game. Fex finds 13 kills for FaZe as they win the first game of the day. But what a battle, what a fight being put up there from Question Mark.
Beautiful hold on the compound in the end. Again, you could see initially the decision making, 8C allowing that crash to come through, but again, holding on to the top floor I think was almost their demise, right?
Yeah.
It just so happens that I think Question Mark noted actually how much utility they burnt up trying to break sightlines from Na'Vi. It's a similar problem in the end game there. They just didn't have anything to cross in between those buildings.
Oh, tough situation. They were running around in the open for a long time. FaZe, opposite of that, sitting in the compound for a long time. In the end, they come up victorious. Let's throw it back to the desk. See what they have to say about first game of the day.
It's trying to solve the FaZe problem, but FaZe says no. What an ending to all of that. I thought it was going to be absolutely clean-cut FaZe. In the end, yes, it was. But Question Mark put up a hell of a fight, Saga, in those last moments.
And they really outlasted a lot longer than so many people would have expected, to the point where FaZe had to drop off some of the barrels to the end. They were picking up things like S12Ks, Vectors. They really had to scrape the bottom of the barrel to come out with the victory. But in the end, they had enough smokes to just corral Question Mark and get the timing. And Diggory's peek through the window was clean.
Diggory didn't scrape the end of the barrel, but he took the barrel and mowed down 3 players. Then Fex jumped out with the Saga, and surprise, I actually loved what FaZe did, and especially Fex. He made sure that he smoked off the sidelines on the bottom floor on that mansion building there to make sure they didn't get that much information, closed it out, and then until the very last second where the blue pushed them, you could just mow them down completely there. I want to say, though, Na'Vi did have a crucial role in that. They could have put more pressure on to try to finish them off. But yeah, FaZe just wanted them out of the compound too soon, and yeah, that's unfortunate for Na'Vi.
Yeah, rough. All things considered there. So many tries and attempts at being able to try and dislodge FaZe from that. Admittedly, the Circles were very kind to them on that compound, but defending it from all angles, making sure you're able to defend those crashes, all the angles that people are shooting it from you, Na'Vi, the Woo, question mark. It's not an easy feat to do.
It really isn't, and you saw it there, pop up twice for 2 individual players on FaZe Clan, 800 plus damage apiece in that final game. That means that while it is a compound that is very difficult to breach, particularly earlier on in the piece, because there's so many angles from all around, it's quite wide open, but there's so many teams that will be looking to make that move if they can get the opening knock on towards you. So the fact that we didn't see FaZe losing out players, and by the end of it, they still looked pretty healthy in terms of the durability on the vests and helmets, meant that the takes they were peaks they were taking were clean, and they were dealing the damage as well, just deterring any sort of aggression.
Yeah, and also Fex with 18 bullets and no spare, had to go in and take the Saga. But then again, that worked out. You know, Diggory still had all the bullets needed in the barrel, so yeah, it was great.
Well, gentlemen, let's actually hear from a doozy about FaZe after this FaZe victory.
FaZe Clan is I like the FaZe Clan fight play style when they playing good, when they have a good days. Actually, that's my favorite EU team in the fights. But sometimes when they have a bad days and everything is not going well for them, they can play like a bot. So they will beat us if they will have a good day. If they will have a bad day, we're gonna roll them.
And that is, of course, question mark here. Trying to get out of this building. Not easy, though, as the blue is pushing them. I think not only is it the fact that Diggory has this angle alongside Fex, but the fact as well that Gustav is holding the opposite angle. Even if he doesn't put too many bullets into it, it's still the threat that really lingers.
Yeah, less like a bot, more like the Terminator, and that's the exact example of what you were talking about, those well-placed smokes to cut off the angles. And we talk so many times at the end of games, we see the stats, we talk about teams' utility and how well they've used it, and generally we're talking about lethals, but this has just proven that in a team that knows what they're doing, where the communication is key, even smokes can be such a valuable tool in the late game.
Yeah, exactly. On top of that, you have to smoke, obviously, offensively rather than defensively in a situation like that, and that's really what I wanted to see from them there.
Yeah, not a huge amount of smokes being used overall for my FaZe, but extremely efficient usage of them, I think is fair to say. A lot of damage coming out from this kind of compound, though, Saga. It is a compound where you're shooting fish in a barrel. It was like a bully with a magnifying glass on some ants for a lot of moments in that game, because you just have so many lines of sights on teams trying to approach you.
And it's just so tough for any of the other teams to try and approach from that position, really from anywhere. And we saw it from time and time again. Teams like Overpeakers were trying to get into positions where they could make aggressive moves, but just those little ridges that they were able to find, they just gave them no opportunities to work with. Teams like Na'Vi as well, they were opportunistic in their approach, and they did manage to take some clean third parties, and that's why we're seeing the likes of Example up there in the kills and the damage. They did manage to farm, but not quite make it all the way to the end.
I'm going to say it, Avenger. Hell, it's about time for Example to be popping off.
Yeah, you do love it when 2 of your fantasy team players is on the top with
in the
damage
game,
and
helps,
the kills in this situation. And then going head-to-head for being the 2 best players in the last match. Yeah, that's great. Good to see from Fex here, obviously, amount of damage to put out. And usually, sometimes when you're playing these compounds and these compounds, you don't manage really to get that many kills or that much damage put out, because everybody's kind of fighting on the edge, right?
But there's Fex showing up strong. I think him alongside Diggory as well. Like that duo that was able to hold things down. A little bit unfortunate for AC to have that kind of push up on him. Right. Shotguns versus shotguns. That can get sticky, Saga, but it is what it is.
Yeah, in those up-close, chaotic situations, even when it's not multiple teams involved in all of them, things can just get a little bit ahead of you. You're hearing 4 sets of players' footsteps in your building. There's smokes going off. There's grenade explosions. It's very hard to tell when one of them is a man creeping up the staircase with a shotgun.
All right, well, let's head over to Avenger now as he breaks down something. I can't remember what. What Avenger?
It's fine, you can't remember. I just recently told you. Well, that's fine. That's why I'm going to break it down again just for you here. I want to point out some of the play here that we saw from Na'Vi that I actually really love. And the counterplay we saw from Question Mark here is we saw Na'Vi push down to the hill and have a kind of a good fight, try to eliminate everyone on that southeastern side there to make sure they can play the hill. As you can notice here, it is kind of close. Some of the edges of the hill is kind of close to the edges there, and that's a really important play for them to make space. But then what happened is we see Question Mark going and make a counterplay to try to push in behind them. Really well played and executed by them, actually. That's something that I really love to see with Question Mark is they play aggressively to try to kind of pinpoint and pinch down some of these teams here. And this has actually made it really, really rough for Na'Vi. I expected Na'Vi to take this spot that we saw from Question Mark to hold out Question Mark, but they wanted to make sure that the east was clear because that was closer to the circle. So I really love to see that kind of third party in a play from Question Mark to eliminate Na'Vi. Unfortunately, didn't happen really early for them, but it was a really clever play from Question Mark there.
It's funny how things work out as well with that, because as time went on, Martin, we actually saw eventually Question Mark then move back towards that west side, and Na'Vi actually kind of take a northern position and then try and crash down into this compound saga. So just kind of these ebb and flows of the game and how things go can get quite tricky.
Large part of that is, once again, our good friend, the zone shift, going back towards the western side, where Question Mark felt that, okay, they've taken this position, they've kind of stole it away from under the nose of Na'Vi, who have cleared out the eastern side, but the problem is, it was treacherously close to being in grenade range. Na'Vi was really slim on options of what they could have done from that point. They could have attempted to maybe put up a wall of smokes to block off phase from the compound and then get up on the high ground, and that tiny little boost in elevation would have given them sightlines into the dip. So it was a heads-up move from Question Mark just to bail out.
All right, well, gentlemen, that's phase with one in the books for day 3. We're going to a break. When we return, we'll have more Erangel. See you soon.
Hello everyone and welcome to Drive and Survive, a PUBG mini race tournament. Teams must drive from the start, point A, and cross the finish line at point B, following only the route provided.
Between point A and point B, there will be required checkpoints that the teams must pass. Teams are allowed to take shortcuts, but this comes with a high risk as there are spike traps laid out on the roads.
And lastly, players are allowed to shoot at the wheels of other vehicles to make it harder for the other teams to cross the finish line. And now let's take a look at the track for the race.
Checkpoint number 1 is between the two swamps. Checkpoint 2 east of the chopsticks, and we finish in Pochinki.
Oh, there you go. That's the starting shot. Who comes off best? I think Na'Vi is in front to start things off.
Yeah, looks good. You can see the passengers already looking out here. Pistols are not shooting just yet. Oh, spike traps being laid out already, and Overpeakers have lost 2 tires in Tropic 2.
That is so unfortunate. BRDM's there to block the road, so we've already lost a car. I'm not sure exactly who that is. Spinning out massively. There really are tracks everywhere. Oh, they can swap cars. They can change cars and throw spike straps at each other. Batul is just running now. These guys are never even gonna get to the goal line.
Look at Na'Vi there in front. They're doing really well, actually. They are just following the road clean and quietly. They have all tires. The rest are trying to get into new cars. Grenades are getting thrown as well. There are so many tires popped already. LT again trying to... And Vard, he's like, nope, we're going to get out.
No!
Oh, he knocked himself. He jumped out too early. He wanted the other truck.
Oh, of course,
no.
Batula's just gonna run him over too.
Batula's like, get out of here, Vard.
This is hilarious. BBL! Oh, unfortunate turn to the side now. Ents, Ents is still going pretty strong, but Na'Vi is still really far ahead of everyone.
Faceland looking good.
Yeah,
they're just sitting in. They must have had so much fun doing all of this against each other. Ents is actually giving it quite nicely here.
This is Finnish rally skills at its finest. They're drifting their way through these turns, and it's somehow actually working out for them. This is painfully slow to watch. Enzo just cruising their way forward. Fortunately, BBL able to get into the car there. FaZe still going at it. They're coming with a pretty good amount of speed here too, catching up to Ents now.
Yeah, it could be definitely catching up to Ents with just one tire lost. I think it looks like the front right tire of that one. Ents now trying to swap a vehicle. They're taking one each here. Overpeakers is out.
Navi, they're getting close to the finish line here. Really close. Gotta get around that BRDM, and that should really, that should close them up for the finish. I mean, they're on 2 tires, squeezing their way forward. But there you go.
Oh, yeah, finished.
There
4 minutes 28.
Oh, and look at the spin out. And okay, Ents do the same thing, but I don't think that was intentional.
They have one tire, I think. Yeah, one tire. It's the front left tire is still active. Now, Fix and Gustav is bound to be swapping a vehicle, but they have to take a good look at where all those spikes are. You can see they're literally on all the sides of the roads here. Now, Ents is trying to get up. Oh, there's so many spikes. They could be losing the last wheel. No, they're good.
And they're going to the next car, but there's just nothing to come for. And here comes Northern Lights.
No, they go out. And they lost tires to the spike traps, Toby. I think they lost every single tire to that. They're just sliding. Yeah, they're going backwards now. Simply. This is fantastic.
There's nothing they can do to gain momentum. They're trying to make their way
back downhill. Lupatulin swapping out. They're running uphill for the next one.
They're sprinting for the goal now. They're running for the goal line. It's a race on foot.
NLT is third, Ents is fourth. You can see FaZe Clan coming towards the finish line here, getting second place. The Drive and Survive tournament here, PUBG edition. Entropic catching up with tires.
But
could be making something happen here. Oh, nades are coming out too. BBL wanting to make sure that Entropic doesn't make it. There's more spike traps in the middle of the road. Oh, he's seen them. They're throwing them out. Oh, he wants to swivel around those, Toby. NLT running towards the finish line here. And Squeaky just behind them. FaZe Clan and Navi's mocking them coming in late. You have to get a car, maybe. Okay, so they have to finish it with a car. Okay. NL3 driving in. That's third place. Oh. I think that's third place secured because they have to get in from this checkpoint area here. Let's see what Entropic does too. So NLT, they finished third. And I think Entropic might be able to get this with this broken vehicle with no tires blowing up in just a second. And it looks like that's gonna be Entropic taking it. So Navi first, FaZe Clan second, NLT third, and Entropic on fourth place.
Here we see some of the statistics from the first race at Martin. I mean, Heroic did not finish. Overpeakers did not finish. These two teams, they were brawling it out at the very bottom of the leaderboard, and they, as a result of it, didn't even cross the finish. And Navi, on the other hand, perfect performance on their part.
That was round 1 of Drive and Survive PUBG edition. Next time, we will see the 4 teams drive from Pochinki to Esnaya.
Why on earth are we doing this tournament when we could just be doing that for 3 days? That is amazing. I didn't even know you'd done that. That was fantastic, Avenger.
Kept it secret there. It was super fun. Super fun to see. Could have done with McLarens there. That would have been even better. Maybe we'll do that in the next season. We'll do the McLarens and maybe on some other maps. It was super fun, obviously. 2 more episodes to come for the next week.
Ooh, I can't believe how many spike traps there were. That was a lot of... I've never seen that many spike traps.
Hundreds. I was like, okay, they laid out some obstacles, they said, right? And we recorded this as we saw it. The first time we saw it, we recorded.
Yeah.
They laid out some obstacles. I'm like, okay, they're just going to like drive across the dirt roads and stuff. No, there was hundreds of dirt, like everywhere. Just ridiculous. If you left just the road,
that must
everywhere.
have taken a while.
And then they obviously spawned extra cars, and you only had 30 bullets, so you had to make sure, okay, if you pop tires, you should be on the cars that are leaving fast. It was really fun.
You can have in sandbox mode.
I'm pretty sure the players must have had a lot of fun too.
That's made me so happy. Even when I'm playing with Rich, occasionally I'll throw down spike traps. It's like, why are you doing that? Like,
yes, justification.
I love it. It's really fun. All right, let's talk about the actual tournament itself, even though I'm very much so looking forward to the second episode of that. Saga, we come off the back of a FaZe victory. They should, in theory, have had that victory, considering the compound, etc. There were challenges, but it's good to see FaZe get a win on the board.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's good to see that compound that they were able to get themselves into, given the shift that we did have early on. we looked actually at where the teams were dropping and where they were holding very early on, and we noticed that Lumberyard was a bit of an exception. A lot of the zones that do go towards the southeastern side of the mainland of Erangel tend to go up the hill, more so towards that Lumberyard area, but not the case here whatsoever. The hard shift once again down towards the southeastern side, and FaZe was in the perfect position in Milta to take the priority rotation down the south.
These hard shifts ain't stopping, apparently.
First of all, not just the hard shift, but also the initial circles. First and second circle was so rough. But yeah, then east, really rough.
Yes.
Hi, James.
There you go.
That's the introduction to the players.
Thank you. That's a great throw.
How are you doing, Lex?
We're doing good. Thank you so much, Martin. Great segment.
Didn't expect that.
Yeah, no. I love how James said he saw a lot of spike traps. He has no idea what's coming. You don't have any clue what's coming either.
No.
For the next episode of that death race, it's only gonna get weirder and wild from here on out.
I thought I'd missed something there. I was like, okay, what's happening in this game now?
A plane is coming in. And it's coming in from the far south side. I'm just going to say it again. I said it yesterday, too. We have yet to see a military circle in this game. We have seen a lot of very interesting military bridge camps, which hasn't really amounted to much.
We haven't seen a lot of interest. We've seen one very poorly executed one.
Well, I mean, to be quite honest, they never actually got too executed. I feel like that's...
I'm sorry, no. They executed the bridge camp, Ascend just absolutely bamboozled them.
That's fair. That's fair. They 9 billion IQ that one, that's for sure. If you don't know what we're talking about, go back and watch yesterday's games. They were actually quite entertaining. I feel like, we talked about it after the games were over yesterday as well. They were a little weird. Like a lot of the teams where you'd normally think they're going to do this, they did the polar opposite pretty much, like almost all the time.
They were, and also the pacing was very strange yesterday. There was a couple of times when teams obviously from an outside looking in, only had a couple of options, and teams moving way behind the curve. I don't know if that's just a first weekend thing. Not entirely sure, but it's like I said at the top of the show today, that there needs to be a couple of teams that do start making adjustments, right? And again, not to harp on the same things once again we've already discussed, but maybe this is one. We see a military, that's one that usually calls for some kind of adaptation.
And military this time around with no teams down there once again. Last time around the playing path didn't really give any chance to go there. This time around it did, but no one opted to go. Good thing they didn't, because we are headed out towards the southwest, an area we haven't spent much time in so far here in the Grand Finals, but an area I'm curious to see how it's going to play out, because as you can see on the map right now, Hypok, every team that aren't in already, that south side rotation underneath Pachinki, that's going to be highly trafficked by so many teams coming on through from there.
Well, I think actually, conversely to the previous game, this is one where actually that Sosnovka wrap actually becomes a little more viable, right?
Yes.
You look at what's to the north side of this. Obviously, Pachinki is a big obstacle in the way, and even further afield towards Chopsticks, towards Gatka. That northern wrap, you're really banking on some of these teams that have dropped in the first half of the plane making early moves, which typically with a circle like this, usually relying on seeing the second circle.
Yeah, exactly. Extends back on the server, fortunately. Got him back in the game, beats him out of... back to sitting and watching, I suppose. That was just a quick remark. I'm sorry.
I didn't know where you were pointing at.
No, I just noticed him being back in on this one, and I thought that was that was something worth mentioning. In the meantime, ENCE wrapping east right now. Curious decision on their end, given that they have to go south towards the circle. That would be like the most ENCE rotation in the world, to go all the way east on this and then backfill the 14 teams that are yet to go inside the circle.
They should be about ready when Circle 2's popping, so we'll wait and see where Scab's still heading north, so...
You'll see. Maybe we should tell them the circles in the other direction.
They haven't been early to many circles, so I guess it's just par for the course.
It's like now they're too close. Like, no, it's uncomfortable. We got to go the opposite direction. Also interesting that Polish Power with this plane path had a, I guess it wasn't a direct transition opportunity towards Georgia Paul. They have been kind of rubbing shoulder to shoulder with Austrian Force for vehicles up there before. Now they get to play around with them down towards the Pufka instead.
I think Austrian Force just magnetized to where Polish Power dropped, to be honest.
Might just be.
Again, a couple of these teams, you look at the sheer numbers and what effectively it's 3 teams that are inside. Overpeak is just on the edge. Narvi, you have 1 member inside, but that's when it... wrapping north, or because there's limited options with this. Obviously, sharing the edge with the water. it makes it really, really difficult to choose which choke point you want to hit through, which is why I'm saying that Sosnovka rotation in this circle is a little more feasible.
We've seen HC already making that transition down towards the military island. Something that caught my eye on the map stream here as well is that Batulins, while Overpeakers were still inside of Pachinki, he pretty much instantly sprinted towards Church. He's already there, actually. See him here, looking towards the south. Fortunately for Overpeakers, they've seen him in that transition. I just saw him like kind of beelining it in that direction without anyone from his team being in the area. Of course, I mean, I guess if you're Batulins and used to having mountains available, the closest he'll get to it around Pachinki is, if he's coming from the north anyway, is the Church.
Maybe that's just a revenge push.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Just to try and catch Overpeakers off guard, but I mean, previously it was all 4 members of Overpeakers. As opposed to just one probe being sent out to maybe try and punish the straggler. I mean, actually, previously, well, obviously with James picking up that scouting role time and time again, there has been one sitting back, but the Wu are ahead of Overpeakers here.
Yep.
Ready for this pull-up.
Ready and waiting. Shots fired early, maybe too early. Actually, as I say that, no, not quite so. Mexi does fall down. Long spray there from Best of Luck, but managed to get one in the end of it. Finds him damage done both towards James, about an ankle actually, so they have to stop for a moment, get healed back on up. There's fortunately for them no one really backfilling. We do see Win or Die coming in from the west, but I don't assume they're going to do too much to engage in this because they have very little info to go off of. As I say that, they should be trying to avoid it.
I mean, they've positioned themselves on the west side of the Wu, just towards the compound. Obviously, the majority of the Wu players positioned over towards this ridge side. James did get left behind. Klib and Vard made their way down to the compound. If this was potentially just to play spoiler or the vehicle to run bait for them, but there's a chance he's going to be overwhelmed here.
Yeah, he's going to peek on over. Not see anything immediately. Obviously going to hear the
I mean, that could bait him in. Yeah, I think Ibby spotted him.
Is this, I mean, this might be kind of picking straws here, but is this... One thing is a lot of teams know what the former Liquid lineup tended to do in their rotations and whatnot, but is this, you're going up against a team who has a player who's literally been on that roster for the better part of forever. If anyone on this server who aren't Overpeakers knows what Overpeakers tend to do, you'd have to imagine that's Ibiza, right?
Yeah.
Is this him saying, guys, this is the circle where we usually always come down in this direction early on, let's set up an ambush here?
It could definitely be a counter, yeah.
You'd have to imagine.
I mean, it's only weakened over because they've still got arguably a solid position, but stands as a good leapfrog towards what we assume would be the center of next if we don't have any hardships this game. But Northern Lights finally catching up with Batulins. I'm seeing as well now, this is, I guess, is when the migration is coming through. FaZe did make that wrap across Sosnovka. And actually, nobody positioned towards the bridge this time. Stardust
are not on the bridge?
Previously,
What?
but they did drop over towards Shelter once again. They've just found themselves back in familiar territory.
That would have been a hard commit. Go Shelter to the West Bridge just to set up the camp again.
Yeah.
Not quite the case. And with the humiliation that they kind of were on the back end of last time round, I think they're probably... It's going to be a while before they do that again, but FaZe are going to be ramming straight into them.
Well, I mean, trying to get along. It's Metabe's going to be the point of contact here, but...
Where's he going here? Trying to find some sort of cover.
This is dirty if they pull up to the hangar.
Ramming through. Oh, thought he was going to get something there. Not quite the case.
Go for the punish on Fex. I think
they're stopping their cars.
I mean, Metabe doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet.
But
FaZe are completely unaware of his position.
He's unaware of the entire team, I think. I mean, but you can see the remaining players of Stardust. As I say that, I was going to say the remaining players of Stardust ain't been in a position to help out should he start shooting. And now, actually, the first thing that happens is that Apocalypse falls down. Question now becomes...
Effects spotted Metabe.
Oh my god, he actually saw him on the other side of that too. Not quite found the knock on him, but that element of surprise that you'd have to think would have gone in the favor of Stardust, now completely ruined.
I mean, it's all coming apart at the seams here for Stardust. Now, Celtic has to go huge here. He's actually opting to try and get some damage onto the 3-stack of FaZe, but forced off the angle by Fex once again, who's just pumping out damage right now.
Kelsey trying to run off here, not liking anything that he's seeing. Oh, the nade comes over the top and Gustav from miles away. Able to get down Apocalypse. Now 2 players down. Nailcrop, again, not really liking this situation at all. Have to back off. And again, I mean, with how they were set up, with how they heard all the vehicles come in, you would have had to think that Stardust, and also with how the momentum has kind of been going their way for a little while over the last couple of days, they could have pulled that one off, but just backfired completely.
Well, I'm not even sure how Diggory finds that pick. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see the replay on that one, but it was almost like Stardust were waiting for Metabe to kind of relay some information or find that opening kill, or the opening knock, my mistake. But Diggory just completely backhands them.
Yep. Nailcrop now trying to get away from it, but where the hell do you go from here?
Hit the empty dip.
Yeah.
It's the only play here at 9 minutes in.
Exactly. There's got to be a dip somewhere. There's got to be a shack for you to play this early on. I mean, they aren't win or die, so they can't pull off that sort of play.
That's about it for the overlap here on at least these early rotations. Not as many teams actually congested towards the north. I do see the stragglers from Austrian Force actually kind of neck and neck with Foot Esports in rotation, but that's over towards Pachinki now, coming towards Gatka Field. I don't think there's going to be any damage exchange there. Problem being, actually, Polish Power and Ascender in very, very close proximity. Norkis actually trailing a little bit from the rest of the team. I think Ascender probably spotted them out from here, and well, I said maybe not, but it's a pretty dire shift in the second.
Even if you hear them now, do you stop to shoot? Do you stop to take the fight when you see this circle pop in? We're headed down towards the south. Of course, we're going to make landfall at some point with the circles, but right now, this one's taking us far down to the southern shore.
Yeah, and in Circle 2, there's not an awful lot that's comfortable to play right now.
It really isn't. So much is speech, so much is sword, and no one's really opted to go inside Primorsk just yet, expecting it to be shifted out a couple circles from now. So I think it's going to be... I mean, what is sand?
Was that Ferris landing those?
I think it actually was. Sand, fields, and water. That's like 80% of the circle.
No way they're phase 2. No way they're dipping here now. I guess so.
That's a position.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. You can play from there. Just
Sure.
backfill. I mean, honestly, looking at how Northern Lights like to play, how they always want to be on the edge without having to worry about anyone playing in from behind, as tricky as that position is going to be to get out from, especially now that Navi and FaceClan know where they're sitting, it kind of fits the playstyle. It's just the worst version. It's just the worst version of their playstyle that they could possibly be in.
I mean, sure, they're banking on phase 4, giving them this hard southern edge, but I mean, if anything here, you'd want to be positioned more towards Primorsk, right?
You'd
have that
to
information of anybody rotating in shore.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a surprise factor, right? They don't want anybody playing in from behind them on the surprise element.
How is it that even when Austrian Force and Polish Power go each their direction, they end up next to each other anyway? Rotations seem to be the same. Vasco finds one. These fights that we've seen in the past as well have usually gone in the favor of Polish Power, but now one found from Austrian Force. Make that 2. Soccer finds the second. Third one might fall down here as well, as Cabby is now trapped behind his vehicle. There he goes. Soccer finds one more.
Some great shots with SLR. Siler's actually spotting out the last member. As Norkis makes a mad dash for it and actually coming all the way over from the east coast, like you said, to actually cross paths over here on the west coast as well. Nailcop, yeah. Didn't quite make it to the dip, I guess.
Nope. Tricky situation for him to be in. Not too much to do when you got all of question mark coming your direction. They clear him out. They take control of the hilltop, and they'll be fine for now. Norks, in the meantime, not quite so. Solo player left alive for his team. We'll try and see what he can make of this one.
Great shots from Zoka, though.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Just lines up perfectly, and actually you can see the moment that information is relayed, I think, as a headshot is caught onto Marsalek. That's when the peak comes through. He was waiting for something, some kind of catalyst to get involved in that. And makes him pay for it.
Also big for Austrian Force. I mean, again, sitting down in 14th place, is up in that tournament so far, finally getting the upper hand against Polish Power.
Big for them. They're quite far out the circle now.
I know they are, but still, I mean, any sort of momentum that can go your way. They just took out the second place team. If that's not something that can kind of boost your morale just a little bit, at least they got to fire some bullets before they got killed.
I'll wait to make a call until the circle pops. Let's see where they're going to end up.
We're ending in Fairy Pier.
There's not a lot of options on the west side if this comes central or even even further towards the east.
There really isn't. I mean, they can backfill Quarry, but they're desperately banking on something going west here. Let's see. Well,
that's a chance for them,
yeah, still in play, still in play. Thing is, they're coming in completely blind on this one. They haven't had a chance to scout anything whatsoever, so it's going to be a very slow rotation in from them.
And the problem being, because it's blind, they're probably going to lean towards coming towards Primorsk. That's the problem. They're going to assume that Quarry is well held now by potentially 1 or 2 teams, especially over on the west side. As you've seen them on the coast here, I feel like they might even run into the roadblock that is Fellas right now.
I was just going to say, Fellas, I mean, they didn't let Norcus through. He somehow maneuvered his way through, but they see one car come through that. Is that them going, well, that's got to be the last one then, right? Or off at the kill feed they saw with the interaction on the northwest side, do they now expect more to come that direction?
Is Mika actually going for this res? Brexco is knocked. There's a lot of smokes up around him, but the Wu have great oversight on this position. Kiryukai actually just trying to provide some kind of suppressing fire.
Solos don't last long these games today, apparently. Norcus spotted now, headshot from the side as well. What cover he had from Howl, now he's exposed to Exalt on the other side. Question mark over the top as well would have hurt this, and they want all the points they can get here.
I think question mark definitely hurt the vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, they can see the smoke now, yeah. And it's a risky push. I see no nades on the back of a doozy, so he can't even get himself into utility range.
Yeah, no reason to risk it, I think. It's a nice point to get.
Wait, Ascent did get that res, by the way.
Tixu is a solo player up here. I think he heard the vehicles coming in now, instantly runs away. Yeah, you can see looking over the shoulder to confirm that there was indeed traffic coming his way. Good play from him to disengage on that one. In the meantime, Ascent trying to make their way down towards the south side forest, instantly spotted by Foot Esports, but EB actually from all the way up towards the north takes down Western, so a little bit of help coming through from the other side.
See, Foot Esports very late on this. It's Chris gonna fall. Mika did actually die for his sins. Trying to get Brexco back up on his feet, and Fate's going to find him.
From inside the compound there, too. Just a little bit of an angle. Over the ridge line, takes down the second. Kiryukai now solo play left life again. I mean, Ascent through the qualifiers. They were looking hot. We've seen them, and we know what they're all capable of individually, and it just all kind of came together. It all came together in the qualifiers. Here, though, they just haven't been able to find the same magic.
Chris might be able to get back on his feet. This was what we saw.
He didn't run him. Oh, no. Miscommunication.
Yeah.
You got to stay in that car if there's a US coming full speed towards you. Again, I mean, kind of goes back to what we saw earlier with Brexco pushing the compound alone. I think it's just the team as a whole right now a little shaky. Gotta reset the mind as best as they can. And now Overpeak and Wu. I mean, they fought earlier. They set up the ambush to take down one.
Off angle here. He has an open sight on an Ibby. Maybe just breaks off the tree.
Yeah. Saw him with the Orm in hand as well. The green machine. We'll see what he can make use of it.
He'll be carried to safety, but Vard looking to reposition off this. You can see actually with the map coming up just how split he is playing now. If Clib and James can create a little bit of a distraction, Nixie's actually drifted into blue. I think he spotted out somebody on the back of the tree. First tag comes through, and actually...
He's got to get a knock, right? No, second one doesn't get him.
I think the first aid kit just goes off there.
You'd have to imagine, because it just looked like nothing happened.
Dwindling. We just got it off. But now, though, this is perfect. Vard can open up on this.
Yep, now he's been spotted. Shots fired. The issue is
not anymore.
That tree is only granting him cover from so many angles. Norcus falls. That's Polish power out in 16th. And now Vard spotted as well. Crazy nice push over the ridgeline clip. Trying to hold off here, but he's on his own. And Foot Esports now aggressive push on forward. That's Ascent out as well.
It's actually HC to find it. Odin has no idea where all these shots are coming from. Iroh going to be confirmed as well. It's almost just an exchange here. Odin gets caught. Yeah, you can see the sightlines from FaZe just wide open.
Too many angles.
And Foot Esports actually on a split push there. Lyron and Western still positioned outside the zone on the east.
Trying to claim some sort of terrain for the team who now, the remaining two alive, have to make some sort of mad dash into this one. They see over the top, up on the roof of the shack, trying to find their players from Austrian Force, but ends now from the north, dealing damage, forcing him off the building.
Let's see, Austrian Force still got a little ways to go, and Fella's actually repositioning on foot to the south of them, so they're looking to try and get involved in third party this. I think they should have a decent amount of information now that their back is clear. More pressure coming onto Foot Esports. Western found now. Lyron about in the only safe spot here on these rocks, to be honest.
And FaZe has engaged on this one too. Vex, Gustav, both here. I mean, we got to remember, Kelty snuck his way somehow out of therapy. He's still a factor in this. And maybe, who knows, maybe he can do some damage to the team that took down his 3 teammates.
James, he actually got baited into the vehicle. That's probably the scummiest kill we'll see all day. Best of luck. Probably grinning ear to ear with that one. Clib elsewhere. His problems continue. Gedrock's the one to find the killing blow. And actually down on the south side, I mean, exactly what I was talking about. This Phase 4 did create a hard edge for Northern Lights to play from, but...
Austrian Force? Where are we going with this one?
Right past Quarry, apparently.
Yeah, but they're just going to play the wall underneath. That would be suicidal to an extent with that. I mean, they know question mark is just above them. On the other side, they have ends on this side too.
I mean, they can technically...
Yeah, question mark, exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say technically play on the underside, but question mark are just going to pick these up for free.
I mean, they're just jumping into the Valley of Death here, knowing what they have on both sides. Still opting to go for the play. It's not going to work out for them at all. 13th place is going to be Foot Esports, sorry, to claim. In the meantime, we can only imagine that Austrian Force goes right after. Let's see in the meantime now, Hobbits peeking on forward. You notice he has Tixu down there somewhere. They've seen them come in that direction. Payne, solo player on his feet, trying to wrap around. And there you have it. Scaff finds the second. That's going to be Austrian Force out in 12th.
Question mark now stacked up, ready to try and greet fellas who are a little hesitant on the push. Elsewhere, Win or Die actually mounting the attack here on Ents, trying to third party as they dealt with Austrian Force on the underside. Squeaky got to get rezzed up. Lucky and Scav have to go huge here. They have to slow this push down.
Does he full push through that smoke to get the flush? That would be pretty greedy. Doesn't succeed in doing so. Gedrox goes to the plate, doesn't work out for him. Scaff goes off the rest, get the kill and manages to do so.
No, Win or Die. A little bit split on this now. Goose is so close. And the flash comes over, no peek on the back of it. Xstance actually the one to find Scav here. And actually the second peek is perfect from Goose.
A lot of headshots coming through from both sides here. Tough fight to be won by either of them. 2v2. As of right now, Gedrox has to back off, try and see what he can make of this. Leosh, the one to hold while the healing is being done, but it's not going to work out for him. But Gedrox, though, on the back end of it, didn't get heals off, but manages to stay alive regardless. 10 HP to work with, and he might just be able to get both his teammates up here, if not because of Ibiza peeking over the top. Win or Die eliminated as well.
Actually, elsewhere, Best of Luck now actually found out by Exalt. Again, a very, very wide split here. Besselok left as this kind of spoiler on the north side of this circle. Will be dealt with now, but Exalt have very few options. Celtic still somehow making his way in on the east side. You can see it on the map as FaZe reposition as well. Northern Lights a little leapfrog further forward. I only see one player from Na'Vi looking this way. It's Aaliyah.
FaZe allowed to play the position we've seen two teams go down in.
Well, it's relatively safe now.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Fate don't get back on the roof of the building up towards the north, they should be able to play the backside of the rock pretty easily. In the meantime now, and we talked about Northern Lights earlier and how potentially they wanted to play with their backs free. They are making a run from the shorelines, though, that's for sure, and they're going straight up towards Na'Vi.
And now, I guess, reap the rewards of this paying off for them. They did find the opening knock onto Uber, but again, mounting this push on the compound going to be very difficult. Exalt on the mad send, heading towards both question mark and the Woo. And Quizzy actually already knocked right now, so...
They've got to know that they've got Howl. Yeah, they're playing their vehicles according to the info that they've got. That Howl is on the other side, but now they're parking right next to an opposing team within nade range. That seems, I mean, suicidal at best.
Hey,
Howl is actually pulling up on this.
I was going to say, we talked about how few options they have, and this seems like what they settled on. Laz are desperate to try and flush these out now. Favorite's actually sharing the smoke with Ruin and finally goes down. The Howl want to pile on the pressure, though. They want to now push onto the Woo. Try and clean this up. Question mark should be able to come over to the top side of this, though.
Got to execute fast on it. Quizzy back on his feet. Not sure he's going to be able to stay that way for long, though. Nate starting raining on over. EB, nice off angle. Has the smoke to work with there as well. The Nate, though, straight on to Quizzy. He goes down. Lassa finds the second. All of a sudden, Howl. I thought it was a suicide sent for them initially, but they're making use of it. Matt finds the last. That's Stardust and Woo out back to back.
Actually, with the circle shift as well. Question mark now hold on to the edge. Ruin tagged down to sub 5 HP. Schofield back on his feet now. Larza almost expecting a push to come through, but again, great timing on this push to actually get out of the compound. Like you said, Exalt thought they had a safe angle. It's actually FaZe to open up things with the third party there, and
they can't
all fell apart from there. FaZe following a similar path right now.
Oh no, the three-wheel buggy. Not easy to drive straight with. We'll see if Matt can make some of it. He's got an off angle, but FaZe, as you said, making the aggressive play on forward. Diggory, first one to fall. Schofield with AI able to fend off. Nate's now coming in here as well, but he's got 2 bullets left in the chamber.
The first one the second comes through as well. Gustav will respond onto Schofield, but it's just 8C left standing. FaZe on 7 kills and 3 on the floor right now.
Yep, being spoon-fed. These one headshot comes through. One more bullet should do it, and there you go.
Howler
3
popping
for
it off, man.
Schofield. Ruin gets the last face annihilated by Howl as they continue to rack up much-needed points here.
Actually, Laza looking to continue. Hobbits will fall. The headshot from the barrel landing. They get a little solo mission here. Dante there with a beautiful off angle. Gonna try and punish this res. Schofield confirmed, but really wanted to get that player that was rezzing instead.
There's got to be some sort of help coming through now. There does. Ruin goes down. Last a nice off angle. Finds the first. Does he get the second? Yes, it does. What a nice transfer. Finds the second in Filfist, and now it's just one on his feet. Great play from Lassa up close, using the spoiler, the element of surprise to perfection.
Lassa going to find one of the confirms here. Dante on the push though. A wild push. Lassa finding all 4 kills now. Howl up to 14 on the game. What a beautiful clearance from them. Almost seemed like a desperation send to come out of the compound, but they reaped the reward massively. What, 3 separate teams there, Toby?
He held back for a while in that one, and when then Ruin run down, I was like, Lassa, what are you doing? Your teammates are falling. Where is your shot? Then he peeks on over. Instantly 3 down, finds the last as well. Hero play from Lassa as Howl. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think they're going to get more points this game than they have all tournament so far.
It's definitely looking that way, yeah. And a long gap to close towards Na'Vi, who are still alive and kicking 4 in the compound right now. Northern Lights positioned still on the south side here. Unable to really capitalize on that opening knock onto Uber previously, but I'm curious to see what the next move is, depending on this circle.
That's exactly it. Next circle, where do we go from here? Northern Lights, I don't think, I mean, you can see there's smoke coming from down behind the ridge line, so 1, maybe 2 cars to work with. Where do you go from here? The more time is being spent, the more Howl is getting into a good position to set up any sort of push coming towards the north. In the meantime, should this go down towards the south, well, Navi is sitting in a good position. You kind of want it to go southwest, just because it's going to be hard either way for all of them. Out into the open, see how team's going to work with it. Howler actually in on the north side here.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, there's a slice of the compound in open on the west side.
Northern Light. Okay, they do have 3 cars, so they did manage to bring the majority of them with them. But where do you play?
Where do they move ahead of Na'Vi? That's the problem.
Can they though?
No.
You wouldn't imagine, at least.
But they have to. I mean, the blue's going to dictate this one. Na'Vi can sit inside. Northern Lights have to be the ones to move first.
Oh yeah, no doubt. The question is, where the hell should they go from here? Take the compound fights. Na'Vi was set up perfectly for it. That ain't gonna work. Nope, they're gonna go and cast probably some long-range smokes to be thrown here as well. There's a shack. It's outside the circle though, so you ain't really getting any cover whatsoever unless if you're full speed sending your vehicles into the head of Howl up on the hillside. Like, that's the only play I'm seeing, but you're getting shot at by the remaining players in the server and trying to get there. Patulans, this is it right there. I was just going to say, if he gets 1 knock up on the hillside, that's their green light. That's their go sign.
There's a lot of ground to cover, though, and Na'Vi should have, well, for a matter of seconds, open sight lines onto it. Patulans a little curious towards the compound, but as this one starts shifting, yeah, decent damage comes through as soon as Northern Lights get in this vehicle. And I think Lou's going to be the one that they actually prioritize. Spyro will fall on the hillside. Ruin actually steals that one away.
15 kills for Harold and counting. You'd only imagine they're going to get more with this one. They're going to go down below them. Get out of that car, Lou. It's going to explode in just a moment's time. And here's Matt ready and waiting on the other side. Can't find the knock finally. With the last bullet in the chamber, able to get him down. Thrown on the other side as an opponent. And Ruin with the nade is going to take down Perfectix.
Just 1 left standing now. Batulin's going to try and actually heal this one out, but...
Did they think all of them moved?
I'm not sure. Batulins is somehow still alive here, 6 HP. Going to be able to get this first aid off, but Na'Vi as 4. Reposition. Example still laying back. No, they've read it. Aaliyah spots him in the open as well.
That is a clutch read, because he could easily have taken down 1 had they not been worried about him. But Batulins not really having a whole lot to work with, try to see what he can do. Mailman, in the meantime, peeks on forward, finds Lassa. Lassa has been such a massive impact player for how this game goes down on the eastern side. He was the container, now Batulins on the other side here, trying to fend off against Example.
And the nade posted inside the door here, not going to do any damage, but the swing comes through. Example seals the deal. Northern Lights out in third now. Howl did lose Laza here. That's a full 4v2 for Na'Vi. 17 kills for Howl, though.
And they've all been up there, showing what they could do, having impact on this one. Again, they're doubling their points this game alone.
So the next move is actually, Example got a wide open cross, but I don't think it's possible for the Mad or Ruin to really pressure that. It will be the Mad, if anybody.
Yeah. Sambo making the run on out from the compound. Can't really fault Matt for not looking that way when there's 3 players up close though. Oba, you can see on the webcams on the left side, the one kind of feeding in for a cross right now. Matt spots one, that's Uber down.
That's it. An opening created.
Oh, second.
Actually, the second comes through. Tons of damage.
He's in the open.
He's actually got it. Melman falls.
2v2. All of a sudden, things are equal. Alia has an angle. Or no, not anymore. Example has made the cross. They have the circle too. That's what they're playing off of right now. This should have been a 4v2 just waiting for Howl to show themselves. But when they do, they hurt. They hurt a lot. And now, a 2v2 with the 2 remaining Howl players pushing together in a vehicle?
So Ruin going to run it just as maybe a diversion.
A bait maybe, yeah.
Aliyah, an example, going to reposition off this. Melman still bleeding out. Look at this. Aliyah and the example both looking this way.
They hit in the car. If this is a bait, it might just have worked out for them. Matt is pushing up close. The vehicle comes through without anyone in it. Might actually have sent it to see if he could do anything to help himself. Not quite the case, though. Matt, he spots one. He has no clues there. Does he see him?
Actually, the res is coming through.
They're committing.
Yeah, example spotted it now. At least spotted onto Ruin. Repositioned behind the UAZ, but he hasn't got a lot of space to work with. Look where that edge is sitting. The Matt has to take this kill now.
Oh, that is timing, and timing is all. Finds one, though, as I say, that doesn't find the second Alia there to defend. Thought it was going to be a dead giveaway, but no, not going to happen. Ruin. That should be him down to the molly. No, it falls short. There you go, second time around. Na'Vi prevails, but how close was that?
I mean, it definitely shouldn't have been that close, that's for sure. A full 4v2 from Na'Vi and the Howl still making it work somehow in the end game. But 2 teams that ultimately needed a lot of points here, make it to the top 2. Just an insane kill stack for that. Howl nearly made that work, by the way. If they could have pressured that res anymore, definitely winnable from their part.
Howl fighting their way through from the forward side all the way through and making it work to perfection. They don't get the win, but I think they're well satisfied with that game regardless. Back to the desk to break down a great game for Howl.
Unbelievable game. Very impressive stuff. As much as Howl almost took a blinder, it is not to be, as Na'Vi is able to get the victory off the back of the compound and a great little push across. It was close, though, down to the wire. Saga and Avenger. Saga, Howl showing up and showing up big.
Yeah, NLT took the L and Howl walked away with the NT at the end of it. Couldn't quite close it out. The Mad very, very close to getting that double spray that would have more than likely secured it at that point, but just 1 or 2 missed bullets. And when you've had a game that really is not even the most exemplary performance like of the whole tournament, but like by far and above what anyone was expecting you to even be capable of at this level stage. Of course, the adrenaline, the nerves will just get to you at the very end, but it was the composure of Na'Vi not getting baited by the vehicle play at the end. That was what they needed to close it out.
Yeah, that was close. I will say I have broken my cardinal rule, which is we should talk about the winner first. So, of course, Na'Vi here being able to take this one, Avenger, and we thought that this was going to occur. We thought that eventually they were going to have the step up from the previous game into this one as well. It's working out.
Yeah, we talked about it at the pre-show here that we expected a team like Na'Vi to be able to step it up here. Otherwise, they would be facing a really rough time going into next week, right? So happy to see them have back-to-back good games, but also Na'Vi being able to clutch this one here. Of course, all the fans will be howling in chat. That was a crazy game. Able to double their points here, Rick. You're obviously happy with your player there, performing quite well compared to the start of the day, where he didn't have that much.
Not the only one as well. Laza really popped off, a massive form. And considering that both he and Ruin only had 4 kills at the start of today, is a huge turnaround and a lot of momentum picked up for Howl.
What's that for Ruin? A 400% bump on his points?
Several.
7,000%. No, that's good. That's good. A lot of points.
I told you it's the redemption day.
I mean, yeah, jokes aside, this is a team that we know that can hang with this lobby, especially Ruin. We've seen him have some brilliant plays alongside that. So it is a good choice. A little kind of an underdog choice compared to a lot of those big names that come in. But yeah, as you say, across the board, very impressive. Avenger, when you look at Howl as well, I guess you're quite impressed by, I think, the Mad towards the end. He hadn't done too much in that game, but then the double knock onto Na'Vi really opened things up.
We've seen similar things from them throughout the year, right? They've been able to have some of these performances. Laza, very familiar player in the scene here, been playing for a long time. He's been able to pull off things in the past like this as well, but I'm happy to see him being able to do here. As we're talking about here, they had to redeem themselves for this game here. Otherwise, they'd be staring at a, bottom 2, bottom 3 team going into next week.
And let's not forget that Laza didn't only do it towards the end of the game, but the reason they were able surviving to that point earlier on is when FaZe came in for the third-party attempt while they were trying to make the hold against Question Mark. He just killed the whole team.
Yes. Very
really
impressive.
good utilities users there, pinpointing it on. Obviously saw where they were, but you still have to make sure the nade lands just on that tree that the exact player is.
Exactly.
And he was able to do it multiple times.
Wow.
Very professional play.
Let's
there.
take a look at the numbers then from this game and see what's what. As, of course, Na'Vi is able to get the victory, but I think overall their numbers might be a little bit eclipsed eventually if we get a chance to see Howls. We might not, though. But as you can see here, Na'Vi playing from the compound, playing nicely. I think one of the potential threats that could have come along was NLT, but it was not to be, really. But Howl, huge, huge game.
Yeah, unbelievable scenes, really, from what we're seeing from Howl. And it's been a long time coming, and this does really seem to be the day where the teams that have been underperforming so far can step up, find their form. Howl, they've been languishing down at the bottom end. Na'Vi hasn't been having the best of times, so to see them two at the top, hand in hand, well, and hand against hand, is it's great to see.
It makes it even more interesting, Avenger, considering our top was quite close, and now we're going to have more of those teams kind of joining this mid-pack and making it even more open.
Yeah, it's crazy. Our mid-pack is just getting larger and larger at this point. We're talking about, potentially 8, 10 teams that are fighting, and with one good game, you could be jumping 5, 6, 7 teams.
Yeah.
Good to see Laza and Ruin, though, with 67% of the kills on their team, 12 between those two. Yeah, Laza here with some of the shots, both on Wu, on FaceClan as well, and in general throughout the game, really carrying Howl through this mid to late game here.
Yeah. Let's not forget that yesterday's performance from Howl on Miramar was 0 points, on Erangel was 5. It wasn't good, to put it quite frankly. So so early in the day as well, only on game 2, they can carry this momentum forwards and really look to make an impact now.
Yeah, it should be a big boost of confidence, because when you have a day like yesterday, you just got to be a bit dejected, a bit down, probably very eager to get back in and try and recoup the losses that have happened from all of that. But Laza being able to put up the big old numbers Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. The player focus from this match, obviously, good to see from Laza here. And in general, some of the games we've seen so far, really rough circles again, really rough shrinks. Some of the teams that managed to clutch it out here. Happy to see through the circumstances. This is, I don't like it. It's a bad circle. The way that it shapes up, the way you have this really big compound that controls everything in the south where now we're sitting on, and then you have, 8 teams trying to survive and cross the road. The road might as well just been a river, right? It is so hard to cross. And yeah, they managed to do so and managed to get a lot of kills on the way and clutch the second place here for Howl. Really happy to see more than quadrupling their points compared to the amount of points they had yesterday in this game alone.
A slight bump up.
Yeah, really, just a little bit of a boost towards the bottom end. But, it was a good bit of signs from what we saw from Northern Lights as well, while they did struggle to really have much impact, but the survivability was really all that they were able to do. They were really not expecting to be in the Phase 4 shift, and they actually stayed in the zone for quite a while longer. They were playing in those little craters on the beach just south of Na'Vi's compound, so they had no opportunities whatsoever to do their typical scouting, looking for third-party opportunities. They couldn't get any of that done, so all they had to do was bide their time and wait until all the threats had migrated up north, and then they could look for the backfill. So played it passively and really survived well, but it's good signs for Northern Lights.
I'm getting word that we can have a TeamSpeak look-in with Na'Vi, the winners here, so let's tune in.
На первый этаж допрыгнул Ликвид.
На второй смог даю. Не докинул. Мы с вроде не вайпнулись.
2 СТР, 2 ликвида.
Ног СТР.
Подхожу
я даю на первый.
Тоже.
Я вам нужен?
Думаю,
Не знаю, кого убил. На втором чел. Я захожу с вами. Я спустился.
Вас двое, аккуратнее.
На втором один. На втором window room, короче, блядь, спальня.
Один на первом, у туалета.
Кухня.
Один на кухне на первом, справа.
Молик даю на... Справа?
Да.
Молик даю справа.
Бля, он нокнул меня, он в доме внутри.
Нокнул.
Хорошо, это он.
Не еду.
Один Ликвид.
На втором у меня, надо мной где-то.
Окей, я там смог.
Келюсь.
Аля нужен.
Я еду.
Там лево.
Даю молик на втором. Я дал молик на лестнице.
Играет.
Даю смоки от гаража. Он справа у меня аутсайд, возможно. Не уверен.
Аля, смотри право.
What was that little noise at the end?
That's, you saw a US coming while you're knocked on the floor, you're waiting for your revive, you're like, no.
That caught me off guard a little bit, but there you go. So obviously that was game number 1 there, as Navi's able to take a big scalp in over Peekers. But you guys at home can be involved in all this stuff too as well, because you can redeem this coupon down to the bottom here and go in-game and be able to do that. Avenger, have you redeemed this one?
No.
No, still
I won't be doing it. I'll leave all of the redemptions
Let me make a note.
to the chat.
Yep, okay.
A quick
Okay,
note,
Saga's writing it down as well.
Redeem that
when he travels home tomorrow, he's going to be able to try it out.
Definitely
see if it works. If there's any more left.
All right, thank you very much, gents. Time to go to a short break here, and when we return, one more Erangel to see who wins the grassy pastures.
The first time that a new player plays Moonbreaker, I hope they see the magic of tabletop gaming fully digital.
This will be over real quick.
This game from the very first moment was designed to constantly reveal itself and expand, and it's just an entirely different design mindset from the very beginning.
At its core, it's a game that aims to reproduce that feeling of playing a tabletop game against friends in a more simplified and approachable way.
For justice!
Players will see Moonbreaker as a tabletop digital minis experience. We take a turn-based strategy game and show it to them in a totally brand new way.
Ready? Okay!
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party.
We wanted Moonbreaker to be better than tabletop, so we stripped out a lot of the complex mechanics of being around a tabletop. There are no measurements or grids, and instead there's a simple point-and-click control scheme that you can use, from everything to moving your units, deploying them, and using your abilities.
Smells like breakfast.
With us, you choose your roster, and it's a very easy choice. It's 10 units plus a captain.
It is a turn-based affair where you have the equivalent of command points called Cinder, and you use those to execute actions at every turn.
That coupled with the ship assist and randomized map, you basically never know fully what you're going to go into every round, and that's what keeps it exciting.
In the game, I really hope that players experience the thrill of discovering new synergies between their units, finding just crazy combinations, and also having chances to take really big risks that pay off in satisfying ways.
We knew if we wanted to bring that tabletop experience to digital, we knew that we had to have basically the world's best lore.
Our game is set in the Reaches, and it is a whole new universe that we have crafted alongside Brandon Sanderson, so there's a lot to discover about it.
Brandon is known for his magic systems, so he needed to weave the mechanics into the story as well.
The Reaches is made up of clusters of moons orbiting a giant sun. At the center of those moons is something called Cinder. Cinder is what keeps them in orbit. It is the most powerful resource in our entire universe, and people really, really want to get hold of it.
At the minute, we have these 3 different cultures in that are all very visually unique from each other. The Methodori culture are very militaristic, and they live on a very stark planet, so all their buildings reflect that. You know, they're very angular, but it still looks very grand as well.
Cholak are a sun-worshipping culture who are really focused on agriculture.
The Cholak are this really interesting meld between mechanical and natural.
The smugglers faction in our game, they're like the pirates of our universe. They kind of cobble stuff together out of old spaceship parts, and they have like a shanty town where they're building stuff out of old scrap metal.
Deliciously devious.
We've laid this amazing foundation as a start to the story that we think just has so many various ways that it can kind of evolve. The possibilities are really endless.
Incoming!
It's been really cool having the chance to work on this painting tool that we have in the game. We really want the best of both worlds, from the miniature experience and the digital video game experience. So it has a lot of the conveniences of digital painting, but we've also brought in a lot of the techniques that people use in miniature paintings.
That's something we want all the fans to know, is all of the default paint jobs for every character in the game is created in our own tool. And we actually hired real-world professional mini painters to do it in our tool. So hopefully that gives them some inspiration, but we fully expect the fans will far exceed anything that we can come up with, and will create the most incredible paint jobs possible.
Our focus in early access is to make sure that players love the game. Part of open development isn't about coming up with a roadmap and hoping players love it, but instead giving the players tools to give us the feedback we need to make the game as good as it can possibly be.
Gonna be wild.
Our commitment to our fans is we will never give a watered-down experience to them. We're going to give you something deep and something you can really sink your teeth into that you need your whole mind to experience.
All hands on deck. Brace yourself.
We genuinely want to evolve the game with their participation. Come try the game. We know it's imperfect today, but I hope you can see the possibilities that we can, and let's do it together.
This is the beginning of a decades-long adventure. I hope you join us for all of it.
Well, it's been a blast.
My favorite bit of that is everyone standing still. As we continue on here for PCS7 Europe, welcome back. We have ourselves Erangel on the cards 4-1 last time, and joining me Saga as well as Avenger. And you know what? Before I ask you guys anything, let's just go straight to the standings, because that's what everybody wants to see here with the teams up at the top. And there has been a shuffle, and it is not looking fantastic so far today for Polish Power.
For Polish Power, you say?
No, just ignore that bit.
Yeah, 101 point in the triple-digit club for FaZe Clan.
Huge.
That is huge. But 10 points down to win it. I'm quite impressive that they're able to hold on to it. But huge fall-off for Polish Power today. Down to 5th rig.
It's a bit of a fall from their form from yesterday, of course, it's fair to say. But the night is still young, and of course Polish Power was one of the teams that really excelled on Miramar across both days, so they will more than likely have their opportunities later on. But yeah, the likes of Win or Die, Northern Lights and Question Mark all encroaching slightly higher towards that hotly contested top position.
Yeah, and the top is also still being a little bit of a top pack here. There's some points down to our mid pack. It's kind of separating itself a little bit, 15 points or so. So if that continues, it's going to be significantly harder. You're going to require 2 games to get into the top 5.
Yes.
If you're kind of remaining in your similar consistency what we've seen so far.
We saw it there as well, though. Great bump ups for Navi and Howl. I don't think we have to kind of hark down much on exactly what was going on there. But actually, I do know that we can witness a moment back from that game as, unfortunately, I think it was for Question Mark. They did fall victim to Howl. Let's take a look.
Passive playstyle, I'm gonna say. So the fights we're gonna win only because of they are Turkish team.
All right, well, the doozy, no holding back there as we take a look at, I think it was Lazar going for the 4-piece.
Yeah, and also with Doozy saying that, like, they want a third part of this fight here, but they're not going to realize how fast this fight with FaZe Clan is over, right? So it's a third-party opportunity.
It's one that really didn't go very well for them, it's fair to say. And to be honest, while we gave Lazar all the credit for the big 4K that he was able to pick up against Question Mark, I think Schofield went under the radar with 3 big kills against FaZe Clan, as they were the team that was looking to push in on the eastern side. And Howl actually did quite well to hold on to their quarry position and just outlast the maneuver coming through from the north of the Wu as well. And pretty much as soon as they got into this position to clean them out, they got pushed on both sides. And while they are certainly a Turkish team, they are a very, very strong one when they're on their day.
I mean, at least Doozy was able to get the ruin, Ruin during all of that. But it wasn't enough, really, to be able to suspend the tide of attacks coming from Laza here.
No, Laza was able to stand up, and the barrel is just so much stronger in close range like that. And also, the 2 stun grenades that were thrown, they were behind him, so it didn't have any impact.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now for our last Erangel of the day. Howl, looking great in the previous one.
Absolutely phenomenal. Not only did they have a great 4v4 back-to-back, pretty much at the same time, really, but Hybuck, they almost got the better of Na'Vi in the end of the game, too.
Yeah, they did. I mean, there was an opportunity there, like I said, if they were able to really pressure that res anymore, it would have made Na'Vi probably start sweating bullets, honestly.
Yeah.
Because the opening knock comes through, the flash is almost instantaneous on that. And like I said, I think it was Example still split down to the south. So he was sort of disconnected when Howl actually found that knock.
Had they got him there when he caught him behind the tree and just shot instantly, that could easily have been a whole other story. But solid bounce-back game, hopefully, for Howl, not just a one-off performance there.
I mean, the desk is huffing enough copium that this is Howl now making a push for it. But
they're going to win the tournament.
Well, yeah. I mean, in this form, surely.
Just got to get more of these games. I'm going to go out and make an analytical statement saying if Howl does like that every game from now on, they'll win the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even a bold statement.
I know, right? It's just analysis. It's what it is. Plain straight down the middle we go. Everything's really available. Obviously, if you're hard committing towards the edge cities, it's going to be a bit of a stretch, but still within range. All of the fellows players making their flight path straight over Ruins, over towards South George in the circle. Might just present us, Hypuck, with the first milli of the tournament.
It's about as close to a 50-50 as we can hope for here. And this time around, Ascend and the Wu actually positioned down on Sosnovka. Exalt over towards the West Bridge. FaZe as expected, and Na'Vi along the south coast. But a couple of audible drops. I mean, Polish Power finally not enjoying sharing their space with Austrian 4, starting on polar opposite sides of the island this time around. But yeah, this is, again, going to be the first test for some of these teams now. And really, actually, FaZe are the ones that we're looking to move first and get across, but actually with the majority of the teams stacked towards the east, I'm curious to see just how this works in terms of that first circle rotation.
In a circle like this, I don't want to say assume to see, but kind of hope to see really FaZe make that quick transition across the island, set up shop. Actually, where Killikai is right now, supposing that he, if hearing an entire team, would move out of the way. They've done this in the past and starting to set up some of these bridge camps, and again, could be pretty effective regardless of whether the circle actually does go south or north, because if they do post up on the bridge anywhere around there, should the circle go north again, they can have a pretty easy transition northbound.
Yeah, I mean, this one needs to kind of pull a little north and west if we want to see this end on the northern line. But anything central, I still feel like it almost favors Sosnovka. So curious to see where teams lie on the first at least. See, jumping on here with Na'Vi, the thing we mentioned, split down to the south coast. Actually a wide split here, but furthest over on the west side, but Ali already got himself down towards the coast.
Yep, Sample in the meantime, running for a vehicle. Hope that's time well spent. I don't think that's a vehicle he's running for. I think he might... Oh no, he is looking around. He's just running for loot because he didn't get the spawn that he was hoping for.
Well, the level 1 helmet kind of gives it away.
Yeah, I thought for a second he might have DC with the way he was just running straight ahead, but he was looking around for a second and out, getting himself some more loot. But again, I mean, they're inside the circle in a good position, but this is really where you'd want to have vehicles, especially as you said just before, but when they're as split as they are, you want to be able to regroup fast in case someone is crashed upon. And well, obviously, example right now, not really in a position to do that.
We'll see as well, because Melman actually heading his way back up. FaZe, we do see them crossing the bridge nice and early, just ahead of the 4-minute mark. Killikai will hear this at least, but expecting FaZe to just dip straight off. Yeah, they have.
Oh, they do? Okay. We've seen them before make this play over the hilltop to then bounce back. And so, yep, there they come. 8 instantly turns around. They don't want to be instantly towards the combo, but they go over the top. They look down. They say, did we see any reaction off of what we just did? They didn't. And now Killikai, well, for now, it's going to be trapped. But fortunately for him, FaZe actually continuing around the south side.
Yeah, I think just confirming nobody at Crossroads means that they can actually make this southern wrap towards what is almost guaranteed to be the less congested side of Sosnovka. Also got to be careful, though, because Ascend, I mean, Brexco and Mika actually in the military base itself. We'll see Mika make a move towards some of the bunkers, but FaZe, I think, want to maybe scout from the high ground for the time being.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, the position is obviously not inside the circle, so it's not like they're opting to stay here forever. I was for a second thinking, with Killikai feeding the info across, that there's a full team sending it across here, would they maybe want to send... you know, a couple of players down towards the south side forest to set up an ambush, but not quite the case. Mika, Braxco, Chris, none of them really looking to go in this direction. Navi, in the meantime, getting looted on up, and over peekers now, making their way down towards the west side bridge. They're going straight into the split of Exalt.
Yeah, again, it's a historic tendency to get down here nice and a little behind the curve. Actually, his fate's going to open up onto this. A response comes through from Clib, but actually the pull-up here, the commitment from Vard.
He doesn't see the net. Oh, it bounced back inside too. That is so fortunate. You'd have to assume that Vard would have kind of jumped away off of that had anything happened. Maxi casually staying in the vehicle to heal on up. Okay, I respect that. They get down one, and that's all they need. Ferris instantly backs off. They know they have a compound that's easily playable. So, fortunately, got to concede one player and make your way back to safety. Now, FaZe, well, they've scouted. They've seen what they wanted to do, see where they wanted to go. Bridge camp is what it is. But he's compound
still over on the gas station, though. Obviously not going to pull the trigger just yet. I'm curious to see if anybody from FaZe actually tries to set up on that side of the road, because it's not been fully cleared.
And even if they do, does Killikai try and do anything against it right now?
it.
I mean, yeah, right now they have to assume
He'd need
that
2
he's
freebies to even consider making a move right now.
And even then, I mean, I'm looking down towards the remaining Ascent players, none of whom are at all looking to be headed in this direction. But with the way that FaZe are running around right now, you'd have to assume that at some point they're going to be giving that gas station a look.
Well, Diggory's scouting at least over towards the hillside.
Gustav's still up on the hillside too. We got to keep in mind. So should a fight happen, something might go off. We'll see now. Vex, we see here again. This is from the qualifiers. I'll actually make that the season 6 grand finals of the G-Loot series. Will face again. Not really a new area for them to sit around and lurk. Bridges, military sites, they're pretty fond of it.
The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Kyoryukai. But actually, I said he needed 2 freebies. He absolutely finds them. 8C and Vex come through, try and clear the gas station. Completely caught off guard.
And they
finally now, the problem being Diggory's now on a solo mission down here. Kyoryukai actually avoids that.
Oh, the
first
molly.
one. The molly caught him.
He actually shot the molly. Now he's trying to crawl back into the fire to deny the kill, but it's not going to happen. Diggory is going to find him. And wow.
You can see the frustration here
Yep.
for Vex as well.
He almost just took the headset off. Or his earbuds out. That is, that's a tilt if I've seen one. Fortunately for FaZe Clan, they're having a pretty decent tournament, or grand finals, I should say, so far. So, although this game didn't probably go the way they would wanted it to, they can still breathe easy knowing that they're sitting in first place.
Well, the thing is, as well, it weakens the team that's actually holding on to this Eastern Bridge. So whether or not that awareness is there from anybody else in the lobby, and eyes go towards Esports, Austrian Force, and Stardust, who are actually just about making their way towards the northern side of the bridge. Let's make it a little easier in terms of access to Sosnovka for the time being.
Oh, instantly pops the tire on the buggy too. That's just brutal. Squeaky will try and see if he can get away out of the crosshairs of Norkis. So far, it looks all right. He ain't quite there yet. We saw Squeaky before. I mean, he's gotten pretty good at driving cars with no tires on. From the turn, Michael?
Well, Michael's got all 4. That doesn't seem to help him, but he's back up and running.
Had he just had himself a McLaren, he would probably been all right, because I'm sure that car would never flip the way that Michael just flipped that US.
Nah, surely not.
With all the horsepower and all the grills and all the spoilers and all the other car things that I'm sure James could talk a lot more about, they'd be all right.
The nod of approval from Kalaris.
Yeah, I think that was the nod of approval. Or nod of please stop talking about cars, Toby. A mix of both, perhaps.
Michael actually nearly catching the back end events on that move away from the compound here, but will force him back further west for the time being. No threat. No love lost on that engagement. We've seen actually Win or Die is still holding on to a fairly deep position here.
Yeah.
Over kind of at the end of the quarry road. Stardust actually, well, Celtic makes his way across with the rest of Stardust actually positioned on the north side of the bridge.
This is a split I have not seen, I think, any team before really try and commit to. Not only does he cross on over, but doing so with the boat to try and set up some sort of ambush position on his own, having the remaining 3 on the other side. Again, I mean, of course, as long as they have control of both sides of the bridge, they'll be just fine, but
I think they've got good knowledge that there's still one, potentially 2 teams behind them.
And also seeing FaZe take casualties early means that that should be the info they need, that the south side should be somewhat playable.
Question mark about get themselves inside circle 1 as it comes to close on this western wrap down the coast. And actually lots of space there. I mean, Gedrock's the only real obstacle in his way, but he's positioned down in Northern Lights' previous position. Maybe even just camping a boat there. I'm not sure if he's looking for a scummy kill. And I was going to say, anything really to favour the Northern Island would be north and west, and it actually pulls down just slightly south of the equator and to the east.
And I mean, I know there was a pretty big portion of the circle on the mainland up towards the north, but even with that, only 4 teams at this point down towards the south side, one of them being the 2-player FaZe clan. So not a lot of teams opting to commit south side early on now. Overpeakers instantly sending it on over, but Wu are there ready and waiting.
Yeah, it's a fairly loose bridge hold, though. We'll see what damage can actually be done here.
Oh, they stopped.
It actually did stop, yeah. James is actually taking it down to the lower level.
AB goes back on the bike, not liking that rock for cover, needs some more to work with. This is, I don't think this is what the devs were thinking when they added that little walking, like kind of catwalk on the side of this bridge. Use it for cars, sure. This is going to take a while out. Nope, he gets it out perfectly.
Yes, you do manage to get all the way down here and maintain the vehicle, so mitigating any risk on the upper side of the bridge, at least. Exalt trying to have a little poke on the way out. But Overpeak is actually pulling up on the compound. Wu are going to have to collapse on this as well.
They already got all 4 players down here, so if there's a place to defend, this would be it. Nixie, it's going to be the first point of contact. Here's the vehicles, has both nades and mollies available. Jumps up, spots Svart, second time around, tags him once again. In the meantime, Win or Die trying to cross the water, but Polish Power, something to say about it, denying them the access across. Of course,
HP.
Yeah, it's not looking optimal. Fortunately, I suppose they could still swim ashore even when they're knocked. That's the not that recent change, but somewhat recent change. And now the fight against Overpeakers and Wu finally pops off.
Well, actually, Vard repositioning over to this side of the compound in the vehicle, punished for it almost immediately. Ibby with the response as well onto Klib, so a ton of damage coming on. That's a fantastic nade from James, though. Ibby will fall. That could be the green light to actually push on to Nixie here.
Yep, Exalt hearing all this go down as well, might want a piece of this pie. We'll see how they opt to react. We are seeing shots come in from the distance, so maybe not wanting to full commit to this one just yet. Mexi lops a nade on forward, expecting that to be players on the backside of the building. Not quite the case. Bestella Quizzy still out towards the east side here as James gets healed back on up.
Win or Die, actually, you can see that on the picture-in-picture. Do actually manage to get a res off, but it'll be difficult to get out of this position now as James and Mexi looking to pressure this res. Actually back on the feet, though, so they're too strong in this house for the time being. Actually, Nixie slipping out the backside. If he can reposition round onto the right side of the house, this could be deadly. Mexi just looking to clear through with a shotgun.
When you're hearing the footsteps coming sprinting through, you're kind of expecting there to be shotguns in the hands of that player. Kind of adds a little bit of confidence to a building push like that. So wise in backing out of that one. 2 players now from the Wu in and around that building. James, Mexi holding on together. Villas backfilling on this out from the other side towards the bridge. Not sure, and as I'm looking at the map here, not quite the case. 2 players focusing the bridge is where they're looking, but you'd have to think that at some point they're going to hear what's going on here and go
Polish
for
Power are still bullying Win or Die here. Desperate to try and close out. At least one more kill, but
I do admire the commitment. I mean, Extens is doing everything he possibly can to keep Gedrox in the game.
You see actually on the X-ray pilot into a vehicle as well.
Here they come.
Yeah, they might be able to line this up, honestly, if the boat keeps a straight course.
Yeah, well, they're going to be chasing them, that's for sure. Shots now being fired once more. Will they get up to the compound, or will they not? Attacks coming through once more. It's not a far run, but it might be a run too far for them to make. 360s over the wall. That's going to add a little bit of a bonus. Maybe. I don't know. Skills. We'll see. Parkour usually doesn't add anything to the game, but maybe I like to think that that was what dodged the bullets there.
Well, Polish Power got a lot of ground to cover now with this new circle posting up. They almost have to on-foot wrap along the northern coast. And still actually on the western bridge in Northern Lights. About finding landfall, finally.
They've gotten accustomed to the whole shoreline play. They're getting used to it at this point. Now they're going, you know what, there's another shoreline we can play from over there.
Yeah, similar situation to the previous game here. I mean, obviously there's lots of possibilities for the next to come through. Howl also making the cross as well. But I'm looking, I mean, really Exalt with the one split player. There is actually an opportunity for Northern Lights to semi-safely find their way into this circle.
I feel like it's been a little while since we've seen this many teams opt to not take the cars across the bridge. There weren't a whole lot of teams managing to cross over on the east side after the kind of skirmish going on early on there.
Shooting at Northern Lights.
Yeah, it's they know that their own entry is going to be a little tricky, despite the fact that there actually isn't really anyone sitting on the other side waiting for them. So now, trying to deny Northern Lights an entry issue now becomes, should Northern Lights actually make landfall, it's going to be them holding out ends in the receiving end of things.
And had to eventually get in the vehicles, and
have they
curious to see actually if they just hold on to the south side of this bridge, whether or not they send it through. I mean, fellas have repositioned all the way down towards New Compound, and Ents is just going to opt to peel off to the right side.
Yeah, they're going into the hands of Polish power, at least to some extent.
Well, at least the information going to be confirmed on the side of Polish power, so gives them the upper hand in this scenario.
Orcus spots 1, spots 2. Actually, I think you might have seen the entire team up there, at least now. With enough players spotted, you don't care if it's 3 or 4. That's enough info to go by. They are all up here. Shots being fired. First one found. Nuki instantly goes down before he knows what hits him.
That's just Orcus to find that one. Marsalek, what a fantastic off angle. Actually doing a ton of damage onto Squeaky. Immediately drops him.
Abby makes the run on forward. He has been the spearhead for some of these engagements so far, and he's been doing a fine job at it. Marsalek once again finds one more, and Ents really just can't catch a break here. They were looking so consistent throughout the earlier stages of the tournament, but here, it's just been against them every single game so far. Scaff now solo player on his feet, and with the way that Polish Power's been playing the tournament, not today, but Polish Power playing the tournament so far, you'd have to think that he's going to go down, and yes, indeed he does.
Finds him, dude.
Yeah.
It's actually insane. What a clearance from Polish Power, and again, great discipline shown just to line up, make sure that they can find that opening knock with the team shot. But then Marsalek with that fantastic split away to the south. Beautiful stuff from Polish Power.
Perfect position, perfect timing on it too, and this might just have been what Polish Power needed in order to bounce back, because it has been a tough day for them so far here today. Perfectix falls down. That's from far away, actually, and you'd think
from miles away.
You'd think that there could be more teams in this combat. I'm looking towards Polish Power and thinking they might actually want to, well, I suppose fifth party to some extent this building here.
Problem being, though, this fight needs to conclude pretty rapidly. Look at that timer in the bottom right, and look where the new edge of the circle will lie. It's not going to be comfortable for anybody here. Overpeakers, or the remnants of Overpeakers, and the Wu.
Yeah, there's not really a whole lot of players playing in from the south in this circle, mainly because there ain't really a whole lot to play down towards the south. A lot of the action, at least for the next couple of minutes, will be coming in here from the north side. You can see Navi pretty much pearls on a string up towards the north here on the shoreline, trying to find out where exactly do we have these Howl players. How can we wrap around them? How can we pin them in together, get within nade distance, and take them all out?
Ruin in a cheeky little spot here, but naded out. Actually, Melman spotted it. Not going to be any chance for him to play spoiler on that. Also, actually back in the compound, you see Spyro actually opening up with that nade, but Lou, it's Fairest doing so much damage.
Exalt, every time Northern Lights are like, great, we got a knock, let's push on it. They come around the corner, and Exalt are the ones defending Overpeakers.
It's really hindering their ability here, but look at Clib on the X-ray. He's getting a little curious outside, but doesn't like what he saw. Spyro will get the flush there. Actually, Northern Lights, again, the ones that have to be first. But actually, look at this, Austrian Force on the pull-up, Toby.
Yep, there's just 2 left alive on the side of face. It happened so early that you have to assume that Austrian Force is well aware that it's just 1 left alive. Diggory can't get out of the building, manages to close the door, but now he's on fire. Gets out on the other side, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough for him to stay alive. Nope, example to the back of the head, takes him down, face out in 15th. Again, it was a troublesome game from them from the start here, so they fall in 15th.
Kleb's taking so much damage there. He has to move away from that blue shrinking in. And actually, the Wu don't want anything to do with this. They just dip straight out of the compound. Quizzy going to open up onto Rustamar on the hillside.
Trying to make the continued push over the hill. Quizzy gets the flash on through. Felas not really in position to do a whole lot about this. Miracle further down towards the south, and now Tixu trying to get out of the compound. Miracle might just get a, I was going to say surprise all fang, but that's not going to be the case because the entirety of the Wu peeked over the ridge line at the exact same time.
Actually, still Clib doing damage here. Lou gets knocked. Clib once again down to stop 5 HP. Actually, a ton of damage done with that one, but it won't close it out. Perfectix, good for the headshot. Have to peel back now and actually got to be careful. He gets knocked from Artie.
It's Exalt all over. They are the kryptonite to Northern Lights. Every time they do something positive, things go against them, and these guys are the ones making it happen. Only 1 kill for Exalt so far, but I feel like they've had 6 knocks on Northern Lights already.
Actually, Spyro is still alive. Elsewhere, though, Polish Power now taking the fight to the woo. Ibby just has a tree to work with. Quizzy going to fall now. Actually, it's clean, systematic from Polish Power. Up to 10 kills already in this game.
We're not even 20 minutes into this game, and Polish Power are looking as hot as ever. Spyro trying to stay put. Tricky position for him to be in. Exalt, well, they've been the death of Northern Lights. Let's see if they can do the same thing to Polish Power. Double tap comes through. Marsalek falls to his knees.
No chance of the flush coming through there. Marsalek able to break line of sight. Actually, I'm curious if Spyro is actually going to be able to get Batulins back up. Now with, obviously, the kill feed information and not coming through previously that Exalt had to deal with. Just in time.
Just
so it was as 2, but it's another salvage game for Northern Lights.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely is. And worst thing is, I mean, Exalt knows of their position. Polish Power, you'd have to assume, is aware that they're down towards the south as well.
Got Aaliyah. Aaliyah's on that reposition. See if that amounts to anything on the northern side here, but Exalt managed to get away from the shack once again with the vehicle. Laza, yeah, not really much to do for him.
Oh, they were late on the rotation across. The circle goes down. I mean, this is a terrible circle too. We'll talk about that once, or if things kind of cool down here for just a split second. So much open terrain in the middle of where these guys are headed.
Well, that vehicle's not long for this world. Yeah.
And no,
should be. Yep, thank you.
12 kills.
Another 2 to Polish Power.
Just keeps on ragging them up. Ali, in the meantime, from out in the blue, it's not even him to find one. Actually goes down in his own Moldoc, trying to get both of them back on their feet, but the attacks are coming in from behind. Alia gets the 3-piece, and once again, Na'Vi looking good here today. Unfortunately, Alia does go down to the blue, and now Silas making an aggressive play out of the compound.
The example's still there, I think, in the blue. So going to be able to, I mean, it's difficult here for the timing as well. Iroh actually going to find this one. Melman falls. Actually confirmed there from Pains.
Much needed points coming through from Austrian Force. Currently sitting second to last. Medibay Miles out in the blue.
It's not pretty.
Would have wished that he hit those shots because there could have potentially been 2 knocks. But now Stardust have fallen by the second. Just 1 lift on his feet now. As it's looking tricky. Nail Cup pushes on forward, but he's got the entirety of Foot Esports to deal with.
I said nobody actively looking this way just yet, so almost going to allow him. Did no example previously. But there you go. Nail Cup does get spotted out. Iroh to seal the deal. That's only 7 teams remain now. Lots of teams falling in that previous shrink. Example still just a nuisance in the blue here. Trying to find anything, but the blue will be his exit.
I like the attempt. Valid effort, and then go for the tilt full spray there in the end of things. Unfortunately for him, doesn't work out. Fortunately for Polish Power, they get to stay alive with all 4. They have the high ground, but they're going to have to come over it in just a moment as the circle sends us up down towards the open fields once more. Chris, Nate's been up forward, Austrian Force, trying to play it safe down behind. Sucker is down already. Paints might just be able to get back alive, but do you dare? Do you dare go for it, knowing that Ascent is right ahead of you?
A little bit of a poke there. Actually, Western catches a headshot. A response in kind from Mika. Extend's actually still down on the south side here.
I was just going to mention it too. Can we mention it?
What?
He's still chilling. They were running off the shoreline, being shot in the back by Polish Power earlier, and somehow he snuck his way in. I mean, we're on placement points, so every single team eliminated here is points in the back for win or die. The same way they started doing it if they won.
Not really many kill points left to pick up for some of these teams that do still have a good position inside. Brexco actually going to find Silas out of the vehicle. Actually, a pull-up comes through and not much else to say about it for Austrian Force. Pain's down on about 10 HP and it's sealed the deal. Dante to find the headshot. See all the way in the background here as question marks start to flex out on the west side of this circle. Sent Hobbits and a doozy a little further north.
16 players alive and just 2 players inside the next circle. Kind of goes to show how little there really is to play around here.
Another nade going to be lined up for this tree. I don't actually know if that one's
too far. Yeah, I think so.
Brexco desperately trying to anchor here. Polish Power have to come off the top here, so Ascend have sent it pretty early, but Brexco able to lay down some suppressing fire.
Massive shots coming through from Brexco, trying to defend his teammates in the ball. You can see how Mika and Chris are sprinting side to side, throwing smokes all over to deny any damage being done by these nades being thrown on over. But now Hobbits, question mark, are well aware that Polish Power are currently focused towards Ascent. This is a smart push over the hilltop. They're going to see them all.
The pre-nade come through. Aduzi actually going to be the one to pull the trigger. He finds 2. A beautiful cleanup with the SKS from Aduzi, just as Polish Power turned into desperation mode, hopping in the vehicle.
The 2-man push across that one as well. Such a ballsy play to run up the ridgeline, technically in full view of FUT Esports, but they knew they were looking the other way. They knew Polish Power were fully focused on Ascent. That's what allows them to make that transition up the open hillside.
You can see them getting curious previously where they flexed down. Actually, this 2-2 split paying dividends right now. Actually, coming into the end game, you give them multiple angles to work with. I'm curious, actually, Phil First and Dante have a vehicle to reposition with, I'd imagine so. Had a quiet journeys thus far. Extans finally spotted out. Aduzi. That's actually going to be Hobbits.
It was going to have to happen eventually, but valid effort. Again, I mean, win or die. We talked about it earlier. Des brought them up as well. They're one of the teams with the most placement points, and part of the reason is what we're seeing right here. They do not give up at all. They managed to get themselves a 4th place this game too.
So here's Aduzi. He managed to get it done yet. Beautifully done. Even to close out as well.
SKS, best DMR confirmed. Just saying.
Said no one ever.
Other than me and Aduzi, apparently.
Quietly though, FUT Esports still 4 alive here, Toby.
Yeah,
again, another quiet journey up until this point.
I was going to say they've kind of been backfilling the force on the southeast side. While all the action has been kind of going up towards the north, they've been slowly creeping on in. But, I mean, credit where credit's due. They're sitting 4 people alive, 3 teams left alive. This could be theirs for the winning.
Yeah, Iroh semi-isolated here. Lyran on a wild send towards a rock or a crate or something. The reposition. Going to be able to break line of sight, but Aduzi catches him. There's just no suppressive fire onto question mark at all.
And even if he got there, I mean...
he's able to break line of sight. He's outside of utility range, but it's so early.
Are they going for the rest here? There should be no way they even try that.
I mean, they're going to try and crash the same rock, I assume.
They go for the crate instead, I guess. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Now Dante's coming up to the rock in front of it. They're full on trying to counter this play. Nades are really close by. Iroh's going to have to back off it. There's one more nearby. We'll see if it finds him. Finds the first one, but Iroh returned. Found one. Dante was taken down as well from Weston from the side. Weston with the DMR has been an absolute beast here today. Aduzi now spots Ace sent over on the other side. Finds one. Again, such a player with this DMR.
Actually, Brexco with a little bit of a response here, but wondering actually when the green light's going to come. Odin actually responding on. It's Iroh to find Phil first and immediately coming through. Question mark. Their numbers are dwindling now.
Despite the fact that Lyon is what really sets this whole thing off, it's FUT Esports who are coming out victorious in all of this. They get the kills to the knees. This should be a 10-kill win for them. Should they be able to find Micah? He's in behind Chris, but how do they go about this? Brexco, sorry, make that.
This is the nade coming through. Brexco actually going to reveal his hand, and the nade does a ton of damage. Weston to seal the deal. I said their journey here was quiet, but FUT Esports closing out comfortably here in the endgame. So
not going to be complaining about a 10-kill chicken dinner at all. And what a time to get it to. We're getting closer to the end of the 3rd day. It hasn't been that tournament. Maybe now is when you get the momentum going coming into next week.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a sort of, for some of these bottom teams, that's the sort of win they need, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
A confident clearance in the endgame. And it's things like that can really springboard them up the leaderboard as well.
Super game for Howl early. We see finally now we're back in the game. Same thing here for FUT Esports. Take it over to the desk.
Thank you. Yes, an impressive victory in a very difficult circle to play, with it being so open here at the very end. Saga and Avenger joining me. Saga, this is FUT Esports getting themselves back on the road again.
This is what we love to see. It's another one of the typical FUT Esports playstyle games where they come in extremely late. They avoided any shenanigans around the bridges. They made sure that there was no chance that anyone was going to be lurking that long, and they wrapped so far around the southern side of the military island and worked their way up through the military base itself and found themselves relatively uncontested on the eastern hill. And when the time came for them to opportunistically steal some space away on the low ground, they did exactly that.
Yeah. Really love this new iteration here of FUT. I am not concerned with them going forward. I'm really I'm thinking, especially 2023,
Yeah.
it's going to look good. It's really hard for them to try to catch up to potentially a top 3 for them to go
Yes.
to PGC, but I'm really loving what I'm seeing from them so far. It's been super, super good to see Iroh back on the roster, of course, here,
Yeah,
but also
yeah.
Western has really proved himself on this roster.
And Odin, all things considered.
But he's been good the entire year.
Just the whole roster. Let's just name all the names. But the thing is that, yes, I mean, it was shaped, like we say about the history of FUT and kind of the question marks revolving around, like, if they should have even had an invite, etc., and things like that. But this is a roster worthy of an invite, even just being at the Grand Finals, because some of our invites teams didn't get it here.
And it's another indication, another example of a team that, while they can falter on days, but having the resilience and the composure to make the comeback and have those plays. If we look at yesterday's games, across the 5 games, they only picked up 3 placement points across all 5 games. So for them to come out now at the very end of it and steal away a victory, that's a big turnaround for them.
Yeah, I was definitely concerned for their campaign in this game at the very last moments where they're trying to send towards rocks, trying to hold those positions, sending them towards a crate. The fight between Question Mark and Ascend, all of these little moving pieces here together gave them just enough room, Avenger, to be able to hold on down in that south position.
And also, Question Mark going in and trying to make sure that Polish Power didn't get any further there, closing it out. Super insane shots from Adushi with this KS, actually really impressive. But yeah, 10 kills and 10 placement points there for FUT means 20. Polish Power, though, with 12 kills means that they're going to be getting 15. They're going to be clawing their way back to the top.
That's right. And the funny thing is that those 12 kills were relatively early in the game, so they could have been on the absolute warpath. They didn't take a high ground position later on, but unfortunately, well, for a little Marslek, just a little bit too wide.
Yeah, but teams like Polish Power and the way that they were so aggressively holding the positions as other teams are trying to make crosses on the West is a big reason why you see FUT Esports taking the very late rotation. And we don't often mention the distance traveled, but 35 kilometers, that's almost the length of the map, and that's the wide route they had to take to get into the position safely.
Yeah, sometimes this can happen when it comes to those military finishes, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. Military finish is always really hard, especially when it's kind of a bait in the beginning. Our first circuit was not a guaranteed military, right? And then we had this other one. The way you kind of set up here, you see Iroh, the focus player of this game. Well deserved for him, of course. Good game for FUT. And this was a little bit risky. You did end up going down, but Weston with the anchor position was really important to make sure that finished off. But then some of the shots here, crazy to connect and to finish off Question Mark, while Question Mark was putting pressure onto Ascend, was crucial for the win and for Iroh's focus here.
It shows what you can do with such little cover in these kinds of moments. If you're able to read Saga where every other team is, every other member of said teams and stuff like that, just those small angles that you can take the cover with, super, super important.
And it's the timing on it as well, because a lot of the times if you make that move into a position that is relatively exposed and you do give up that opening knock, even if it's a trade, it will very quickly fall apart. But with Ascend putting the pressure on, that's exactly what they needed to just outlast and survive that little bit extra where they were able to take those shots through the smoke. And it's the same thing as what we saw for Question Mark, as they were slightly wiped out, or they actually wiped out Polish Power. It's the very same thing. They were taking a fight against Ascend up on the opposite side on the northwest, and a doozy over the top with the SKS. Lethal.
Well, let's take a look at Polish Power, in fact, after they got themselves so many kills in this game, going up against the Wu.
The Wu is a mix, or like a built team before G-Loot Season 6, I think. With big names in it and young Nixie. The roster is really powerful. The experience in the team is also very strong. But I feel like mixes and like brand new teams might struggle a little bit. We were playing against them in qualifiers and we won some fights already against them. That's why we are never scared of them.
Absolutely on the warpath here, Polish Power being able to take out the Wu as well. And before even this went down, Saga, they were taking scouts left, right, and center.
Yeah, you can see this early in the game with double-digit kills on the board, and they were really threatening a lot of the teams who were looking to make moves over on the western side of the zone. You saw Win or Die getting picked apart, not only by them, but by Question Mark, who was also on the boats as well, just caught in the middle of a sandwich. And Ents coming in once again, very, very late from Severny, tried to creep over the bridge, just went face first into Polish Power, got run over.
It's crazy when you have a team that almost has 10 kills when there's almost 40 players left alive. That really talks to how early their fights was and how they're able to make their ways with the Wu here. So really happy to hear from Marsalik the way he's like, yeah, we've had some fights, and maybe young Nixie is a little bit scared. The way they peaked, the way they used utility to kind of make their way forward, that is really what paved their way here.
Definitely so, definitely. And you can pave your way to looking great if you head over to the new merch, as we have, of course, emea.merch.pubg.com. So go and grab yourself some new stuff, and it'll look really, really cool, especially with the PCS7 logo as well. So loving that, Avenger.
Yeah, the hoodie looks good.
The hoodie looks good?
Yeah, I really like it.
The hoodie does look good. I'm looking. I can see it behind you right now. What does it? Prove yourself.
Prove yourself, yeah.
I don't need to prove myself.
No.
No, do you?
Well, if we had some of the merch, no. Not at all.
Exactly.
True, yeah.
Exactly. You heard it here first. All right, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, we are changing focus. We're going to go over to Miramar. 2 more games remaining today.
Hello everyone, I'm Paige. I play for Team Heroic.
Hey guys, I'm Maxi and I'm playing for Overpickers.
Herkese merhabalar. Benim adım Odun Mavisi ve Esports takımındayım.
Right now we are going to play What Happened Next.
Aslında çok basit, önemli bir anın ilk bölümünü izleyeceğiz ve sonrasını tahmin edeceğim.
So without further ado, let's get started.
That's right, so the nature of these hills and the hillside, oh dear, Alia and Na'Vi rocking up on BNR, so a road to glory.
I am going to answer A. BNR destroys uninvited guests one by one.
Bence BNR aslanlar gibi çatışır ama pompalı tüfek ile yerli sınırı. B şıkkını seçiyorum.
I'm gonna go with the A. BNR destroys uninvited quests one by one.
That was kind of unexpected because I didn't see that one of the Na'Vi guys had a shotgun, so it was definitely unexpected that he lost that fight there against him, but shotguns close range, they're good. What else can I say?
Bence BNR bu pozisyonda biraz ayrı bir şekilde oynamış. Beraber oynasalardı bence Na'Vi'yi güzel bir şekilde alt edebileceklerini düşünüyorum. Tek fight dönmüş. Orada shotgun olduğu için zaten Alia avantajı alıp takımı öldürüyor. Oyuncu öldürüyor.
And Ents now know that they have some utility left.
QBE can make some space, and you can see this. They're trying to isolate with the smokes. Now the blue is forcing them to make the move, and here comes Ents.
So my answer is A. A rapid rush by Ents leads to the team to the lobby in seconds.
I'm gonna go with the A again, so a rapid rush by Ents leads the team to the lobby in seconds.
Yani A şıkkını tercih edeceğim. Hızlı hamlesi, Ents'in hızlı hamlesi yetmiyor ve onları lobiye gönderiyor, şıkkını seçeceğim.
That was a really nice angle from Ivas, and Ents completely unexpected, or didn't expect that angle to happen, and they just crushed like immediately by him. So really nice play by Ivas.
Indeed, and that was actually cooked relatively well. Just the car kept driving. So here comes a Regnum Kaya, and the car gets knocked.
I'm just gonna go with the A again, so the Reg are all blown up with one frag grenade.
I am going to go with C. Reg is rapidly wiped out.
C şıkkını tercih ediyorum. Reg takımı hızlıca yok olur.
That's just PUBG chaos. They pull up in some random dip that is not very good, and then the other team fly in with the other angle, and they already drive-bying and even knock. They even knock one of their teammates there. So it's just PUBG chaos that I mean, I guess it's fun to watch, but not much to do there when chaos like that happens.
Well guys, sadly this episode has come to an end.
Umarım bu yeni formatı beğenmişsinizdir. Gerçekten ilgi çekiciydi.
Thanks everyone for watching and enjoy the PCS7 Grand Finals.
Today I'm joined by one of the top fraggers from Win or Die. How are you doing, Extens?
Great, thank you. Hello.
Nice. Now, Win or Die has performed really great this PCS. But I think a lot of viewers don't really know you guys too well and aren't super familiar with your team. Can you tell me a little bit about your teammates and how you ended up together?
I'm playing with kind of new PUBG players. Gusara is kind of old, but Gidrox and Layosh, I know them like for 1 year, I guess, and they're kind of new in the game. They are good fraggers. They played a lot of tournaments in the past 2 years, and so I guess they're quite good experienced players.
Nice. Right now, on the leaderboard, you are in a position where you would qualify for PGC, I think. Is that extra pressure? Does that make you a little bit nervous sometimes, or is it just extra motivation for you guys?
I guess we have no extra pressure. We just we think that this PCS is not just like the tournament. We think that this is like just the qualifier for the PGC, and it's make I think a bit easier maybe for us to play it.
Nice. That's a good mindset. I like it. Last question, a little bit of a fun one. If you could add any player to your team, now don't think about replacing anyone, just any player you could put on your team, who would you pick?
I guess James. I like him very much.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. That's going to be nice for him to hear. Thank you so much for the interview. I'll let you go play the next game, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Good luck.
That's right, the grand design focus from Extents there as they see this as a potential qualifier to go to PGC. Really looking further into the future here as we continue things for PCS7 Europe. Joining me, Saga and Avenger, as always. And Avenger, so far so good for Saga's pick. Extents, that's looked great yesterday especially.
For sure, really fragged out yesterday. Played really well. It's a little bit of a underdog pick in terms of pricing, but he has really played well and put some points on the board for you. And also,
cheap. It's a good point. How much did he cost? Do you remember?
He was 18k.
That's a very good pick.
Cheap.
That might actually be the most efficient price pick so far. Maybe
He's
close.
up there.
Campy, I didn't get any points in game number 1, so we'll see. If it's still a fact.
Fair. All right, well, hopefully maybe we can take a look at the overall standings. I'm not entirely sure, but could that be fantastic? So let's take a look so far.
Oh my God.
Polish Power back on top. You know what, when they were... I had no question in my mind they were going to return to this position, Avenger.
No, but what really stands out here is the 10 points only difference from 1st to 5th. And then our huge mid-pack here, Saga, from 80 points and 6th all the way down to Navi and 12th. 10 points difference only there as well.
Yeah. 7 points between Navi in 12th and Ascend in 7th. That is
crazy.
A whole lot of movement that can go down, and bearing in mind the amount of teams that are looking at top 8 as a potential position that could theoretically give them a PGC spot. It's there's a whole lot of variables going on in that position, but a team like ENCE, top 8 is what they need to be looking for, and they are unfortunately not one of the teams who's in that mid-pack.
And also with this, obviously, 2 teams that are performing extremely well right now. Question mark and Win or Die would mean that Heroic would not be going to PGC. That would push them out, far out. And obviously Polish Power that is already in top 8. It doesn't change much in terms of that, but it obviously guarantees them no matter what here. And it's looking really good for them. But yeah, question mark, Win or Die. with this performance here, we're soon halfway, guys. That would mean Heroic
exactly
is biting their nails right now watching these games.
And FaZe, Na'Vi, and Foot have been able to get themselves wins on the board so far. And actually, I will give people a little teaser as to what's happened at the very end of the show. What we're going to do is we're going to show you what is effectively the live PGC standing. So if the tournament were to have ended today, we could see what could have happened to that top 8 moving through to PGC. Of course, not done by any stretch of the imagination because we will have the 3 days coming up in the next weekend. But that's exciting, Saga, because it will give us kind of a little bit of a groundwork almost to see what needs to be done for those teams that aren't necessarily in the top 8 just yet.
Yeah, it's something that's evolving constantly as the tournament. Every single game, every single placement point, kill, point of damage really can just decide your own fate at this point in the tournament for so many of these teams, and it's a lot of pressure on those, particularly those who need to start performing, because we are running dangerously low on the amount of chances that they have left, with only 2 left until we get into the latter half of the competition. Now has to be the time for you to step it up if you need to.
Yeah, really excited to see the live standings there once we're halfway through. Definitely what we just said, it's going to be a fact. Winner Die, question mark, they're going to be pushing Heroic out. The question is, how deep can Winner Die take this, and can question mark hold on to that? If they're in there, they obviously have some points already. They're going to be pretty much guaranteed to go because they're going to be mid-pack. They're going to be in there like 350, 400 points.
Yeah, definitely. So now we're moving on to Miramar. Of course, we've seen some shake-ups, some falls, some ups and downs for Miramar. Saga, what are you looking forward to here when it comes to Miramar?
This is quite interesting because Question Mark is a team that has done much better on Miramar. I mean, 2 points on Erangel yesterday, not ideal. But
True.
Them coming in with a solid set of games, a doozy looking very on point, and you can have the debate whether the SKS is any use whatsoever, but he certainly made it look like it was. But if it's not ideal, you don't want that on Miramar. You want the minis, you want the SLRs, the longer range, faster bullet velocity. That's what you need to be doing, is getting those scouting positions and high ground Northern Lights all over it. Bit of a turnaround from them would be great to see as well.
I too wish my stapler was 4 foot long. Fantastic. I love myself some SKS. But anyway, it's time to head over to the commentators. Miramar on the cards. 2 more to go here. Toby, you excited?
I am, and I just want to say to Aduzi, please play the SKS again on Miramar, just to prove Saga wrong, because it is the best DMR in the game. Right, Hyper?
No.
I ain't got nothing to
I'm not with you on that one at all.
I lay it up for you and just...
Yeah, I mean, I closed it out in comfortable fashion, actually.
It's fair. I just want to see Aduzi do what he did last game, because he made it look easy.
I mean, let's be honest. Any other DMR in that same situation would have still done work. So an SLR would have been much quicker. Let's put it that way.
I just like this guess.
Okay, well, yeah, to each their own.
True. We are headed over to Miramar, as the desk rightly said just a couple of seconds ago. And again, I mean, I can't help. I feel like we're banging the same old drum here, but I can't take my eyes off of Northern Lights. I know they're already through to PGC. I know it is what it is. But every team was out to get them in the last game. Stardust, their great win yesterday on Miramar, is like the whole thing that set that up was their push onto Northern Lights early on.
I don't think Northern Lights' problem is other teams right now.
You're probably not wrong, to be honest.
I think it's getting to the point now where we're just seeing Northern Lights in very unorthodox positions, uncharacteristic as well. And whether or not we could justify at the start of this grand final series of games and say, maybe they want to go out and experiment, test a few things, and we haven't really seen that. It's just kind of been a bit lackluster, if I'm honest.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It has not looked like the same team that we've seen in the past. In particular in the Miramar games. Now, as we get this one underway, a somewhat western skewed plane down towards the Prison Island over Oasis. Usually, that would also mean that the first circle is going to present itself somewhere on the western side of the map. Teams, again, pretty well spread out. We haven't really seen, fortunately, I think, any big engagements here in the early stages of the game. And I wouldn't expect to see any here either.
No, I mean, the exception to that being Northern Lights, right? With Stardust making a mad dash on one of those Picardo favoring circles, and then Polish Power to come through and third party that engagement as well. It's about the only real early engagements, or at least setups, we've seen previously on Miramar, and it's pretty far south.
You can say that again. That is as south as they come. I wonder, you know what, if we're doing like a polar opposite of Oasis, we are going to end on the small island east of Los Hijos. If we're going as far south with shift 2 as the second shift went north. in the game yesterday. We'll see. For Esports, well, coming off of a win, they have just been gifted this first circle. Everything is up for the taking for them. Curious to see where they're going to end up setting up shop. They're not really a team to do these wide splits and play full center control. Usually they're backfilling, they're coming in late, but now this time around circle, well, right on top of them. Where did they opt to play from? I'm curious to see.
Looks like, I mean, initially maybe a slight adjustment here on the loot area, but got to be careful because Ibby's a little bit split here, almost, yeah, playing dead center here. I think actually, I mean, similar to the quarry circle we saw in Erangel, there's basically 3 teams in this first zone.
Yeah.
Again, a little more uncomfortable to be rotating in on the west side of this, obviously with Valdemar and some of the terrain obstacles that lie just south of Chumacera. So again, that choke point that comes out of Los Leones, and actually this is where the roads are very, very sparse as well. So it can be pretty tricky to come in. Expect a good chunk of teams actually to favor maybe coming in just kind of center in between Chumacera and Los Leones. But I mean, the wrap it takes a long time to get into this circle if you're wrapping.
And that's the thing, right? You gotta go early, or you gotta just accept the fact that it's gonna be a while before you get down there. Ascent, likewise, I mean, to some extent, to what Wu's been doing, sending EB into the middle. Kildekai is slowly treading forward, trying to see how far he can go without stepping on a landmine. And so far, he's doing all right. I feel like today really has been the day of upsets in regards to the leaderboard. I feel like the only 2 teams we are missing in the whole turning things around, finally getting things going, is ENCE, obviously sitting in last place, but Ascent too. I mean, we saw them in the earlier stages. They got things going. It just hasn't happened at all throughout the grand finals here. Now, I mean, similar position to FUT Esports. Not saying anything is given, but they are in a very good position here in the first circle. Curious to see how they'll make use of it.
Yeah, I think as the frustrating thing with Ascend as well is we've seen glimmers of hope, right?
Crunio
considering it.
I'm not in a hurry.
He's dropped an extended mag.
Oh, he was just trying to ping his head to show where the extended... yeah, where it was.
Don't worry about marking it on the map or anything.
If you don't take this extended mag, I will shoot you. Or just bounce you off the road altogether.
I mean, just polish power up on the screen, looking at some of the in-game settings and obviously the stats previous to that. They were, I mean, actually tracking at 12 points per game average, and we know actually it was initially a big adjustment in terms of the playstyle that we were seeing. They were way more eager to take fights, out in the open as well. Some kind of bold and brazen decision-making coming through, but that was what kind of swung the pendulum, right? That momentum actually carried across into Erangel, where we saw them adapt a similar playstyle. So one of these teams that you talk about really thrives on momentum and making some of these confidence plays. Once they close out team fights, they play very fearless, actually. Once they get that kill stack behind them, they really, really look to pile on the pressure on the lobby.
Well, we talked about you having to hurry up if you wanted to make the wide wrap around the west side. FaceClan has found themselves bikes to do exactly that. I would assume to see them swap those bikes for more vehicles granting you more cover should you come to a fight later on, or vehicles you can actually shoot from, should that be needed at some point. But right now, speeding down the west side of the map here, trying to make their way into phase 1.
So a couple of teams getting ahead of this main migration, I guess. Overpeaker's another one that actually said, I mean, statistically as well. Just to mention, on the back of Polish Power's performance, Perfectix
would that be revenge?
Considering it. But yeah, Overpeakers as well, putting up 10 average points per game on Miramar as well. And they've had some solid games. Again, a favoured couple of circles being towards Picado, obviously the Monte Nuevo circle as well, that we saw. I think it was Vard and Mexi clean up as a duo on a couple of different teams in the end game. So those are the ones that we definitely have our eyes on if you didn't already have them on Polish Power.
Yep. Making their way west around Los Leones, finally inside the circle as the big migration towards the south continues. No real confrontation so far. The center is being, well, pretty clustered really already. I don't know why, but I'm kind of expecting it. I would expect ENCE that they're going to be coming in very late, so this time around it won't happen. But we do oftentimes see one of those teams that will actually send a couple down towards Los Hijos, or at least just have some sort of bridge control should the unthinkable happen and send the next circle down south. Because if it does, I mean, you're playing the 1 against 50 odds here, but when it hits your number, you're going to be gifted a top position.
The later teams have fewer options, right? So they almost make those kind of lower percentage plays, but at least some safety in Circle 1, even just getting in past Valdemar or obviously down on the other side past Puerto Paraiso is the first obstacle, right? At least if they can get themselves across to the South Island, maybe get themselves set up and consider mounting some kind of attack onto one of the bridges.
Lyron alongside Weston, trying to make sure that no one comes in, does any damage to them in that position. And again, I mean, I really want to give a massive shout out to Weston. I feel like Iroh has proven himself a long time ago in this game, and now he comes back and does it again. Odin has been a big name for the FUT Esports team for a long time, but Weston, to me, this tournament, I feel like every time FUT Esports have been about to fall apart, every time things have gone against them, the times that they have managed to turn that tide, Weston has really been one of the players that has gone out and delivered, you know, that one crucial headshot when need be, found the knock when he had to, come to the crucial rest when he needed to. It's great to see all the players now starting to, you know, show up in each their own way and delivering. Again, it's not been a stellar performance for Esports so far, but they're sitting in 8th, and as Des talked about earlier, it is incredibly close in the middle.
As well, actually, yeah. I thought it would have been Odin, but it's actually Weston leading the charge for Esports.
Yeah.
Again, it's been impressive to see both of them put in clutch situations as well. We think back to Odin, obviously, with the shotgun play previously. But it's been a number of times we talked about FUT Esports just happy to play really scrappy in some of the urban endings particularly, but looking very, very proficient in team fights.
Yeah, that last game too, I mean, it's just sometimes I like to think that for the most part I can kind of predict what certain teams want to do depending on what we've seen them do in the past. But that push from Lyron to go alone up against the Rock in the middle of the open field, him going down, I thought, oh no, they've goofed this one. I mean, they've tossed it, and somehow they still managed to turn it around despite the fact that Lyron falls in the melee game they won just before. It goes to show that even when things go against them, even when all hell breaks loose, they're a team now capable of sailing the storm and finding their way to the win.
Northern Lights with a white. I mean, Perfectix previously was left on the north side of Power Grid, now positioned over to the east side of Tumasera, up in the church. A little bit of oversight here on the rotation of fellas coming through. Will actually open up. You can see it on the map here. But hoping that nobody responds onto this, because there's a big gap between him and any teammates.
He did see fellas, and of course, I mean, Perfectix. You can tell him not to shoot all you want. He's going to be shooting. He's going to be wanting to get his name up there in the top damage dealers, in the top kills. And well, right now he has the most kills so far, but still sitting in second place damage-wise. That is something he's looking to change.
I feel like he did have 18 from the first 3 games, but hold that thought, because Overpeak is finally pulling up onto at least one side of FUT Esports, who are still pretty spread. Iroh actually a little further north of this.
Matt?
Western and Lyron over to the east.
James is isolated. He's trying to kind of wrap around the side. He's on a solo push forward mission. And he's got pulled up on by not the entirety of Howl, but at least 2 of them are here. Matt and Laza are here, and they will have heard all of this.
He's only got smokes to try and hold on to this building as well. Lyron actually helping out, slowing Laza down, doing a ton of damage, but team's got himself a shotgun now. That kind of cancels out the need for some utility to slow down any building push, but Howler collapsing on this.
Once you hear that one being reloaded, you go, do we really want to push up those stairs? Because if there's a building we've seen time and time and time again just not being pushable, well, it's these ones here. One inside. James, does he spot him? Yes, he does, but misses the first shot. He's going to fall. Schofield gets himself a lucky one there. James not one to usually miss those, but happens, unfortunately, in that situation.
A little rabid on the push on the way in, actually.
Yeah.
Seems unlucky not to get the jump on him inside the smoke. Again, Circle actually pulling back out to the north somewhat. Again, see how the land lies here, with Stardust only being the ones out disconnected on the south side. We talked about maybe 1 or 2 teams considering it. But, I mean, with FUT Esports feeling a little bit of the pinch. Oh, my God, clip. Well, yeah, there's not an awful lot you can do about
anything. There's no counterplay. No counterplay at all.
Is the SKS for you? About 4 seconds for those bullets to land.
I had a comment, but I'm not going to say it because it's just going to be really rude.
Tons of damage done.
Adusi, where are you? I need you, man. I need you.
That rotation was really feeling the heat there.
Okay, Lyron, please. Oh, Mini didn't even hit him.
Well, I don't like the Mini
Terrible.
Anyway, so. Anyway, Hal get away with it. Actually repositioning back towards the warehouses here. A pretty heavy Eastern favor.
Oh, SKS headshot, body shot,
okay,
easy knock.
Right, well, example's upside down in a vehicle, so.
It's as if it just never wins. I just can't win these fights. Fortunately, Lyron can, as he gets example down. Where do you commit to, though? Na'Vi full speed forward. Uber there now, ready and waiting, finds the first one. Will they commit the rest of them? Yes, they will. Melman out of the vehicle, takes a little bit of damage for running straight into the tree, and headshot coming through. Iroh doing a ton of damage here.
Actually, gonna try and post this nade inside.
He knows
Actually,
where he
Melman
is.
inside. Oh, it just bounced off. It came back out. Oh, Melman absolutely beams him off that window.
That is a great shot and a crucial timing on it too. You can see just up above them, Wu are there looking in that direction. Not going for the flush just yet. He wants the rest first. Now can't really figure out, do I go for it here? Nope, go inside. Smart play on the side of Melman here, but Wu, again, looking to go in this direction, but haven't quite committed to it just yet.
Again, with Foot Esports losing one early, you'd almost expect Iroh to come back and regroup here with the rest of Western and Lyron, especially on the back of this circle pop. I don't know if he just felt a little uneasy about the regroup, but
yeah,
certainly with taking an early casualty in the form of Odin, I would have hoped that the regroup would have come through there. But nonetheless, Na'Vi come through. We'll get the res. Overpeak is still positioned to the south. Ibby's still split away from the Wu and actually bouncing back the other direction now. So Hal definitely kicking themselves after over-rotating towards the eastern side here. As we know, actually, they were positioned to the south of where the last two members of Foot Esports were. Yes. Overpeakers have got themselves an edge and actually a choke point in terms of the road as well.
I mean, as much as they would probably want to be further center on this one, you'd have to imagine that they do not want to go away from here. Ibby running on the shoreline. Not sure if there was a DC involved in that or upside down car, what that was, but unfortunately he does go down. I don't think there's actually a door there. Not quite the case either. Exalt feeling the heat as Face pushed forward towards them.
And Exalt's still split as well. At least three in this compound, but Fate very far away from this one. So FaZe with the numbers advantage here. If they opt to force the issue onto Exalt. And just that initial chip damage, not really enough, but there's fellas actually pulling up onto the backside of Northern Lights' hilltop. Perfectix in on off angle here. It might be able to open this up.
They've been running side by side for a while, so I was going to say they both have to know each other's whereabouts. Nice off angle, though, using the grass for cover, but it's Hixer to find the first Lou. Thought he had a good spot there, didn't hit the shots he had to, and he's going to fall down. Perfectix now trying to reposition himself again. Sparrow and Batulin's not really in a position to help from all over the hilltop there.
Again, Mirka and Rustamar looking to wrap on the south side here, and actually third-party damage coming in, I think, from Question Mark, way outside.
He carries him?
Just on the edge here, but the res is going to be pretty problematic for them.
He's trying to run off with him. In the meantime, other teams trying to make the fully committed push on forward. Lyron goes for the full send. Not going to work out for him. Hunted down by Stardust as it tries to get away from them. Not going to happen. Ascent in the meantime now down on the southern shoreline, trying to stay put and face climb. Back to them we go in the fight against Exalt.
And no kills on the board just yet, but you can see in the kill feed, actually things falling apart for Northern Lights. Diggory trying to find anything he can through the doorway. Moloduct on the reposition. Vex actually gets himself up on the rooftop as well. Exalt still do have one down. It's Fate, though. He's outside, so there's still three strong at the compound. A doozy. Yeah. You see that on the minimap as well. He's looking to get a little curious, maybe to third-party this engagement if he gets some kill feed information.
Exactly. He's heard what's going on down here, no doubt, but having no teammates around, it's a little bit of a dangerous peek over that ridgeline with Gustav still sitting up above. Of course, he's probably not aware of that, but dangerous position. Again, as an SKS, I'm just going to leave that there. We'll see if he makes use of it. But the shotgun dual barrel Saiga.
That's not a building you want to push.
You do not want to make your way anywhere near that. Anywhere near that at all. Howell, in the meantime, you mentioned them before. Tough rotations in from the east. Now they've actually committed south their own, and the circle's going to favor the east side mountain.
Actually get themselves a dip to play on the underside of this ridge as well. Overpeakers still off to the east side. Clib outside of the compound, though, looking to maybe scout forward just a little bit. The only real threats in this area, the Wu, who are spread across the high ground to the north of that, and Stardust as well on the west. So still now, actually, win or die with that third-party angle onto this. Again, to force one back inside, but actually you can see on the minimap now, with that new circle posting, somebody's got to make a move in this situation.
Art peeks forward. Doesn't find what he likes, or at least, I mean, he saw one, but couldn't quite get the angle to find the knock. Fex is sitting out there, raiding with a nade in hand, lobs one forward, no damage done. This is going to be a waiting game, but with the circle going east, these teams will have to move, so it's really going to be on face, I would say, to decide, do we want to commit to this, or are we just going to try and get away from here?
Look at this boy, it feels a little uncomfortable to hop in these vehicles and just pull away with
You're not wrong.
nothing really to force any pressure onto Exo. Spyro going to get pulled up on now. Fellas looking to seal the deal on that previous engagement. Batulin's last man standing now. Tries to get something done. Going to find Tiksu. Actually, the rest of Fellas have the miscommunication here, because they're finding another engagement onto Ents here, Toby.
Yeah, this is not organized at all in the way they're approaching this. Going over on the other side, Ents taking some casualties, but staying alive in the meantime. Art and Favor is, as we see them in the kill feed, they're actually making something of face. They lose 3, and there comes the last! Shotguns galore. Favor is found 2. The third goes to Monologue. Art finds 1 as well, and Diggory and Face. Well, you said it, Hybok. That's not a building you want to push. They did, and they failed.
Yeah, they found out. Let's put it that way.
They did. They did. Saiga dual barrel pump action waiting for you. What's not to like?
Batulin's is desperate to try and get some of this damage. Metabi actually with a response to force him away. Actually, question mark now on the reposition. Ascend quietly still 4 alive and spread very thin along the southwestern quadrant of the circle.
I like this wrap around, actually. They use the time that Exalt the fighting phase to say, great, we don't need to be part of that. Let's wrap around, get a good inside the circle position, then we can hold out whichever team comes out on top in that fight.
So, do you have again the same cross that we were talking about that was going to be difficult from the compound? Batulin's spotted out now. It's just another game from Northern Lights where the setup there, you can see the intention, but the execution just poor.
Die, trying to do some more damage, succeeding in doing so, but not finding any knocks on Exalt as they cross on over. Moldog does go down now. Spyro, single player left alive, little to work with. The entirety of Polish Power now coming his way, so you'd have to imagine that he's dead in a matter of seconds.
Let's see, win or die, just forcing, I think Marsalek off that initial angle. Again, the nade sent very deep here. Spyro's just got a couple of blades of grass to call home for the time being. Elsewhere, that split from Ascend, actually, I'm not sure actually if it was Brexco that finds it, but Clib's been knocked out in the open. The rest of Ascend, though, meanwhile, look at this. Mika's fallen. They're trying to mount an attack onto question mark.
Yep, trying to make the southern wrap around here, or at least fend off the push coming in. The issue is, as you can see as well, Braxco is completely kind of isolated from his team. Maybe he would have had an angle down there, but you have to imagine that they need him up close. They need him to be an equal threat to the rest of them who are nearby. Let's see, here comes the push from before. Artie finds 1, Ferris with the Saiga finds the double, and then around the corner comes the last arriving player with the shotgun. Moldog jumps on in, boop, there you go, straight to the face.
AC gets absolutely dropped coming through that doorway.
Not a whole lot you can do about that, unfortunately. Chris peeks on over second time around. Spots more than he likes. Oh, you'd imagine. Yes, exactly. Swap over to those nades. You see an entire team now. Peeks with the nades once again.
That's bold, actually, to do the second peek.
Yeah.
Especially with a nade in hand, but question mark, happy to just force the issue. They're charging up the hillside. There's a snake in the midst. Where did Artie come from?
Art is snuck up. I think he's been around for a while, but actively crawled further towards this, and now he finds himself in the middle of all of his. Ferris will go down. Not too much Art could do about it, really, with the win or die coming in from behind. And now, here he is, right next to question mark.
Let's see. Uber going to deal with Mexi as well, just leaving 1 standing for Overpeak, because that's Vard.
Can we also just mention for a second that question mark just took first place in the tournament so far? We have 2 open qualifier teams taking first and second place, and win or die in 4th. That is nuts.
Out as well. So.
Exactly. That is incredibly impressive. Adusi adding to the numbers, just pushing themselves further ahead of Polish Power.
Hard now, just waiting for somebody from Na'Vi to give him something. I think it might have even been spotted there. Yep, got to pull the trigger. Aaliyah quick to it, though. Overpeak is out in 11th. Actually giving Na'Vi a lot of space to work with now, ahead of this circle shrink as well. Looks like actually Uber's got his sights set towards Austrian Force. I don't know if there's any confirmed information on that side, but the rest of Na'Vi seem to be happy to back him up.
Yeah, question mark. Now, shots being fired towards him. Stardust try to fend them off. Medibay, I mean, these guys are shooting in all directions. That's the, I suppose, benefit of high ground is that you can see everything. Downside of it is everyone's coming for you. And right now they're feeling it. By every second, question mark is getting even closer. And Win or Die doing the same thing from the north. So they've got to pick a fight eventually, or else they're all going to come for them. Nailcrop, though, does manage to land a good nade onto Dante.
Creeping right. It's still split here. Sent very split. And actually, Apocalypse relayed that information. Actually, Celtic, the perfect bait. See Celtic just spamming shots into the air there to try and pull Brexco his direction. Puts Apocalypse into a position to punish him.
Great play from Stardust. Haven't seen a lot from them in the past. Then they make their way through to the finals, and here they are, sitting 9th currently, but a very doable jump up into one of the top positions. Question mark. Still with Hobbits left to play. Lobs one more nade over and extends again. Able to find kills this time around. The Doozy falls.
Be able to get that first aid off the Mad, though.
All there.
Look at this. How looking to collapse here onto Stardust. A ton of damage coming through, and actually Schofield finding one into Chris in the mix.
Howl have just stolen the kill feed, making it theirs for their own. And, well, it looked good for them. Stardust feeling it as they try to stay put through that one. Hobbits solo fight against Kelta, trying to both of them make their way into placement points. It's going to be Kelta. Nice peek around the ridge line there, or the rock, I should say, to stay alive. 8 kills for Stardust. Even if they fall here, it's still going to be a respectable game, but they would have wanted more with the initial position they had.
And Kilcoy outside the zone now, but has to just wait as Howl sweep through this southern side now. Actually, on the flip side of that, Win or Die looking to make moves over on the western front as well.
Na'Vi backfilling on this one. 2 kills here again. Solo player left alive, but still.
He's going to run into Kill-Yukai.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine. You'd have to imagine. Unless if that flash somehow bounces down. At least he's going to get one right. Nope, Schofield is peeking for info. He's not dead just yet. Kelsey's running out of bullets. That's suboptimal. That nade from Matt might be it, but Win or Die over the top extends again. Such an impact player for the team.
Actually, find Lauza up on the top side here. That makes it very difficult for the Mad to close this out. Kill-Yukai actually comes out of cover. The Mad deals with him, though, and no real damage done, so it doesn't even make things easier for Celtic.
22 bullets for Celtic to work with. Nothing to spare here at all. Matt holding the angle. He's going to hear the footstep. He's going to see him, and he's going to take him down. Howl, once again, getting things going. It's not going to change too much on the leaderboard, but wow, they've been climbing back up today.
Ruin's still tucked on the underside here. I'm not sure if he's still there or not, but Leos going to deal with him. Win or Die with that sweep along the west will be rewarded. 4 kills on the board for them now. Na'Vi at least looking back this way. Uber still holding Austrian Force at bay. So that's going to take a ton of damage here. I think Vascu actually connecting onto him.
The Austrian Forces played their way in pretty slow on this one. 3 kills for Na'Vi so far. They've been quiet ever since Example went down earlier as well. It's been kind of a back and forth between the two. Now the Circle, hard favoring Polish Power. They're still 4 alive. They've already got quite a few kills this game. And, well, Circle just went their way. Best of luck. Spots get rocks in the open. Easy pickings for him.
I think Marsalek and Krunia, though, eager to make something work in this zone before effectively everyone should die, right? Except for Hens. It's going to be difficult for anyone really to find any comfortable terrain to work with. Uber's still curious as to whether or not Vascu or Payne's are going to swing over this ridgeline, but it's going to be a difficult push. Na'Vi have to make something work here. I mean, pick your poison. They even push towards the compound with the Wu. Will they take this engagement with Austrian Force?
And regardless, they're going to get backstabbed by the team they don't take the fight to. So it's going to be tricky. One thing's for sure, if they do opt to take a full-on fight, they're going to have to full commit to it and execute on it quickly. No committed play's been made just yet. Circle, though, starting to close in now. Where, oh where, Na'Vi, do you go?
Westlock with a ton of damage there onto Norcus to clean
through
things
the
up.
Smoke, too.
Actually, Win or Die falling there. 3 kills on the board now for Polish Power. Silas finally putting some damage in. Na'Vi actually opting to try and slip through the middle here. I mean, the Wu, they will eventually have to come out of the compound, so Na'Vi have got to be careful on the timing here.
There's no way they let them push in from behind there, you'd have to assume. We'll see how it's going to pan on out. Seeing the shotgun in the hand of Bestel, I probably realized I'm not going to be using my DMR much more this game. Uber now in the blue, tanking a few. Nade from Mask, who takes down Alia. Melman and Uber alone for the team, and Nuki now falls as well. Polish Power, despite the fact that ENCE hasn't been making any sound at all as of late, still noticed by Polish Power. First one to fall is going to be Nuki. Not sure if Squeaky can get it back up.
Actually, I'm not sure here if Alia's going to be able to crawl away.
They got the smoke cover needed.
Nixie going to follow up onto Melman here, so and puts Uber in a very, very awkward position. And actually, Nixie comes out with the shotgun, going to seal the deal. Na'Vi falling in 5th, down to 10 HP, but should be able to get his first aid kit off now. Austrian Force actually peel back towards the eastern edge that they had. Polish Power looking to get aggressive on the south side of their compound now. So only Cappy inside, and he's laying damage down to Austrian Force. This could put Masterlek, Norkis, and Krunio in a position to push through, actually.
For sure. Coming into this game, we talked about teams who wanted to join, to be part of the We Got Things Going, at least on the final day. Austrian Force ENCE, while having both taken casualties, are still in this game. And while a potential 3-4 kill win won't be anything to write home about, it still could be the little momentum that needed to get going coming into the next week. ENCE, well, currently pretty much the only team inside the circle. Austrian Force has a run to make as Nixie shoots down but doesn't really hit anything.
The nade's gone up. That could
Is
be
it going to
good.
be far? No, short.
No. Nuki and Squeaky been in this dip for quite some time now. Actually, when Polish Power came out with the nade, I think it was Austrian Force that actually forced them back off the angle to follow through on that knock. A little bit of a stalemate developed here, but Austrian Force need to be the ones to move first. They've got to get past. Krunio still tucked into what I assume is a little ridge. Yeah, you can see it here. Norkis with great oversight of this position.
Once again, it's Krunio playing the kind of spoiler booby trap up close that should they try and overextend and peek down towards the compound, he's going to be right. The issue now becomes he was visible to ENCE, so he has to back off. And now actually it's going to be Vasco finding Nixie. So Wu, the team that you thought would be engaging last in all of this, are the first one to take casualties. And ENCE, again, it's just 1 point, but they're much needed with where they currently are on the leaderboard.
The problem being Austrian Force is still alive.
Yep.
So actually, to say that, maybe not for much longer. Krunio comes over the top. He's going to find 2 panes and Vasco will fall.
There's a surprise element, just like that Austrian Force dealt with, and we're down to our last 3. Polish Power, all 4 alive up against a solo in Bestelug, and ENCE playing with 2. You'd have to put your money on Polish Power here with how they've been playing the tournament and how they've been playing in the last 2 matches here. It was a doozy who dealt with what was a very, very big one for a high kill win in the previous game on military, and now seems like they're coming right back for the win.
Well, actually, you're going to be able to close the distance here if ENCE can do any damage. Polish Power split in 2-2, so they have multiple angles here. Squeaky actually opens up. He finds the first knock onto Martelek.
Can't get the second one. It was close, though. Will he get the flush? Yes, he will. Again, Squeaky ENCE can't really allow for any points to slip away from them here. Oh, spots one.
He gets a headshot, though. Forces him off the angle.
So much damage done. No meds left for Nuki. No vest either. It's 1 tag if placed right, and that's going to be Nuki down and out. Squeaky is going to have to be the angle player with what little they have to play with. He is the one closest to the center of the circle, but look at this. Again, no vest for him either. Has 2 lethals, 1 molly, 1 flash, 1 frag grenade. But is that going to be enough? Nuki reveals his position, but not too much to do with it.
Another attack comes through from Squeaky, but I think Polish Power now, after losing one, they're probably just going to let the time burn away at ENCE's position. I mean, they start in an awkward spot, but you got to question the utility that ENCE have available. There's already a lot of smoke deployed towards Squeaky.
They're smoking him off. They're trying to isolate so they can go for Nuki. I like this play. Nuki's been active in shooting, and they know approximately where he is. So trying to deny him vision. The issue is Squeaky is using these smokes against them.
Actually, Nuki doesn't fall immediately either. Norkis out in no man's land right now. Cappy's taking a ton of damage as well, Toby.
Yep, gets the first aid off. Has a few more to work with, and more flashes are being thrown on forward. Are they going to be able to get the rest? You wouldn't have to imagine. Squeaky, though, has him behind the tree, but it's going to be Norkis to find the final kill. 8 kills, not flashy from Polish Power, but they got all the kills last game that they didn't this one, and they get the win with it.
I mean, ENCE nearly bloody did it. they nearly did it. Squeaky doing a ton of damage in the late game there as well. Actually, if Cappy falls, it actually creates a really interesting dynamic there.
Very winnable. Had the meds to get back up to full. No vest, but still looked very good for Ents, who's been struggling, to say the least, this tournament so far. Back to you, James.
Yes, they have, but Polish Power pick apart the peasants to produce perfect pierogi. They get themselves the victory here, as we now have Polish Power firmly, actually, now in #1 Saga. This is kind of crazy.
I just have to confirm, that wasn't rehearsed.
No, it wasn't.
That's the first time he's done that, and I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
But it was a really great move from Polish Power, once again showing that they can, as well as being the full-send aggressive team, actually play a more measured and stemmed aggression playstyle as well, holding on to their position in the compound while so many of the teams were struggling to get up the mountain towards the southwestern side. Everyone else towards the north, Polish Power included, was just holding their own for the time being. And then as soon as Phase 7 popped and Polish Power saw an opportunity to take the central control, that's exactly when they made the move.
Yeah, I rehearsed it 5 times in my head. Avenger?
Did you?
Yes.
Fantastic. It worked out quite well, and you promised us more peace as we were coming down, especially now that Polish Power, they won. You had to do it, of course. Super well executed by them. Compounds was strong. Playing uphill like that, I gotta say, Squeaky there, that was close. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more. They needed this so much, right? They have really struggled so far, and we're almost halfway through, so they really needed that too, trying to kind of poke into that middle there. But it is Polish Power with not that much damage and kills as we usually see for them, but a good amount of utility to secure them that win. And this is a case of where they're thinking, all right, guys, this is potentially just a free win. Let's just ensure that we get it, so they're not as aggressive as they get there. So Ents there in second place with 12, and Woo with 10 to go along with Stardust too.
I think that's the important thing that we mentioned there in terms of Ents being able to, as they said on the desk as well, Saga, almost do that. It was close towards the end. A lot of off angles taken, a lot of utility, smokes as well as flashes coming in there. And if it wasn't for things like Norcus just wiggling around and finding himself a tree as they're coming around the smoke, it could have been a totally different game.
Yeah, Squeaky finally managing to come to life. He has really been struggling for Ents so far, particularly the first couple of days. But now it's great to see that they can make an appearance towards the late stage of the game. And they did so well in the group stages. We've just been waiting to see them actually have the chance to show it. This time 12 points is almost a third of the points that they've had over all of the games so far from this game alone. But Polish Power, it's the opposite end of the spectrum for them. Of course, an 8-kill win is nice, but all it does is extend their lead.
And Noctis knocking the nerds here, Avenger.
Yeah, making sure he gets the win. The right peak there definitely won that for him. A little bit of a flashbang being traded back and forward. Really good to see. Noctis, our player focus, very kind of even in terms of we don't have really huge standout players. We don't have the 1K club. We don't have like 7, 8 kills. So this is obviously one of our winning. Got half of the kills of the team. Pretty impressive for a win with 8 kills here.
But as you say, when a circle like that kind of comes to you, you have that kind of compound. Don't be too overeager.
Yeah. Oh, of course. And I actually like that because that is not something you usually see from Polish Power. They usually are eager. They're usually the one of the teams to be sending 2 players out, trying to maybe aggress, trying to sniff out a little bit more of those free kills that could potentially come from a third party, right? So I like this kind of laid back. You need to take some of the free wins. You still have to defend. You still have to win the last game situation here. So happy to see the lack of aggression on this one to secure the win.
Yeah. Saga, other teams that you thought impressed you in this game?
Well, I actually liked sort of what we saw from Stardust in that game before. And while we, once again, we had the Phase 1 circle, and we were maybe looking at it and thinking, there's an island down there. That looks a little tasty. But they were the only team to actually commit the whole team onto the island. But Phase 2 shift denied us, once again, the fun zone, which, you know what, we'll give it a break. We've had a lot of fun, chaotic zones so far. But the fact that they were able to make a full send over the bridge, up the road between the likes of Howl, Foot down on the southern side, over peakers. They went through so many teams and ended up with 4 players strong, holding onto the mountainside. But when the push did eventually come through from the likes of Question Mark, there was so many teams lurking in that position that they'd bypassed that just encroached on them at the same time, got the third parties in, but it was a valiant effort to try and hold the hilltop.
When they did that rotation, they probably closed their eyes and imagined a McLaren we're driving so fast, nobody's gonna see us. Just send it. But they put that. It worked quite well. I like the high ground that they took, and also the circles that kind of got against them. I was hoping to see none of the compounds being in there because the low ground compound is super strong. The high ground compound and the Wu is in for a long time is strong. You can still have a lot of players coming in from along the kind of lower ridges and stuff.
Yes.
But I would like to see the kind of further west endings rather than this one here because it comes so hard to get into the compound and kind of get into a good position to try to attack.
Well, you mentioned the Wu actually and the potential strong compound that they had. We can actually check in with a TeamSpeak moment from the Wu.
Might be close best, still camping you on Nexi side. But I don't hear him. Probably left Nexi. Pick Navi, Nexi.
You saw him in the smoke, directly down right. Close smoke, down right, dead smoke. Yeah, left. There, yeah.
You see him?
Yeah.
They're in front of you, Besta.
Okay.
Fighting orange. You farmed them, Nexi. Nice now.
I needed one spawn.
On me.
Last kill.
Good.
Nice.
Go in front, you have a stone. You have a stone to play.
Yeah.
Where? Okay.
Orange.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my smokes.
Can you smoke for me? In front of me?
No. Don't have any.
You run. You just run.
Even just as two there, the Wu being able to make things happen and still be able to keep moving. And the thing that I like most about all of that adventure is the fact that you've got those people that are, yes, out of the game, but still providing so much information, important information.
Yeah, super crucial information. Also, if you just have the slightest doubt, right, you see you hear he's like, that smoke. It's like he's peeking around.
Yeah,
and also information is coming both from Quiz as well. I gotta say that what I'm most impressed with that is how good Besto's English is now compared to what we remember from the 2019 PL interviews where it's mostly yes and no answers we got from him. Now you can hear it's really clear comms from him and it's really providing a lot of information perfectly in English.
Yeah, definitely. Saga, final thoughts on that Mirror before we head off?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of impressive stuff coming from. One thing that certainly stood out to me was Hobbit's 760-meter knock and flush onto Northern Lights from across the high ground, and it looked almost like that was going to be the nail in the coffin for NLT as the push was coming in from Fellas, but they outlasted it, although not for too long. But at the very least, it's good to see that they were able to salvage something from the game.
And as much as I love Northern Lights, it is also nice to see everyone putting the boot into Northern Lights and trying to take this.
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely been a while. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. Time for a break when we return the final game of the day, and in fact, the whole weekend. So stay tuned. That's right, the McLaren has made its way to PUBG Battlegrounds, so if you're interested in being able to pick it on up in-game, you can head over to in-game right now and be able to do all the things to be able to pick it up. I love you, McLaren. You're fantastic. I'd run over there and give you a big hug, but you're a little too far away. So that is the McLaren. Make sure to pick it up. We love changing all of the coupes in the game to the McLarens, and I allow everybody to drive around it. So at the end of the game, Martin, you've got 8 of them just driving around in circles. It's brilliant.
What I like the most is when you go out, you change the skin and you leave it for someone to come and pick it up, and then you wait for them, and then you kill them.
Wait,
take all the loot.
Why haven't I been doing that? That's a great idea.
That's great.
Damn it.
Yeah, my favorite thing is when I drive up and I see one at the side of the road and I get to get in and then immediately get bolted in the side of the head by some rat in the grass.
Some rat in the grass, yes, definitely Martin.
That's not me. That's not me.
But you do bolt, so
I
it
do
could
bolt
quite
a lot,
easily be you.
But bolting from the grass is kind of, I would be far away. Usually I like being close because then you can grab all the loot real quick.
Riveting stuff. All right, let's move over to the standings now, as we do have ourselves just one more game here for today. We have Polish Power popping the competition here, Saga.
They have really proven themselves to not only be a top contender sometimes, but also be able to do it pretty consistently as well. Although, even though the amount of dubs that they have picked up is in excess, Win or Die still holds the crown for most consistent runner-up with 47 placement points, just slightly ahead of Polish Power with 45 with a couple of wins that they have picked up. But that is now 4 teams in the triple-digit club, and there is starting to be a little bit of a gap at the top, even above Northern Lights in 5th.
Yeah, the top is kind of crazy right now here, Avenger, of course, with, yes, you're some usual suspects like FaZe and Northern Lights still being up there, but as we say, with those teams that have come through Open Qualifier, they're showing that Europe has so much depth, and the makeup and the landscape of Europe is currently changing before our very eyes.
Yeah, for sure. And also, it's very close, you know. Fellas, 5th, you know, like... It's just 20 points that make up the middle pack. And one good game, you can drop all the way into the top 6 quite easily. Quite impressive. Yeah, really interesting in terms of last game. Once we're done with that, we're going to be halfway through. We can take a lot of stuff away from that. But Polish Power have been insane. Question mark. 2nd place right now. If they continue that, that's a guaranteed spot for PGC for them.
Yeah, I feel like question mark right now as well, Saga. It's like a good defense is a great offense. They're constantly putting pressure on against these teams and using that as their defensive nature.
That once again comes from the way that they are finding these positions typically towards the western side, the southern side of the zones as well. And it just so worked out this time around that they had fantastic high ground positions that they were able to exploit. And they were actually pretty instrumental in the downfall of FaZe in that game as well. You saw as they were lurking on the outside of the compound where Exalt was sat with shotguns. They didn't want to commit to the push, but question mark was there to deny them from backing away, so they had no choice.
All right, well, one more Miramar on the cards, and we will be heading over to the commentators now for the final one as well on the desert. So, Toby, not sure what to ask you again.
Bring me something, anything, go.
What did you have for dinner?
I had a lot of kebab. I feel like that's a Turkish way of things. Just a lot of. Well, I mean, I haven't really eaten anything since it was so much food.
And a slice of pizza.
Fantastic.
And a slice of pizza.
Riveting stuff as well. All right.
And that's my segue over to you. Slice of pizza, was it good?
Yeah, it was brilliant.
Great. Now back to the game. We have one more Miramar game left to play here, Hyberg. And I gotta say, I love where we are right now because we currently got Polish Power question mark vying for the top. 2 teams that we've seen when at their best, they are phenomenal. But also 2 teams that we've seen play the bottom of that leaderboard for a scary long amount of time before they got their things going. Now they're up there. Now they get things going. But for how long can they maintain those 2 top spots?
Yeah, and then just to come back to what the Des were touching on, I think question marks, they're playing a real thinking man's game right now. We're seeing them constantly in a position where they're able to actually influence fairly key moments of the entire match, right? Not necessarily getting themselves in aggressive positions, but they're constantly thinking their way into spots where they can actually do some real damage. I'm hoping actually it's going to be reflected eventually, coming through with a decent, I don't want to say double-digit sort of win, something like that. It's going to be scary actually if they can build upon that and actually then satisfy both sides of the coin.
Yeah, that's I don't want to say that's what I'm waiting for, because how can anyone doubt a team who, when going into a lobby like this, can find their way into first place and not only do it off of, a couple of pop-off games, but consistently find their way into the top? I almost feel kind of rude for doubting any of the two. It's only because we've so many times seen it not work out the way we wanted to. I've immediately think back to Polish Power. They had a big lead in one of the previous tournaments, which then crumbled later on. This time around, though, I really hope for them. I want to see it be the game where they hold on to it all the way through.
Yeah, I think that's reflected as well statistically for Question Mark, where they are maintaining an insane average. And it's across, I think, placement points they're sat, I think, in third overall. But it's the 67 kills that round that out nicely as well. Another actually fairly far south, but a little more to the west this time around. Not so much of the Southern Island in, but once again, another situation where we've got three, call it 4 teams that are actually comfortably inside this Circle 1.
And while we have the stats up here, can we just mention how Nailcop is currently tied for top kills?
This guy has been just constantly active. We've seen him out on solo missions a number of times as well. It's actually crazy to see him actually reflected now at the top of the top 5.
I'm not gonna lie to you, and I mean, this is in no way trying to disrespect Nailcop and the team. I had in my, mental predictions coming into the tournament, I had Stardust in a clear bottom 3, maybe bottom 4 when the tournament was said and done. They have impressed. They have played, I don't want to say phenomenal PUBG, but when things have been looking good for them, they've been looking absolutely amazing. So kudos to you, boys. You have really stepped up and impressed. And again, as I said on the desk, currently sitting in 8th place for Stardust. That jump up into top 5, it's one good final game away from here. Imagine them coming out strong here in the final, going into the next week sitting top 5.
I mean, it's effectively 25 points separating, 12th all the way up to win or die in 4th. So, yeah. Everything's still within reach. And that's, I guess, as well, a couple of teams capitalizing on Northern Lights. I don't even want to say letting off the gas anymore, but completely falling flat since their day 1, or game 1 to 3 performance, we should say. It wasn't even day 1 overall with how it ended, but that cluster, they're all kind of keeping pace with each other.
It's impressive to watch. Usually you'd have a couple of teams that just can't can't hang on as the rest of the train starts going, and I was just saying, a lot of teams still in the mix here coming in to the final game and, of course, into the next week. But with that said and done, we are also heading into a week now where usually you'd have a couple of days, maybe just the day, to prep for the next games to come, because things would normally be over in a week span. Here, these guys will be having 6, or maybe we'll make that 5 days of sitting down, watching backwards, prepping for things to come. And I think we're looking at a very different week 2 compared to what we've seen in this week here.
Speaking of prep, Northern Lights look like they're actually setting up for something in the early game. A drift actually up to the north side of Power Grid, and Stardust and Polish Power are headed this way. That's the first time we've seen Northern Lights really try and make some kind of adjustment in the early game. And actually, early contact found from Apocalypse might actually force Polish Power a little further south into the trap.
That is an amazing catch. I did not notice that at all, but you're completely right. Northern Lights, there, I mean, I understand that the observers aren't there because no one's expecting this to be happening other than Northern Lights themselves. And you, of course, you called it out. No shots been fired just yet. Seems to me like they are letting through Stardust. Polish Power are sitting around scouting, though, and now they're kind of going in between all of them. Shots are being fired. Hope that we can go over that in just a moment while Getbrooks gets himself a crate in the middle of the open, of course. Well, Win or Die doing a good job in there in this tournament too, but seemingly Stardust were allowed to pass on through now as we go back on over to Patulans, who's looking at other people claiming his mountain. I wonder how he feels about that.
The other thing to consider as well, they tried to punish actually on the uphill struggle. This might actually be an opportunity for somebody to land some shots. Actually going to pull Norkis and Cappy, I think, back down the hillside.
Love how he's sitting with the bolt. Could you please just keep the car going straight? I can't aim when you're spinning around like that. Now tires are
halfway, halfway up the hill. I think that's why he slid back down. But Polish Power caught wind of the shots that I think they tried to focus onto Metaby, who was the last member of Stardust in that rotation. But now Northern Lights, I mean, I don't want to say semi-committed to this, but
they're scaring them off.
The jig is up.
Yep. Forcing them away. Perfect, just taking a bit of damage. But again, I mean, with how they were set up early, I thought, as you said too, that could be an easy jump on to Stardust. Stardust, though, allowed through. They went for Polish Power, but not too much came off of it. Of course, depending now on how much more they're willing to commit to it.
I think with that being said, I think Northern Lights should peel back towards the south now.
Yeah.
Another opportunity potentially, timing dependent with Austrian Force. We're kind of on the other side of the plateau here, but coming back into the circle, it's fairly congested already towards the center. FaZe actually making their way up towards one of the hilltop compounds. Gustav split to the north here, but there's lots of threats. Yeah, thank you for bringing the map up. Now you can see how many teams have made a dash towards either side of the valley here. Best of luck. We'll find Melman actually out in rotation. RV will lose one early.
Unfortunate. -3 for me.
That's tough.
Yeah. FaZe also, I mean, in the way that they're spreading out right now, they're usually, I would say, this fast and coming out here. But with Stardust wrapping in early, with Exalt wrapping out to the west early, they would usually have at least a 2-1-1 split going. Right now, they're like forced to be committed to a 2-2 because there's so many more teams in the vicinity here than they usually would be around this time of the game. That Nate, well, I mean, they ain't really going to find anything. But Chris sure as hell scared them.
Just to let FaZe know, somebody's here. A little bit of posturing down towards Fex and Diggory, but
maybe just too many nades.
Yeah, he was just lightening the load a little bit.
Yeah, just, you know, practicing the arm for nade throws to come. Will run his way further down the southern side of the hills. We heard just before James, the car man himself, talking fondly of the McLaren, and I'll do so as well. You can now get yourself a McLaren in the game. Convert your coupe to one and go room room down the highway. Get yourself all the kills. Have yourself some fun with it. And maybe, if you're really lucky, you'll find a Winchester, like Ferris does.
I was going to say,
you'll get some kills.
Speaking of having fun, Ferris out here with the Winnie.
You don't even need to find a scope. Just automatically gift the scopes.
And committed, actually. I mean, fairly spread, actually, across that kind of La Riviera. Sort of a high ground, but actually, and Fate actually down to the south of that as well. It's not really where you want to be splitting with how many teams have got here early on. Navi's problems continue. I'll leave an example now, actually pulling up on the backside of Hal's setup.
Uber from far away, trying to apply suppressive fire, but you can see Ali, as you said, struggling to get away from here safely. 2 smokes applied, trying to reverse down the hillside. Shots connected, one more needed, found by Ruin. And that's Howl, yet again, finding points in the early game here.
1 on the board here. And actually 2 down now for Na'Vi.
It's so interesting how these circles usually are so bread and butter for Na'Vi. Like coming in from the east side, just wrapping the weight all the way around the south. They normally never have troubles with it, but they here, I mean, first Millman gets called off, now Alia does the exact same thing, and for the most part, the teams that they tend to run into early and take casualties to are some of these teams that they just don't play all that often. Are some of these teams that maybe as much as they would have wanted to prepare for what these teams tend to do against them, they just can't really predict some of these positions they find themselves in.
This is brilliant. I think James has actually heard a Winnie at the top of this hill and say, somebody's trolling up here, so I'm going to get myself a position just in case anybody finds a bit of damage. The rest of Overpeaker's position to the east of him.
Is the Winchester technically a DMR?
It's better than the SKS, regardless of what it is.
I think that one was coming. I feel like there is more kills in this game with SKS than with Winchesters, though. But then again, I mean...
That doesn't mean anything.
I suppose not. Not according to you, anyway. Misa is going to wrap on back over to Quizzy, who has an SKS, by the way. Now he's going to swap on over, I hope, to a car, because there is more ENS players coming this way, and it's exactly what happens. James now, Nate's going to alert to his presence. Finds one with his back turned, but can't find the nook. Molodog, the savior, as he sits there ready and waiting. James peeks over, thought he had a freebie, but not quite the case.
Exactly as I called it, the tag comes through. James tries to spring the trap there. Unfortunately not to find it. I think it's down to about 5 HP, but James will get picked up. Mexi comes along. Fella's actually forcing 8C off the high ground here. Diggory and Fex looking to try and regroup towards Gustav at least, so should be able to provide some oversight here on 8C's retreat.
I feel like at this point we can say if the mountain to the east of El Pozo is the Batulin's mountain, that whole construction hilltop up of south of Montenegro has got to be the 8C hilltop, if anything, because he's always trying to get info up there. So smart read on Phil is probably thinking, if 8C's up there, he's probably there alone. Let's full speed send it and force him off.
Actually, fellas pick up a nice spot in the circle as well. Na'Vi actually find themselves in the mix with Ascend, or at least 2 members of Ascend, Chris and Kilyakai, down on Well, towards Valdemar, I should say. Not sure of the intentions down there, but Ascend split up once again. Again, they've been taking very, very split engagements, almost fighting on 2 fronts, sometimes even 3. So that's where FUT Esports find themselves inside on the southeast corner.
Yeah, I mean, not in a hurry. They know that the majority of the teams will probably try to wrap somewhat north, given where the circles tend to go under these circumstances. So they're going to be wrapping in south around. Perfectix in the meantime, alongside the remaining players of Northern Lights, set up, as I say, in and around Monte. That is not at all true, because Toby forgot to look at the map feed. They are sitting pearls on a string out towards the east of the city. 1 per position. Batulin's all the way out to the east side mountain. And it's actually Perfectix somewhat caught on his own here. But now Na'Vi, you said it before, them and Ascent side by side down towards the south, and they find 2.
That's just Briscoe and Mika to be spotted here, trying to get back into the vehicle. Actually, both members of Na'Vi getting involved here. Chris trying to provide some support. But, like I said, very split. Kill-Yukai a million miles away from this. A couple of tags come through onto example, but unless Kill-Yukai gets a little busy down here, there's no chance of the res coming through. Actually, Uber on the reposition as well.
Is Chris committing to this? There's no way. Nah. As they hear the vehicle coming around, you'd have to imagine they leave. This is just a waste of time.
Repositioning.
This is a waste of time.
I mean, it's already too late now for the res, but
just get away. Kill-Yukai got to shoot now. You have him in the open. You have him on your side of the rock in the open, looting your fallen teammates. If there's a time to shoot,
it's gone.
Is he going to allow him to get back inside the car? Does he see him? No, he's looking the other way. I thought for a second he might have spotted him. That would be an insane peek. Uber has no clue that Kill-Yukai is just playing Big Brother here, overlooking every single move he makes.
We've got sight lines on the second vehicle as well, and that's when you open up.
Oh, Kill-Yukai! Headshot comes through, and Chris fortunately there to make it look a little less
awkward.
Off, yeah. Not liking that one. But fortunately the kill does come through. Again, Na'Vi, I mean, off of having had a pretty tough grand final so far, they start off the day, they get themselves to win, the ball starts rolling in the right direction, but then we come over to Miramar, and things just going against them here.
I mean, again, unfortunate circumstances, I think. It's not so much, you know, poor decision-making on their part, just caught off guard, losing too early. Perfectix strives with the pre-nade, actually sends it forwards, does a ton of damage, but going to be punished for it anyway. We noted earlier Northern Lights were very split on this. Again, there's no support system in place.
And again, it's Polish power. If there's a team that will gladly collapse on what they think might be a split position, that is them. Scav going for the rest here.
Sorry, Nuki.
Just not going to happen. He's been crawling for the last 10 kilometers. His knees are bruised, but unfortunately, nothing comes off of it. Nuki's going to fall, and again, just ends trouble all the way through. But Esports now pulling up an over Pigas. Full speed forward. They come. Mexi. A lot of damage done, but no knock so far. As I say that, instantly one goes down, but Vard falls on the other side too.
See, Westing going to come through, confirm that. Mexi got to hold down the fort now. Ahuden's in the ground floor. A stalemate presented. Ahuden's got a shotgun. I'm terrified.
Yeah, as you should be. And I hope that the remaining players of over Pigas as well. Mexi must have heard that reload come through and goes, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to run down these stairs anytime soon.
Actually, the molly catches from Clip.
Yep. Is that going to be enough? I think it actually might be. Should he get knocked here? Yes, indeed, he does. Now there's a chance to run downstairs.
Jeans with the support as well. To find that elsewhere, Northern Lights have the rest of Polish power to deal with once again.
Yeah, Batulin still is nowhere near there to help. Nice peek around the side. Spyro, though, does manage to find the first one. Should have a single peek coming through second time around. Not in the position to really do a whole lot here. Spots one. Spyro tries to get the angle, but not going to happen. Marcelik, nice off-angle peek through that one. Great ambush once again on a split Northern Lights team.
And Loose somehow going to get away from that. The second nade, I think, forcing a couple of the players on Polish Power's away. Look at the minimap, though. Look at fellas.
Yep.
They're coming up. Tiksu, Rustamar going to have sightlines onto this. Very quickly, Rustamar actually finds Lou ahead of the heel. Northern Lights in shambles once again.
They had to rotate into this one, fellas, and they've been presented a perfect opportunity for doing so. Lou knocked down. Don't think there's any way that he gets back up alive. Batulin's solo player left alive now, I think, for Northern Lights as Kilyakai Bleats are out elsewhere on the map. Northern Lights seems to me like this is going to be a smoke trail for potential vehicle rotation out of here. Again, I mean, Northern Lights had all the control of the entire north side here. They collapsed onto the warehouse, but Polish Power just got the better of them.
Batulin's now faced with the unthinkable. Going to try and get the vehicle out, but it's actually stuck against the wall. Can he get over?
Equally awkward.
It's not looking any better. A little bit of speed is the answer.
Headshot should be the first bullet connected. There's the spin out, and that should be it for Northern Lights for the weekend. Indeed, it is 16th place for Northern Lights. They started out looking unbeatable, but Miramar has just not been their battleground.
As elsewhere, actually now for Esports feeling the pinch. Overpeak is looking to seal the deal here. Actually a ton of damage coming in from afar from Molodot. Decent spray on the first, but Western down to 6 HP. Gonna try and find the first aid kit.
Almost had him there. 2 circles going this way as well. Now the question becomes, does Overpeakers want to share this? I mean, they could with the circle going here, but how much are they willing to give up? Teams back up alive, clip there to get the rest. Iro should be able to get back on his feet here too.
Mexi had to slow things down as well. Actually, I guess with the circle repositioning, maybe a little bit of pressure from the north side here. See Fellas and Polish Power almost parallel in this rotation up towards the high ground, but Western and Iro.
Is Polish Power and Fellas just running it side by side to the exact same position? It seems like they are. Austrian forces are there ready and waiting for both of them, but it might be too much for them to handle. Fellas are going to stop on the hilltop, but they're going to be seen by Exalt over on the other side. Nork is somehow, with barely any speed at all, manages to run himself over to the nade himself. That is not how he would have imagined himself going down in the final game of the weekend.
Actually, Cunio and Cappy now do make it to the top side. Going to try to slow things down a little bit with the smokes, but Fellas definitely coming out on top of that engagement initially.
I like this play out from Austrian Force too. They've been passive for quite a bit portion of the tournament, but this time around they hear the action and they want a piece of it. If they can force Polish Powers like to be kind of shoved, oh my god, perfectly timed Molotov straight on top of Cabby. If they can force them into Fellas here, they'd be set really, really well out here towards the east. Keep in mind, Michael is still far off to the north, so Fellas playing -1 right now. Polish Power eliminated in 14th, our current first place spot. Right now, FaZe, question mark, even win or die, looking at first place spot, hoping that potentially they could claim it coming into week 2.
Bit of a gap to close though. FaZe almost 21 points away and no kills on the board just yet. Still plenty of time and 42 alive. Actually, FaZe got themselves positioned up on the northwest side of this towards La Driera. Stardust in close proximity, but see what they can get done with the rest of this now.
I'm surprised Exalt can't do more to punish Fellas over on the other side, but I suppose since Fellas ain't really pushing up over the hilltop, that's because Exalt, the only angles that they can really get on them is the ones being prevented to peek on over. Example, wraps on forward, just inside the circle he comes.
Didn't even know he's still alive, by the way.
Yeah, and Chris is too, by the way, in case anyone wondered. I'm sure they're going to somehow one kills the other and then he instantly dies to blue after. That'd be the end of their skirmish on the southern side. In the meantime, Adeusi makes perfect use of the SKS. Finds Gustav, finds the second as well. Diggory falls down too.
Bit of a response here, but FaZe feeling the pressure from afar. Diggory will actually bleed out. Gustav still down. 8C got it all to do here. In fact, actually caught with the molly. I think that's going to do just enough to catch it. And it does. Metabeat will find that one.
Oh, look at that. In the meantime, Fellas over on the east side. Finally, things going the way of Austrian Force. They collapse on them. They take them all down. Don't believe they took any casualties in doing so. Maybe they lost one.
Nah, way short.
Yeah. It's difficult to get them in there because of all the bricks kind of preventing the roll forward.
That one might be good, though.
Yeah, second one. Yes, no, maybe. Over the fence we go. No. Bounces back off the other side. We'll get the rest on up, so even though it was a scary situation, FaZe back up to 3. As I say that, Fex barely even gets inside the smoke before he falls down again.
I think 8C and Gustav now looking to put a little bit of pressure back onto Stardust with that kill feed information, but they're going to be slowed down here. Actually, Phil first finds an angle onto Gustav and will punish it. Gustav down once again. 8C committing to the first aid now, but he has to make the same cross. And it's not going to happen. Artie actually didn't want to find it.
At this point, I've seen FaZe try to make that backfill wrap on via that Reliera a few times now over the course of the last couple of tournaments, and oftentimes this is how it's gone down. It's just so difficult to push out from there up the hillside, especially as long as there's a team playing the hilltop that question mark is on. You're just playing. I mean, you're gonna be having your backs against the team no matter how you're trying to make the push on up. Let's see in the meantime now. Molodok peeking on forward. What does he have from here? Not a whole lot to work with. He's waiting out Kelty, who's sitting just below him in the meantime. Chris, sneaky peeky solo, make his way on forward. Has Schofield nearby, but when does he start shooting?
Dante trying to land something at range. Actually, win or die now have to make their way out of the compound. Leosh having problems with his vehicle. Try and get it as close as possible as Gedrox has fallen elsewhere. Actually, Hal looking to... oh my god.
He's in the car with him!
No way. No
He's getting a free ride to the circle from his opponent!
And a free kill. Literally a free kill. 2 free kills.
Wait, there's no way when Lasse look... You're memeing!
Way,
Chris,
dude.
you are memeing at this point. Guess what?
Get the second!
Gets a second! How does he not find him now? Finally, with the hipfire mini, he takes him down. If there's a man that can put on a show, that is Chris. Here he is, finds one, finds two, goes for the first, finds him as well. Chris is making something out of nothing in the most unorthodox way I have ever seen, and Hal fall down. What am I watching?
I need to hear the comms. I need to hear the comms when they realize somebody's jumped out of their own vehicle.
Imagine if Lasse had seen him on the back to go, dude, there's someone in your car. What the hell?
Who have you brought with you?
And who they bring? Well, it's Chris. Here we see the pull-up on the other side. Win or die. Well, that's a die, not a win. No doubt about it. Question mark. Fed 2 freebies on that one, and they now get to play the field for themselves. But... they have Exalt still playing the hilltop. Again, though, Exalt, I mean, 6 kills this game. Impressive. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to end my sentence there, because I thought they were lower than that. 6 kills is a fair amount of kills from this position in the game.
Tippable, for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely now as things will slow down. I mean, Exalt, Austrian Force, the Woo still need to make moves in. I mean, Chris, whatever else you got left, buddy. I'm here for it.
That is a salvage and a half. Already 2 placement points, 5 points confirmed. Nate lopped on forward. Please do something. Okay. Calm down.
That one could be money, though.
And he's not peeking with it either. Don't give away any additional info here. Second one, up forward, still short once more. Nixie is down to low HP, but now there should be no way at this range that he can get them on through. Chris can't really go anywhere and still be without outside of the vision.
He's full imposter mode right now.
He is just playing rogue. He is playing full rogue PUBG. I don't care to win, but I'm going to take all of you down with me when I die.
Probably, and I mean, I don't think the Woo have any confirmation on exactly where that came from.
Where they came from, who threw them. Like, why would there be a solo lobbing nade at us at this point right now? Chris, I mean, the fact that he's still peeking with his M4 rather than the DMR, considering the fact that he knows they're over there. In the meantime, Austrian Force
images
chilling.
that precede disaster.
Like
Austrian Force here just boosting up inside the vehicle.
Thanks for going out of the car again to lob those smokes forward. I like this. Isolate angles, try and see what you can do with it. Now, Exalt actually might just be helping out Austrian Force here, making the run early.
And they're going to crash onto the other side of the compound as well. This is huge. This leaves the back door open for Austrian Force. Clip still looking this way, though. Actually going to find a knock on the back of that. Pains will fall.
Yep, can't get out of that window. Car blocking the angle. Vasco able to get over in the same one-story building. Pains might actually be able to get rest here. And again, as you said, I mean, Overpeak is forced into a wide split. Chris is just sprinting down the open hillside. And now finally, someone seen him. He was running into a compound that has just been pulled up on by 2 teams. Thank you, Adusi, for stopping this madman. He's breaking all norms in PUBG by doing the things that you're doing right now.
I kind of wanted to see him make it into the compound.
But he's got to be having a laugh. Even though it hasn't been the tournament for them, or the finals for them, he must be having a laugh for that game.
So, best of luck actually opening up onto James here. That's inside the compound. Really creating opportunity, but Exalt with that wrap towards the south side have actually got themselves into the more favourable position.
7 kills for Austrian Force. Again, similar story. Has not been their grand finals, but turn it around here in the final game of the weekend and reset that mind coming into week 2, knowing that you're capable of games like this.
There's still 3 strong. And very difficult building to take control of, though. And Overpeak is slow playing this. Actually, decent amount of utility here for Zoka to clear through some of these rooms.
Yeah, taking his time, lobbing some smokes ahead, removing angles. They know they're safe on the backside. Issue is they're outside of the circle on the backside, so they need to make a push on through. Like, either they commit to this or try and wrap around with vehicles, but that's just not going to happen.
They're trying to make the cross to this 2-story, but...
Yeah, it's open. Wu on the hilltop. There should be no way they even consider doing so. As I say that, they do so. But there's such a long run still to be made in the open. It's not going to happen. 1 down, 2 down, third should fall in a second. Vasco makes his way around the backside, but he's not inside just yet. Now tagged up here as well. Trying to get the rest onto Paints. There ain't anyone on the west side here. Deuce, you can see now trying to flex out, but he's not going to be able to get an angle because of the Wu sitting up above. So, well, they stay alive with 2 somehow. I thought it was pretty guaranteed they were all going to die there.
They should do now. Clib was looking for an angle, but no utility to close it out. And actually the rest comes through. 2 of Austrian Force will survive.
Issue now becomes the valley, or the ball, I should say, all these players are currently sitting in, is now outside. So tricky position to try and play from Mexi. Does fall down, should be able to get resto as the blue comes closing in. It's gonna be a close one. Will it get him up in time? Yes, just exactly, but Mexi has to run.
I think Clib, though, just has a slice to play on this long building. Again, it's going to make the cross even more
they can play the
precarious. They have way more utility to work with.
Yeah, they should have at least. They should be able to play the garage, though. Question is, how the hell did they get out there?
The cross from the garage anywhere else is more difficult than this one here with smokes, but already Molodok going to put a little more damage inside there, and actually, Archie nearly connecting with that onto Mexi.
That is a good read on where he expects him to be in that smoke, given that they saw people run out just before. Art finds him with the nade. There's only so many places they can't be, and Clip now setting back all on his own. Does find one. I mean, if there's a time to go now, is it. The circle is still closing on in. Where are you going to play this one from, buddy?
We're faced with the impossible task here. Another 30 seconds or so for Clip to have to make a move. But again, all that utility burnt up now. That's an unfortunate bounce, but a beautiful headshot that onto Pains.
Pre-firing him. I think I saw him in the window on the right-hand side. Pre-firing, double headshot comes through from Arch. Great shooting, as you said. From him on the angle. Didn't have more than a few bullets to spray. Hits all of him.
Now 6 seconds left for Clip to make a move.
Yeah, he's dead.
Almost would have wanted to see him try and make a move on the back of that knock, but the Wu obviously holding this position down. Another knockdown to Vasco. Clip doing absolute wonders from this long building.
Yeah, question is, will he can't get the rest now, can he? Nope, not going to happen. 8 bandages is what Vasco has to work with. He might just, although Austrian Force probably had their days counted already. If there were any chances at all, it's sure the Clip just took them away from them.
Yeah, the worst time possible for him to get knocked, especially now. I feel like both of these guys have been knocked
They go for the
3 or
rest
4 times.
Or they rest to deny, I suppose. Oh, the molly perfectly thrown by Fairest. Exalt nets themselves 2 points. You can only imagine that Austrian Force would have tried to deny those points, but down they go to the hands of Exalt, who still sit 4 alive. Woo, they've played the hilltop for a while now here too. They'll be fine up here for now. And once again, question mark, make late game. And look at this. It looked like a long stretch to Polish Power when they went out early. Well, question mark, they're right here.
And decent kill stack as well. 8 on the board. And possibility to take that #1 spot in the final game. Exactly here is who's going to have to make the move first. Question mark don't have a lot of space to work with.
Exalt has so much rich line, I think.
They do, but the Wu should keep them in check, honestly.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine at least that they've tried to. The thing is, question mark are really the ones with the 3 movement here, because they can't really shoot down towards question mark Wu, that is. So, obviously, now that this happens, smokes galore, it's anyone's game. Best of luck. Peeking on forward. Quizzy there to help him. It's a slow burn up, this final one. Utility being locked forward, but with the downhills, it's Probably going to be a little while before this one comes to an end. As I say that, best of luck finds Stante. All of question mark are prone down in the corner of this one. 4v2v1. Wu wants further up the leaderboard, and with a win here, they might just jump straight into third.
So you're going to find one onto Molodok here. Ferris has to get something done as the last man standing for Exalt, but can't connect that first spray, Toby.
Bronze on down, tries to see what more he can find. Knew he tagged up one goal, cancels the spray. Thought he had him, not quite so. 10 kills for the Wu as they continue their slaughter, and they find the final one as well. 11 to finish this one off. This one really had question mark for a while written all over it, but Wu pushed down the hill, claimed himself the last kill of the win.
I mean, there's a moment there where 3 members of the Wu are down at like 10 HP, so definitely doable, but the damage was already done. Question mark had to ride that out, and unfortunately Exalt survived long enough that it just made it a little bit too difficult to make a move.
And what a final game in top 5. As much as things were kind of set in stone for a little while up, there's so many changes on that leaderboard coming into, or by the end of the final game, that is. Let's take it back to the desk for the final time this weekend.
Very much, boys. This is a great win for the... Woo, jeez. That's some scary stuff. Scary, scary, scary. We have got ourselves the Wu getting the win. It feels like this has been a long time coming here, Saga, considering their form in this tournament.
They really have been on the verge for quite some time, and they've been pretty consistently making the end game. They've certainly been impressing as a team that we heard from some of the player interviews is relatively newly formed, a couple of more experienced players alongside some newer comers to the scene, but it's great to see it all come together.
Yeah, definitely. Avenger, thoughts?
Yeah, of course, we heard from Best of Luck talking about his teammate, Nixie, young gun, upcoming insane superstar player there. And then, of course, a lot of experience across the board from everyone. I'm actually really loving the team, how they managed to put this together and have this success. Now with the win here, potentially could be a contender if they're able to kind of translate this momentum into next week as well. Could be a contender for PGC too.
I mean, what, they just bumped up to third, right?
Likely,
which means that you've got 3 teams from open qualification that have just taken 1, 2, 3 throughout the day here,
Crazy.
Saga. That is a monumental shift in what you would expect from a 3 days like this.
It does feel like the status quo that has been around in EU for quite some time is being challenged, to say the very least, with Northern Lights not as dominant, Entropic not even here. There really does seem to be some room at the top and a lot of teams hungry to try and claim it.
Yeah, and on top of that, I'm really loving that idea. You know, that's been, as you said, status quo for at least 3 years. That's been the same team, same players, and now it shifts a little bit. And also, we talked a bit about it before some of the other games. You know, there's been the same players and the same teams, and now with the swapping around, you have these tendencies that you can potentially catch out. 21 points for Wu, though, 14 for question mark. They continue the dominance here again.
And I think when you look at this down, even for teams that aren't quite on the ultra top end of the leaderboards as well, teams like Team Exalt, I think we've constantly seen really good players from them, Ferris in particular, Saga, looking fantastic.
I mean, yeah, we started off with calling it a bit of a meme with the Winchester spam, but it was actually pretty close. Like, Jeems really did what he could to try and punish that in the early phase of the game, got incredibly close, but they did at the very least have the cover there for Molodok to prevent him from going down early. That was a big reason why they were able to survive that long, and even at the top level teams, we're not quite seeing that level of cohesion, maybe a little bit more overconfidence in the splits that they're taking, but it's good to see that the support is there when needed.
All right, there was 4, 4, and 3 kills on the previous slide that we had before, Avenger. Do we talk about him? Is it time to talk about It's Chris?
The man.
It's Chris. It's the man.
What was that?
That was crazy. Honestly, the way
just show that 10 times over, you know.
Over all these highlights, of course, is going to show this. This part here, he swaps in, he sees them, sees 2, jumps out, and then a lot of pan shots, unfortunately. And that's why he thought he was going to get both of them quickly down, but he also managed to get the third guy.
I couldn't believe what I was watching. This is, for me, one of the most ridiculous moments, technically, in PUBG history. This is insane.
Oh, what's crazy about it is that at the time, like, while Chris was out here 1v3ing the rest of Howl, Ruin was over there trying to take a 1v3 against the Wu, making a push up over the top. He got 2 knocks, couldn't quite secure the third, and that could have very quickly changed the landscape of the game, but, I mean, he pulled it off in the end.
Exactly. So what happened is, It's Chris actually enabled the Wu for this win.
Oh, yes, I see. I think the most insane part about this, for me, is that at no point, in my mind, if I'm in Chris's situation, would I think, get in the car. I just...
He's been watching Asian VODs once again. That very similar play happened when a man just hopped in the back of the car, whipped out a shotgun, and just bopped his cabbie in the back of the head. Just kind of rude. I wouldn't recommend doing that out here in Turkey. But honestly, on the battlefield, anything goes.
Amazing stuff, being able to see Ascend there, and it's Chris, of course, being able to get that. But again, we shouldn't diminish the fact that the Wu was able to get a brilliant win, and now, as I say, they find themselves in 3rd place after this Miramar has gone down. Anybody else that you want to talk about from this game here, Avenger?
I have to point out Phil first again, one of the top players. He's continued to impress. Also, one of the reasons why Question Mark was at such high points again here. And he is, really impressive.
Yeah, great point. Question Mark has looked fantastic throughout, especially today. Never mind the other 2 days. Now they find themselves in a great spot. Let's hear from a doozy now, coming out of day number 3.
Last interview, I said I had the top fragger from Win or Die with me. Now I have the overall top fragger with me. Hello, a doozy.
Overall top fragger? Seriously?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Unless Nixie passed you in the last game, but you definitely were up there until the final circle.
Okay, that sounds good because I didn't check the stats.
Yeah, I didn't see you up there until the end. I was surprised as well. But you've been putting up numbers, and Question Mark has been putting up numbers this tournament. Now my question is, it feels like you really didn't have a good year, but you always end the year strong. You always perform in the last tournament. What have you fixed throughout this year that makes you so strong now in PCS7?
Actually, we just start to play more than we played before. We're playing a lot right now. We make a plan to play ranked games before every scrims. So before every scrims or official matches, we also start to play ranked together. And it's working actually because PP is not playing the scrims, but they playing ranked also a lot together, and they also showing the good performance right now. So we just make a plan to play more than we played before, and also we just fix some things when we played with other player. I'm EGL right now, and my calls more for super format. When we played with Fate, when we played also VCD, we played more for VST system. So now we're trying to play more for points, not for the wins.
Nice. That brings me over to my next question I wanted to ask. You've made 2 roster changes since the last PGC. Can you tell me a little bit about how these 2 new players come in, how they fit into the team, what their job is, maybe?
Phil first was under 18 when we played with our old lineup, but sometimes we played with them some tournaments where he was allowed to play, and he played before I joined to old it was VLA team. Then we renamed to Question Mark, and when they played under VLA, they played with Phil first also some JLL dailies and other tournaments. So he was young, he was good player, and I just want to get his in my team because he is a really good player. So I just wait when he will be 18. Hobbit, he played also before with my teammates, and it was the choice because he played already with Dante faultlessly. Also, he played with Phil first sometimes, and he also waited him. So we just, I guess it was just a chance to get 2 cool players, and I was not able to not do it. So just
and 2 players that have already played together as well, right? So there's some chemistry there, and it's easier. Nice, cool. Congrats on the performance, especially today. You guys have popped off. I will see you next week, and maybe we'll see you at PGC. But for now, have a good night.
Yeah, thank you, man. Goodbye.
Some great insight into how the roster came about here as Question Mark continues to impress here on the Battlegrounds. So, Saga, what more can I add? They really have impressed.
Yeah. And I love to hear the shout out as well. Phil First, a player that is young and upcoming, and as a resident APAC enjoyer, there's a lot going on over there with young talent breaking onto the scene. Mechanically insane players like Tycon and Shen, and it's great to see that over here in Europe, they can still find some success alongside some of the veteran players that have been playing a long time and really have evolved as the meta has progressed. And we know that APAC doesn't really do rotations, but if you can get some of these mechanically cracked young players to get the macro game in their head as well, they can turn out to be real champions.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, our hands are slowing down, Avenger. It's important to swap us out.
For sure, yeah. That happens when you turn 30-some. And yeah, of course, that's what happened to Polish Power as well. They waited, they played ATC in America, Norkis and Masterleg. And then when Kapi came of age this year, because he turns, I think it's 19 in November. Then they started playing with him, of course. So it's good to see, of course, young players evolving. Also, Silas here, one of the first kind of young guns that was spoken a lot about. And also now here having success. So Phil First, also super good to see these guys. We are continuing having new talent. And the most beautiful thing is that all the players, all the pro players, they're super aware of potential teammates that are cracked that they want into their team. You can hear it from Adusi, right? We knew we wanted to play with him when he was turning 18. They were just making sure that they're still playing, dailies and small tournaments that he was able to play. So it's good they're kind of making sure he's ready for bigger tournaments like this and still having success.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways to scout out new talent in PUBG Battlegrounds, which is for sure. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Let's break them down here across the 3 days. And don't forget, at the end of the day as well, we're going to be looking at the live PGC rankings to see how everything's gone. So Adusi did get #1 here.
Yeah, with 3 ahead.
Yeah, quite impressive here from him, Saga.
That is a big boost. Nelcop has been sat at the top pretty much the entirety of today as well. And Nixie up there is another one that we've isolated as another up-and-coming talent that's really separating himself from the pack. But Adusi, really towards the later stages of today, has done a lot of damage.
Pestalach, top. I did not expect that. That must have come from the last game here on the top, taking over Rustenmar, who's been on top the entire day.
I'm really enjoying the changes that we're seeing, because you would always look at these every single tournament, and geez, 756.
Yeah. That's crazy.
That is nuts. You would always look at these, and it would always just be Northern Lights, Na'Vi, FaZe. It's not that at all this tournament here.
I like this as well, because that's the one that was not a kill steal.
Yeah.
The man was not already knocked by that point. He did the damage himself.
140 meters more than second place.
Crazy.
That is crazy. With the mini as well. Extends, though. Top of throwable damage. He's grinding the fantasy points for you, Zaga.
He really is. I think just to quickly go back to Hobbits and the 750-meter kill, we should probably ask Toby. Could he have done it with an SKS? I'm sure he would advocate for it.
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have done it.
No, the grenades again have been really on point, and, well, love to see it from Excellence.
Great stuff overall coming on in. As you say, we've had a real opportunity to look at the rising talent in Europe across these 3 days. Even Misa being able to run really far.
Yeah,
not exactly
that's not a good thing for us.
No, maybe they were running away.
Wow.
It's not been the best time. Let's be real.
They've been chasing zones the entire weekend.
They have. This is really something they talked about, right?
They really haven't had a single phase 1 even. Like, they're dropping on the far northern side of the zone, and we're getting potential South Island circles on Miramar.
Yeah, it is rough.
Gross.
But I mean, that's what happens when you pick somewhere like Severny to be able to draw. Anyway, let's get on to the overall leaderboard. Top 3, we have Polish Power, Question Mark, and the Woo, Reigning Supreme. Not only that, top 4, win or die there is well, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. And a little bit of a lead there, 13 points down to second place from Question Mark. And then we have our huge middle pack that is really, really big. NLT 95 points, all the way down to Fellas on 13th, 78 points. It is so close. 18 points difference only there. It's crazy.
At the halfway mark, this might be the closest PCS we've ever had.
Yeah, for sure.
In Europe, yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's not at all uncommon to see by this point we're already borderline crowning a champion, but this time around it really is anyone's game. Even the likes of Northern Lights, who started off really strong, Overpeakers as well, who started off with the win, but since then they've been sort of overshadowed even by some of the lesser known or lesser experienced teams, but there's still another week full of games for them to try and turn it around and reclaim the top spot.
Guys, guess what I just heard?
What did you hear?
We can hear the team speak from It's Chris and Ascend from that moment. All right, let's do it. Let's roll it.
One.
Oh Gott.
Einer darüber.
Über ihm noch.
Links rum. Nice.
Flash den unten, flash den unten. Er hat 2 oben genockt, das sind 2 Knock, wo? Wie viel hat du? Hole ist tot.
Okay.
That was surprisingly calm.
Yeah,
all things.
very
That
not
was the
hyped.
tiny giggles.
Exclamation mark giggles, yeah.
Bless. I mean, I suppose, what did I even expect? What can you do in that moment? You're just like, what is happening?
I would expect more nice when he got the third guy, because that was impressive with the headshots as well. But as information, you know, you want to continue to try to get as many points as possible. You can hear from Brexco in the background, 2 more knock for Nu, 2 more knock for the Wu. You want, like, he's trying to make sure that he pushes and capitalizing on that as well. He wants them to keep going.
I'm a big fan of the, oh god, after putting 4 holes in the pan in the back. He knew that things were not going to plan, but in the end, picked up the pieces.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Awesome stuff. All right. Well, that is that moment down and dusted. I believe we have now the previous PGC points. So let's get an update on those, on how they were coming into the tournament. Here was the top 8 at the start of the first day, basically. And right coming into this tournament, obviously BBL and Heroic are the most in jeopardy here when it comes to the potential fallout.
So a small update. This is counting the minimum amount of points that you would have.
Yes.
Coming in from this. So there's 20 points added to all the teams because that's the minimum we can get from PCS7.
Yes, yes. So now we can actually flick over to, if the tournament was to end today, what would the top 8 look like? Of course, we still have 3 days to play. It's not final, but given the performances we're seeing so far, this is where we would stand. And already, Saga, you can see the potential big changes if it continues like this.
Yeah, Polish Power up in #1 spot is insane stuff, but it was so tight before and so top heavy. Once again, as we said, the status quo has been around for quite some time in Europe that Question Mark is the only team to have actually been able to potentially creep themselves into a spot. Teams like the Wu, teams like Win or Die need to just do that little bit more, and a large part of it is because of how many of the teams who came in completely fresh at the start of this tournament who weren't already competing for those spots have just been so impressive.
Especially here with Question Mark already having more points than they have going into this, right? You would need Win or Die or the Wu to have a second place.
Yes, yes.
And then depending on, of course, where Question Mark ends up, but still super interesting. Still, BBL guaranteed that MEA spot. We need to have Foot Esports, Howl, or Stardust jump in and get a top 3 to take that spot away from BBL here. So that is, as it looks right now, unlikely because the top is super competitive.
Yeah, really is. That's why we're seeing it so close in these points as a whole. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a great 3 days here for PCS7. You guys at home can get involved as well because there's great new merch coming out here for PCS7 too. emea.merch.pubg.com. Pick up your stuff today and, you know, wear it, and then I think as time goes on, you can send in pictures. We can maybe even have a little look ourselves, tag us. That'd be great. I would appreciate that. All right, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the 3 days. We are back next Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Same time, same place, where we are going to have 3 more days to go here for PCS7. So we'll see you then for more PUBG action.
If they crash off, the young nade the west side. Yep.
I think they are crashing me.
Yep. One buggy went to 80, one went to
I have to play upstairs.
I need you door twice, 80. Knocked one
that
on
all?
80.
What is on the shack?
One more on
What's
you,
on me?
one more on you, 80.
Yeah, not on shack.
Landing shack. You're still missing one, guys. You're missing one.
2 behind the shack, 2 behind the shack, 2 80's house.
Okay.
Need to kill them on 80's house so they don't res.
Okay.
I'm going out right side. 80, give it any info? I can flash twice outside your house. Are they in or
I smoked downstairs.
I'm on his kitchen. I don't have any util left.
I have 20 bullets, 5 times if you have digger.
Ich würde auch mal kurz runterfahren. Der eine macht nämlich hinter uns sich links auf. Wollen wir Liquid kurz nehmen und resetten? Ja.
Die rausgefahren, oder was?
Ja.
Ich muss mit dir gehen, Chris.
Das ist einer da, aber der ist alleine. Hit. Wir fahren vorne rum.
Ich hab keinen Helm.
Hab umgemollied. Aber ich bin ein guter Molly. Der rechts an der Tür. Ich heale grad. Er ist links, er ist auf der Treppe, wo es hochgeht. Er mollet mich. Versucht ihm jetzt kommen. Ich halte links.
Das ist oben rechts.
Nee, da kommt. Der andere ist bei grün, einer hat bei grün gehalten gerade. Einer ist Close Boss, ne? Der ist bei mir im Haus irgendwo.
Ja.
Sollte nicht mein Haus einnehmen und den Knockdown spielen. Ja. Go! Der ist bei drinnen. Go. Ich bin blind. Lock. Komm, Mika, komm mit zu Kili.
Kann ich nicht.
Okay.
Sind zwei vor mir jetzt.
Einer Dry Fight, ist low. Und einer ist noch far.
Geh auf Rest, Digga. Geh auf Rest. Geh auch auf Rest. Einer links.
Ich heile. Eine außen Rechtsmauer.
Können wir den links pushen?
Ich mach Tür. Einer gelb. Oh, ich bin noch. Keine Ahnung wo. Ich geh unter Stairs. Einer geht One-Story-Roof oder so. Haben wir Doppelflash? Ja.
Ja, zwei ab.
Einer Richtung Westen. Einer ist hier auf One-Story bei gelb. Der ist auf dem Roof. Ja, ist auf One-Story. Smoke einmal.
Einer für Rescue?
Ich bin eingesperrt noch. Einer ist Westen, einer ist jetzt hinter
Geh auf Rest.
Ja, ich halte den Gang dann. Bin full. Der ist rübergesprungen, der ist 1 AP. Ich halte, Eingang.
Ich hab Sound. Einer Flash.
Die bei uns oben drin. Oben im Roof. Viele. Ist 1 AP oben. Ich push mit, und draußen. Nice, letzte Länge draußen.
Ich hab mich.
Vor der Tür.
Heil mich.
In meiner Smoke, in der Tür. Der ist drinne, unten links an der Besenkammer, wo ich stark war. Ich revive. Der ist drinne.
One easy coming.
1 HP in the UAZ.
UAZ 1 HP. I'm drive by.
You stop in the dip. Let's go.
Come on, stop on you, Soccer. You should be low, Vasco. Nice. One more far. 2 guys on me. 1 HP far on the edge.
On my mark.
On green. 1 HP, Soccer.
One guy.
Nice.
Knocked one. Nice. What about the 2 others?
I'm taking your bike, Silas.
One more
on your right, Soccer.
One guy on green.
Last. Where's last?
I killed 2 on the beach. Where's the last?
Maybe on your right, Soccer. On your right, on blue.
Der wäre 2 Cast on Soccer. Der macht Speed last me.
People on the top hill also, watch out.
Knocked him. Knocked inside.
How many?
Space.
How many?
It's one guy.
Only two.
It's one guy. Go. Let's push him. Go. I think he's resting. Left side, outside. He's going up. Left side. He's not going up. He's on the bottom side. Nading. Don't go in. Go in.
Get in, paints.
Upstairs. He's backside. Backside Maroon. He dead. Holy.
Might be close best, still camping you on next side. But I don't hear him. Probably left Nixie. Pick Navi Nixie.
You saw him in the smoke, directly down right. Close smoke, down right, dead smoke. Yeah, left. There, yeah.
You see him?
Yeah.
They're in front of you, Besta.
Okay.
Fighting orange. You farmed them, Nixie. Nice now.
I needed one spawn.
On me.
Last kill.
Good.
Nice.
Go in front, you have a stone to play.
Yeah.
Where? Okay.
Orange.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my smokes.
Can you smoke for me? In front of me?
No. Don't have any
You
left.
run, you just run.
One is behind Africa, one inside church.
We're probably gonna have to smoke them off. Like, we need to smoke off the yellow team so that they have nothing and we play the rich on the right. What do you think?
Yeah.
I'm smoking them already. I will do the smoke so they can't see anything.
You guys inside Africa.
I'm not one QM.
I'm slowly smoking that we can start playing
One is
downhill.
already running?
Yeah.
Running to the Miradas.
I'm nading that. Nate that.
as well.
Knock one in Africa.
More left.
One is out of Knock one on QM.
I'm knocked down. Knock one more.
Yeah.
Nice.
Push left with me, Besta. Come.
I'm just watching
molling,
blue.
EB watch, I'm molling over.
There's one more QM and blue, Nixie. One more QM and blue. Right of tree, green tree. This guy's running. Knocked him. He's just prowling right of... Yeah, I knocked the guy fire. He's prowling in front.
Chill.
In front?
I think I'm all in. Yeah, chill.
I have a star, but
Knock one.
Good.
I'm nading it. I'm nading it, people.
One active in both teams. I'm getting
One on us, our smoke.
Picking me from
He's
top.
picking me, Evie.
Yeah, chill.
On your left, Evie.
Yeah.
I'm nading once more.
Insta.
One QM left, one left.
Flash.
I'm healing.
I'm
healing. Dead.
Let's go!
Let's go, guys.
Boys, this is the line.